High energy. Don't puss out.
I was literally about to
High
speak.
energy.
He just slipped right in
Don't
there.
puss out. I want high energy.
Okay, here we go. High energy just for Adam. Okay, ready? Okay, everyone. Okay, we're gonna start over. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey now.
No, I knew you were.
PSA
That's
Stitch
so predictable.
Here with the
So predictable.
ASMR stream. Today we'll be talking with Adam, everyone's favorite irrational artist, about Noam Chomsky.
Buzzkill.
Hello, Adam.
Buzzkill.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Stitch here with a Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite ASMR hating, harmonica playing, Adam Crendon. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing spectacular.
How are you doing today, chat?
Hey, chat. How are you doing?
What's up now? What is up now? Anyways, today, we have a very special thing to watch. I would argue this is the most important podcast in the last 4 years. Am I exaggerating? Am I exaggerating that, Adam?
Well, immediately I watched a lot of fucking podcasts in the last 4 years. Why'd you have to go 4 years?
Well, I'm thinking since 2016, since the election.
Oh, man.
Okay, fine.
We're talking thousands of podcasts.
Okay. Adam's pussing out, guys, so I'll bring it down. How about the most important podcast this year?
This week, the most important podcast of this week.
Look at him. I'm willing to put my foot down. I'm willing to make very bold, broad statements.
Yes.
Without a lot of responsibility behind them.
Jordan Peterson versus Sam Harris on Truth. I don't know.
That was the least important thing that ever happened anywhere in the world.
Metaphorical truth for the win.
Oh my God. No.
So let's get into the video.
Adam
or do you want to
called me a
gossip a
Chad.
little? Do you want to gossip a bit about
Gossip
Caleb?
about what?
We were supposed to have Caleb on. We were supposed to do a Caleb show.
Yeah, we were supposed to have Caleb on. He had some issues that I'm not going to talk about, but hopefully they'll be resolved. Some health issues. So we'll see if we have
that I'm not going to talk about. By the way, it was health issues. Had something to do with transitioning, but we're not going to talk about
No. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. I just had some health scares, but it's fine. Look, we don't know if it's an issue. It's fine. We'll see if he can come on at some point in the future.
Now you're calling it a scare. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right.
You're terrible at not talking about things.
I wasn't even going to bring it up at all. And then you just threw it at me and I didn't know what to say. I panicked. Okay. I'm not sus. I was doing my tasks in oxygen and Adam was just running around behind me in electrical. He wasn't doing shit. Adam is the sus one here, not me.
All right, let's get into the video. What do you think?
Let's get into the video. Yes. Do we need any setup? No. Oh, well, here's the only setup I'll give. So this is the aptly named Bad Faith podcast.
I know.
We're with Noam Chomsky, who is a very far leftist, I believe very anti-capitalist too. Full-blown commie socialist. And he's talking to Briahna Joy Gray, who was the national press secretary for Bernie Sanders. So not like this isn't some random nobody. Okay, this is an important person in actual politics. And also Virgil, Texas, a co-host on Chapo Trap House, one of the, I think it's the second or third largest Patreon ever. And they make over $160,000 a month doing a communist podcast. So these are big people, big names.
Yes,
not your bedroom
huge
feminist.
Names.
Yes. So anyway, they interview Noam Chomsky. The interview goes a little fucking insane. Let's listen.
We have a simple question. Do you want your grandchildren to survive? I think the people you're talking to say yes.
No, fuck
my
them.
Grandchildren to survive.
So many people's grandchildren are already not surviving.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
That's the issue.
Yes. Do you want to ensure that they'll live underwater or have a chance to survive?
So many people aren't thinking about living underwater because they're incarcerated or
I
they're
am.
unhomed.
Then as an activist,
I am. I love underwater. I got my snorkel gear ready, man. I got my spearfish or my spear fishing pole.
Oh my God. Should we go into it? Or should we just let it? Because this is just like a clip. This isn't
I know.
the beginning. This is a clip. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they
just
talk
keep
for like
going,
a
or
half
should we
hour
start
afterwards.
talking about this. This is so insane.
How long is this? this thing?
It's an hour and 13 minutes.
Yeah.
So this will be a 10-hour stream, basically.
Go ahead. I mean, we can start.
Well, so the main issue with this podcast that we will see that basically for an hour and 13 minutes they talk about one thing.
Yeah.
The entire time, and you'll basically it's so crazy. Noam Chomsky basically says, if you agree that climate change is real and climate change is happening, then you have to vote for Joe Biden. And the thing that makes this crazy to me, it's not whether you in the audience believes in climate change or believes that it's existential crisis or want to vote for Joe Biden or whatever. That's irrelevant. What matters is the people he's talking to claim that they believe climate change is real, and they also agree that climate change is the existential threat. However, when he's talking about like the extinction of humankind, they keep bringing up critical race theory. Like my feelings. I mean, you heard him. He's like, we're all going to be living underwater. And she's like, but how can I think about living underwater when there's systemic racism, guys? Like, it's just, what the fuck? It's just crazy. It's just insane to me, Ad. I don't know what's happening.
Well, this is a perfect example of excess of an existential threat, which obviously affects your material conditions. Well, we can agree on that, right? Like your material conditions. So
Being
this is
underwater affects your material conditions.
right. Okay,
that is true. That
so,
is true.
but in philosophy, they often wonder if movements in history are driven by environmental conditions or if they're driven by ideology. These are the two forces at play here, and they never fucking talk about it once.
Yes,
which is so sad for me. But I would argue that their material conditions are just fine, and they're completely being driven by ideology. But it is interesting that that Noam Chomsky keeps saying, material conditions is what we have to focus on. And they're like, no, we have to focus on the material conditions, but are obviously being driven by their ideology. Like they keep saying, yes, it's material conditions. Everyone's material conditions are terrible. But let's talk about race.
There's an interesting thing that's going on right now with leftists and communists, where so much of it has shifted away from the economic class divide to being focused on race issues. Because I think a lot of communists have been trying to push their shit in America forever, and it hasn't really took. But they finally found a way to make it take, and that's to shift focus onto race issues, because nobody wants to be called a racist, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so I think that's what's happening here is that the lady whose name I've literally already forgotten, Briahna Joy Gray.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
It's on screen. Look, I literally slept for 2 hours last night. Okay, so you're gonna have to excuse me.
Whoa, this is more interesting. What happened last night? Sounds like
I was having sex with Adam's mom.
Someone got some
24/7.
Someone got some nookie last night. Come
banging
on.
Adam's mom nonstop.
That's not
all night.
That's not a flex. Okay, just so you know.
No, but
who were you really banging?
No, exactly. But the thing is that Brianna's so focused on the race issue that it's like she's willing to risk the existential doom of humanity in order to push her critical race theory peddling nonsense.
I would put this podcast up as evidence that everything the social justice warriors say about climate change is total bullshit. Like, they don't believe it. You couldn't have this conversation if you actually believed it.
Right.
They're saying they believe it.
Well, but here's the thing. You're assuming that these people have rational thoughts, which I think is a lie.
I would never assume something like that.
Okay, that's true. Anonymous Coward Fighter says, this is proof Marxism doesn't work. Chomsky will spend the rest of his life watching idiots like her sink his cause. Not even Marxists understand Marx. True.
Very true.
Very true.
That's why I'm always like, talk to me about UBI. Nah, I don't like UBI. We're going to hang the rich. How's UBI help that?
Your goal to get them to think about it, because that is what is at stake.
So that was a clip of the upcoming interview Virgil and I did with Professor Noam Chomsky. It was a wild ride. What did you think, Virgil?
I think we won the debate. I think we proved we're smarter than him.
Stop. Look, well, we obviously really appreciated him taking the time, a full hour almost to talk to us. And,
Well, what else has he got to do? He's got tenure.
Well, look, I think a lot of the left is very familiar with the fact that his advice that we should vote against Donald Trump and make sure that he is out of office, advice which he offered up pretty shortly after Bernie Sanders dropped out of the race, it was very controversial because at the time, I think a lot of leftists were still hoping to have some political leverage and to be able to condition their vote on something. So we had that conversation about whether or not it's appropriate to condition one's vote. And we got a very clear answer from him in response.
It's worth noting that Noam Chomsky is an anarchist. And anarchism leads to crap like this.
Virgil.
Yeah, what's that all about?
Is he actually an anarchist? I thought he was some kind of commie or something.
Anarchist encouraging people to vote. I don't get...
Yeah, that's... Yeah, how
doesn't
does that
make a lot
any
of sense.
Yeah, how does that make any sense?
I'm more of an anarchist than he is, and I want 12-year-olds to vote.
Isn't it...
I guess that is anarchy, right? If you let 12-year-olds vote.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Isn't it hilariously ironic that a communist is complaining about an anarchist, like, political ideology leading down some bad path?
Oh, yeah.
Especially when the anarchist is the one advocating for you to participate in the system and vote.
Oh, I know. Chomsky is so frustrated in this. It's so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, wait, I don't understand. I keep using logic, and it's not working.
So, according to the Wikipedia page, it says Noam Chomsky's position on anarchism is anarchism is a kind of voluntary socialism that is, as a libertarian socialist. I don't want to read this. It's actually got really boring. I literally fell asleep while reading it. So let's just keep going.
Yeah, don't do it.
I'm sorry to anarchists listening, but come on.
No, I don't say Virgil because of that. I say it because, I don't want our guests to think that we're going to have them on and then, talk smack about them
Roast them.
in the intro. The reality is, look,
I kind of like that.
Do they go on for 30 minutes after the podcast and talk smack about him?
Yeah, this is what's so
that's
interesting is
kind of
that
the best part.
I think this is the one. There's multiple copies of this, and if it's not, we'll find it. Where when they're talking to Noam Chomsky, they're very nice-ish, I guess. They're arguing with him, but they're nice. And then as soon as he gets off, it's the shit talking begins.
Totally. Yes.
Very bad faith. Hey!
Oh,
It was
it's all
bad
coming
faith.
together now, isn't it?
Yes.
That I kind of idea. We're like a Joan and Melissa Rivers type thing. Ooh, when you come on, you're gonna get roasted. What are you wearing, Professor?
well, look,
Who's that sweater?
I'm no academic. I'm obviously not Noam Chomsky, and you guys could all feel free to tear us into pieces and tell us how wrong we are after this. Virgil will still be in the posting section of the Patreon saying that he won the fight, regardless.
Yeah.
So you're welcome to tear him up in the Patreon section of our
Yeah, if you pay, was it $10, whatever
Of
it
our
is,
video,
to get this
yeah.
fucking... And it's funny because you always get these communist guys, or people, sorry, I don't mean to misgender anyone, who have these Patreon podcasts, and it's you look and it's they get $20,000 a month to talk about bullshit once a week. It's what the fuck is... This is very communist. This is the communist utopia that they're talking about. Getting paid
it's
to do
kind
nothing.
of the capitalist utopia, man. How do we find this utopia?
Exactly.
Do we just have to lie about our political views? I don't know.
That's
I'm flexible here, guys. Come on, help me out. I need drug money.
I'll do whatever you guys want. Whatever you want.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, he won the fight. He was completely misrepresenting my points. He was, deflecting, just sort of repeating the same things. We clearly won the debate. I think a lot of the people who are swayed to vote for Biden after listening to Marianne are just now going to vote third party after hearing how badly Professor Chomsky did against the two of us. And also, you say we're not academics, but we do host a podcast, which...
So this is very disingenuous because
academia is...
because he's basically... He's trying to make it oh, I'm joking that we pwned him. I'm joking, but he's not. He's trying to be serious, but say it in a way that like gives him cover when people call him out, like, oh, why are you talking about like destroying fucking Noam Chomsky, piece of shit? And also, as you'll listen to when we listen to this, you keep it in mind that this guy thinks he made Noam Chomsky look stupid, and that he and Briahna Joy Gray didn't come off as like completely fucking insane and out of touch with reality. And this is from I don't even like Noam Chomsky. I'm not even a Noam Chomsky fan whatsoever.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I don't really agree with anything Noam Chomsky said. Noam Chomsky is basically, trying to fear-monger you into voting Donald Trump out of office using climate change, which I'm not in favor of. I debate climate change all the time because climate change is obviously real. It's happening. The problem that I have is with these, end of the world predictions, because I don't think they're helpful, and I think technology will actually get us out of this. Your position is probably pretty similar. I'm not.
No, my position, I'm agnostic on about how detrimental and awful it's going to be.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I've never looked into it. I understand to err, obviously, caution, obviously, but yeah, but no, I'm a little bit more agnostic. I think I'm more cautious about it than you are. I think you're a little too laissez-faire about.
What do you mean? We don't necessarily know. I like the work of Boren Lumbarg, and I discovered arguing with people on Twitter that Boren Lumbarg actually, the leftists went after him, and some committee called his first work into question. He filed a counterclaim against them and won that counterclaim. But all the left does is say that he's been discredited. Like they don't actually read that, yeah, well, they went after him, which is obvious. Anybody who's talking smack about climate change, anyone who's challenging the narrative that the world is going to end in 12 years is going to get a bunch of leftists on their tail pretty quickly. So they filed charges against him. Those charges were never finalized, I guess you'd say. And but it's an interesting thing that everyone who's arguing all of the end of the world stuff with climate change, anytime you bring up Boren Lumbarg, they just say he's discredited and won't listen to you at all, even though he has a ton of good research that's never really...
I'm just not convinced that technology is going to save us. I mean, because I'm just looking at what's going on right now with COVID. Like, no one would have expected in 2019 if you were to say, oh, next year the entire world is going to be like ravaged by a disease that has a 0.2% kill fatality rate. Like, this was just so outside of everyone's expectations, I think. And then if you would have said that this was a potential thing, people would be like, oh, it's fine. We'll come up with medicine, techniques, technology, whatever. And I don't know. This kind of made me lose a lot of faith in institutions' ability to deal with like large scale crisis.
Right. So you're saying, but I mean, climate change is a slow moving crisis. Like, it's nowhere near the COVID situation.
I mean, yeah, no, that's true.
I'm worried about artificial intelligence far more than I'm worried about climate change.
I think the issue with climate change is it's not like there's not like a red flag that like suddenly you wake up one day and then it goes bling, climate change is activated. Like, it's a slow process that's going to have a lot of wide changes that people aren't going to be able to point to and realize what exactly is happening. And then there's going to be arguments about whether is this climate change, is it not climate change, blah, 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 blah. So
yeah, that's happening now.
That's happening right now. Exactly.
But the thing that bothers me about it is nobody's really dealing with it scientifically. They're dealing with it politically. It's like, well, there's all these hurricanes now, so that's climate change.
Right, but that's the issue. I think part of why I've lost confidence in a lot of it too is because I don't think anyone really knows.
No, I agree. I'm the same exact position.
I think
nobody knows.
I think people see the threat and they say, hey, if there's a potential of something that's going to have some cataclysmic event on humankind, it's better to err on the side of caution. I think that's where most of the scientists are coming from.
Yes. Well, actually, I think the debate is really over the extent. And this is why I like Boren Lumbarg, because he is saying, yes, climate change is real. Yes, climate change is something that we have to deal with. But we have much bigger problems. Like, why are people fixated on this problem, and it's not a good idea to fixate on problems that
Well,
the political ability to fix is
Right.
much less than other problems that are far more fixable.
Yeah, but see, I mean, I think the problem is that even people don't want to hear even Lumbar's position. Most people don't agree with it. I don't think either, because I think he basically like, yeah, so what if we lose like all the coastlines in our country? It's like most people are like, wait a minute, like I don't want to lose.
He's
all
not
the
talking
coastlines
about
in the
losing all the
country.
coastlines. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
he's not.
How do you lose
That's always the way.
coastlines?
That's always the way that Scott Adams sort of interprets his position. He's always like, well, people can just move inward. And I'm just like, okay. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Obviously, Sitch has beachfront property, so we're having this conversation.
I want to protect my assets.
He's like, listen, my property values are on the line here.
Yeah, exactly.
When I bought my home, I did the map of the geological area, and I figured out like the sea level rise, and my property is actually going to be beachfront. So
there you go. See, there's the problem. We have countering incentives.
I'm like, the beach, just come to me, guys, come on up.
The truth has been revealed,
please.
Yes.
Promoted. Nobody needs it. Nobody cares about it. No, we're the ones generating the ideas that society uses, that activists put into practice.
You, me, and Joe Rogan, baby.
Yep.
All right. Well, this is Bad Faith, and this is Noam Chomsky.
Was that a dig at Joe Rogan? I don't even know.
No, I think it wasn't. It was them trying to elevate their status to Joe Rogan's status.
Well, they're a pretty big podcast, but they probably call Joe Rogan a Nazi 3 times a week.
They're not anywhere near Joe Rogan's level.
You know, they call Joe Rogan a Nazi 3 times a week.
Of course,
right?
or some sort of fascist enabler or some bullshit.
So they're not trying to elevate their status. They're trying to lower his.
They're trying to elevate. No. You're wrong. They're trying to elevate their status in terms of how influential Joe Rogan or how big of an audience Joe Rogan has.
Right.
You know, because they're saying like, oh, this is why I feel like this Virgil, Texas guy, I mean, he's a Chapo, so it makes sense. He acts in this very kind of disgusting, disingenuous way where he says something that I think he believes, but he says it in sort of a mocking tone so that if you call him out on it, he'll say, oh, I'm just joking. Because he said, oh, well, you know, we're more influential on the culture than Noam Chomsky is, or the activists are, is what he just said. Well, that's fucking. I think that's insane. Looks like talked about the ego of these two like individuals to think that they have a bigger impact on the left than Noam Chomsky, who's basically their fucking lord and savior.
No one listens to Noam Chomsky anymore. Come on,
that's not true. Are you kidding me? Like they were all like, well, here's this. What's funny about this? Everyone on the left, or not even the left, the leftists. I'm sorry, the far leftists. Okay, were all salivating about Noam Chomsky. He was like their daddy. He's their god. But then when Bernie dropped out of the election and Noam Chomsky came out in favor of Biden, they all were like, uh-oh, what are we going to do? We've been preaching that Biden is like the devil for the last, 6 months, but now our God and Savior has come out in favor of him. Like, what are we going to do?
Yeah, they do this all the time. Mark Lilith came out with a book right after Trump won in 2016, called The Once and Future Liberal, where he basically made an argument that we have to be more pragmatic about politics. Obviously, the left picked up that book and read it cover to cover because they still don't understand that, they don't go through the primary process thinking, okay, I can't totally hate all of these people because I'm going to have to eventually vote for one of them. But they demonize each other so much through the primary process that just impossible.
Everyone was doing that. It was the same thing with Trump. That was such a contentious primary season.
Right. I felt like that was a weird case though, because the Republicans had it in their mind that Trump could not win. There was no way he could win.
Yes.
So they didn't. So he was okay to beat up on because everyone else, they were like, well, one of these other people is definitely going to be the candidate. And then all of a sudden, oops.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, wait, we need to skip the music.
Oh, do we? Yeah, we do.
It's like copyrighted or
something.
something.
Oh, yeah.
Sentiments are...
I'm putting some pictures up of these people so you guys can see who we're we're looking at.
Your voice is so incredibly meaningful and persuasive as someone who is deeply respected, obviously, for both your scholarship and kind of your political opinions over the course of time. And so it made big news, understandably, a few months ago when you came out very strong advocating for...
Worst introduction ever. Oh, my God. You know, your opinions over time. Sitch, I really like your opinions over time.
Wait, let's go
Time.
back. I missed that. That's really funny.
Are you backing it up?
Kind of your political opinions over the course of time. And so it...
Yeah. So basically that's like, oh, I used to really like you, but then you said something recently that made me not like you. That's the translation there.
Yeah.
That's what just happened. Yeah.
Briahna Joy was... What did she do for the Bernie campaign? She was
the
some
National
operative.
Press Secretary.
The National Press Secretary.
Right.
For Bernie Sanders. Do you think she's a Bernie bro, Sitch? I'm curious.
I think she's a Bernie or Buster. Yes, 100%.
Right. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Context matters.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Big news, understandably, a few months ago when you came out very strongly advocating for leftists who at the time were, many of whom were very frustrated by the way the primary season ended, to pledge their votes to Joe Biden.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, can you clarify then? What is your position?
What I said is 1,000 times, as loud as possible, you should vote against Trump. Now, it happens that there's a technical fact which says when you want to vote against Trump, you have to push a lever for Biden. But the left doesn't get involved in these games. The idea of making elections the be-all and end-all of politics is the mainstream conservative idea. The idea is politics is supposed to be restricted to electoral extravaganzas. You show up every couple of years and push a lever, then you go home. The official doctrine, I've repeated it, quoted it from the main sources, is you're supposed to be members, not participants. Your job as a citizen is to show up every once in a while, pick one or another of the so-called responsible men, and then go home. To use the phrase of the main writers on the topic, Walter Lippmann in this case, the ignorant and meddlesome outsiders, the public, have to be put in their place. They have a role to show up and vote now and then, period. Now, the left has always taken a very different view. Real politics consists of constant activism. Every once in a while, an event comes up in which you have to take a couple of minutes to decide whether it's worth pushing a lever to keep out someone who's truly dangerous. So if, in this case, the argument for that is simply overwhelming, is the most dangerous figure ever to have appeared in political history.
Dun, dun, dun.
Do you believe that? Is Donald Trump the most dangerous political figure to ever exist in United States history?
I had no idea Chomsky had TDS like a motherfucker. Like
of course he does. What do you mean?
It's fucking off the charts. Are you kidding me? I honestly don't think Trump is that bad. I mean, I don't understand.
I think he's bad, but I don't know how you could say he's the worst.
He's not an
United States
existential.
history.
Who?
Yeah.
Donald Trump is literally the anti-war candidate now.
Well, it depends. If Chomsky believes, if you believe that climate change is real and it's like we're on the precipice, then you would say anyone who doesn't believe that would be the existential crisis, right?
Yes. Yeah, totally.
Right. So I understand if that's his argument, even if you don't agree with it, I understand the logic behind it.
Do you know that book that they wrote a long time ago? Some guy wrote about how our population was going to expand to the point that food was going to be the real problem.
Yes, of course.
We couldn't grow
then,
enough food
right.
to actually
The opposite
satiate the
happens.
population. Right. Exactly.
Yes.
And then the new technology of fertilizer came out, and then all of a sudden food wasn't a problem anymore.
Well, and also birth rates declined significantly.
What do you
in a
mean?
lot of countries.
Population continued to go up. We're
But I don't think
approaching
people
billions now.
People didn't expect a lot of first world Western countries' birth rates to suddenly drop. They didn't expect to see. I don't think people expect to see this trend where once people reach a certain level of economics, the birth rate kind of stabilizes.
The point is, we figured it out. A technology came along that we figured it out. Like, if we had a better policy towards nuclear, I think we could get past the climate change stuff.
Right.
But it's funny that nuclear is completely off the table, for all the climate alarmists. So how do you even really begin that negotiation?
Well, I think isn't Joe Biden in favor of nuclear, but Bernie Sanders wasn't?
That would that seems plausible. Yes, definitely.
Because that would be kind of ironic too.
Like Biden actually has the solution to climate change, and Noam Chomsky is like, we have
that. Like, because they're all like, oh my God, Joe Biden and the Democrats, they're not going to follow the Green New Deal to like the strictest letter. And it's like, well, actually, it turns out Joe Biden's the one that's in favor of nuclear. And I don't know if the Green New Deal had anything to do with nuclear energy. I'm curious now.
Well, anyway, I'm optimistic about getting past climate change. Climate change is not the real thing that I'm worried about. Societal collapse from critical race theory is higher on my list than climate change.
Okay, so this is how you know that AOC is a fucking moron, if you didn't know that already, and that the Green New Deal has really stupid shit in it, because it calls for the entire country to be powered by renewable energy, but says it wants to get rid of nuclear power too.
Yeah, nuclear is renewable.
Like, how fucking stupid is that?
And not only that, the fourth generation nuclear reactors are supposed to also deal with the problem of nuclear waste, like that they haven't been able to get rid of for 20 years. Evidently, it becomes fuel for the new reactors.
I think even I'd have to. Someone can fact check this. I saw an article that was claiming that all of the waste that nuclear reactors have produced so far in human history is like a tiny fraction of the percent of all the waste created by solar energy already.
What?
Because the problem that no one talks about, everyone thinks solar energy is like the super clean energy, which is true. It doesn't create emissions, obviously. The problem is that you have to replace the batteries. They don't last forever. And so and those batteries are filled with toxic metals, all these toxic chemicals and toxic metals that if they leach into your water, it's really bad. So there's just heaps and heaps and heaps and heaps and heaps of these spent batteries that just take up space. And I believe they already take up more space than all the nuclear waste does in the entire planet. So
that's crazy.
It's a little silly.
So take a couple of minutes, vote against him, then proceed back to real politics, which is the constant activism, which in fact has pushed Biden's program to the left of any of his predecessors, and if it continues, can go more. But the principle is vote against Trump, then challenge Biden.
Well, I think the argument that's being...
The truth is, I think with a lot of this stuff, especially with Gray here, because she was personally involved in the Bernie campaign, is that if you remember when Bernie was running, they were focused so much on like the mainstream media. The DNC is out to get Bernie. They're the establishment. They're evil. And now they're like, you can't have people say that for like 6 months and then turn around and support those people.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
It makes them look fucking stupid. They came out so hard against the establishment that now they have to tie themselves in all sorts of knots. And to me, this really just shows how, like, people always say, "Oh, I vote for the policy," but a lot of them, that's bullshit. It's all emotional. It's all irrational. It's all people feel like they were betrayed. You're betrayed by the DNC. It's so funny too because they always blame the DNC or whatever. It's like fucking people voted. Okay.
Yeah.
People chose Joe Biden. Look, I didn't think Joe Biden was the best nominee either, just based on his age. But that's what people chose. It was a free and fair election. People fucking voted. Okay, same thing with Donald Trump. People voted for Donald Trump. Like, you know, that's the way it is. You can't complain about conspiracy theories at that point, or the establishment at that point.
Social media makes this even worse too, because
Right.
they're on social media making these declarations in writing on social networks in front of a bunch of other people. You can't go back from that. You can't all of a sudden say, oh, okay, well, you know, I was tweeting like mad about how I'll never vote for Joe Biden, and now after 35 fucking tweets in 15 minutes, here I am voting for Joe Biden. Everyone will think I'm a dick. Everyone will think I'm a moron. I'm not going to do that.
As hard as it is to change your mind normally, it's even like it's like 1,000 times harder once you've made that your opinion a public declaration
in writing. There's this,
in writing.
Even they've done psychological studies on how just writing it out by yourself, not even showing it to anyone, completely influences you.
Right.
So you could have like gone to write out a tweet and not even sent the tweet, and it's still affecting you.
Well, I think what happened was, and you know, we've said this a million times, Twitter is not reflective of the mainstream's opinions about things. Yeah. You have Twitter is dominated by extreme ideologues on both sides. And so you had all these journalists and all these political pundits like Gray in Texas who they're like, they live their lives on Twitter and on social media, and they see everyone on Twitter and social media hates Biden. They're all fucking commies, you know, super far leftists, dominate these platforms. It was so much Bernie support, very little Biden support on Twitter and social media. So they're operating like, this is the way the world works. Okay, this is America now. This is representative of the population. And then they got further tricked because they saw the first two primaries went towards Bernie and Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah.
And then it was like, whoops, it turns out that your entire like worldview was a fucking lie and a sham, and you were stupid, and you thought Twitter was reflective of reality when it's actually not. And maybe that's also what's going on, is that this is kind of like when Donald Trump won, it kind of shattered so many people's view of reality, because everyone was saying he can't win.
Yeah.
And this maybe for a lot of the far leftists that were the Bernie or busters, it was the same thing. Their worldview was so fixated, so focused on social media. And then they find out the social media is like tiny percentage of reality, a tiny percentage of people. Suddenly their worldview shatters and they can't deal with it.
Yeah, Grandma's not on Twitter all day, but she's going to show up and vote.
Right.
She voted in every election for the last 40 years, okay? She's not on your Twitter.
Right.
Made by some on the left, including myself earlier in this election cycle, was that by withholding one's vote, by saying I'm not going to vote for Biden, or as you say, against Trump unconditionally, you could continue to push Biden to the left at a time when he is most vulnerable because of his electoral position. So that endorsing him early on in the process, or endorsing him by virtue of saying you're going to vote against Trump, you know, no one's talking about third party votes as counting as against Trump, right? We're talking exclusively about votes for Biden. So I guess the question is, why?
It's so weird that she says that. Like, how would a vote for a third party candidate equal a vote against Trump? Obviously, it's a vote for Trump because you're voting for a spoiler candidate. She's a press secretary for Bernie Sanders, and she doesn't know this. What's going on here? Like,
well, they do these like bullshit mind games, or like not even, I don't know if mind games, word games. They try to trick themselves, where they're like, well, in a two-party system, if I vote for a third-party candidate, it's technically, you know, I'm not voting for the other guy, even though practically that's literally exactly what you're doing, and you just have to accept that. That's just the reality of the world. Okay. Yes, we all bitch and complain about the two-party systems. I agree, it's stupid. I don't think that there's ever going to be a fix to it, because I think it's too sunk into our system currently, but that's the way it is, and you have to deal with it. You can't this is very indicative of, unfortunately, of left-wing thought too, is to just bitch about the rules and decide that because there's some aspect of the rules that I don't like or I feel unfair, I'm just not going to participate in the system whatsoever.
Yes.
And that just fucks you, just totally fucks you over. Because
it does.
I mean, if people like Gray and all these fucking stupid kids on Twitter, like the reason that Twitter isn't reflective of mainstream politics and whatever is because so many of the kids don't vote.
They
Some
don't.
tiny
It's
percentage
hilarious.
yeah, it's like 20% of like people like 18 to 25 or something vote. Some tiny percentage of fucking these people vote.
If you go to a protest, you might get, leave with a number. You might get a date out of the deal. You ain't getting no date out of voting. What the fuck? Why would
that would be a
why would I
fantastic.
vote?
Wouldn't that be such an interesting study? Would be to go to every Antifa protest and get like a poll of how many of them have ever voted in an election.
It's got to be in the teens. It's got to be in the teens. I'm
How
telling you.
hilarious would that be? All those people out there like busting up windows and cars. They're like, "We're protecting America from fascists." Like, have you ever voted? Voting.
We're
is part of the
protecting
fascist
America
system.
from fascists. Shut the fuck up.
That's what's too, because all these, it's so funny because they literally preach an ideology that like the system is inherently broken and the system is inherently fascistic, and it's like, well, obviously those people aren't going to go out and vote. You're telling them that their vote is worthless.
Yeah,
this is kind of like a delicious irony here.
It is.
because Noam Chomsky is so responsible for so much of this nonsense. Like he was the big thought leader for leftists, especially on the internet. So it's kind of like he's created this leftist Frankenstein monster, and now it's like grown beyond his control, and it's turned against him.
Yeah, he really doesn't like. It seems like he feels disrespected in here, and he really is being disrespected.
Yeah, but he deserves it. He made this monster, and now he has to deal with the monster he's created.
Yeah, no, it's great.
He didn't.
It's
Obviously, he
delicious.
didn't. Yeah, he didn't create. He was influential in creating it. Obviously, there's lots of factors here. But
Many levels of irony here.
yes, many. Not to mention the fact that it just says bad faith in giant fucking letters.
Oh, I know.
Why would you name your podcast something so terrible?
It's
like
edgy, man. Come on, it's cool. It's
what? I
countercultural.
think I was thinking that we should change the channel name to like Sitch and Adams Stream or Sunday or Sitch and Adams Streams or something. But I was like, you know what we should actually do? We should change the channel name to Two Pieces of Shit Be Assholes for 8 hours. I think that would be like a great name for the YouTube channel.
Two losers talk on YouTube. Two losers make fun of SJWs.
Try to be serious about it. To say there's an argument that says by joining the 50% of the population that
Opinionated One for $2 says approximately 36% of the entire population votes in the U.S.
I know. I did a video on it. Yeah.
Isn't that insane? Only 36%.
I did a video on it. It's on my Think Club channel. It's about the Dictator's Handbook if you want to look it up. But I used a chart because I wanted like a visual representation of how few people vote. And it totally hammers it home. Yeah.
vote all somehow influence the Democratic Party. I think that's a pretty long shot.
Yeah.
There's another, yes, a very long shot. They don't pay attention to the 50% who don't vote. There's another proposal, which is...
Do you think those people are not voting because things are okay? It's like my argument has always been if things got super bad, those voting numbers would obviously climb rapidly.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree. Yes, I would think so. Yes.
I mean, voting would be the least effort to try to change things.
Right.
I mean, these people are protesting for fun. Like I said, they're going out protesting because they might meet somebody new.
Mm-hmm.
Say, keep the activism going, compel the program to move to the left, as was done, and then vote against Trump and vote and challenge Biden. Keep pushing it to the left. These are two strategies, okay? But in neither case is it a matter of voting for Biden. It's a question of which strategy you use to push the party to the left. One is, I'll keep quiet. The other is, I'll get engaged, the way the Sunrise Movement was, the way the Sanders campaign was, and succeed in pushing the program considerably to the left. In fact, the actual program on crucial issues, like, say, climate change, despite the resistance from the DNC, turns out to certainly be better than any predecessor and not too bad and can be pushed farther. So those are two tactical choices about how to move the program to the left. In my view, at least, the advantages of the tactical choice of constant activism are overwhelming. Keeping quiet has no effect.
Do you think Chomsky knows that virtually nobody's voting on climate change? I think the numbers on this issue being important to people are super low.
It's like 7th or 8th bottom, I think.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It's
Vote
really not
people,
going to
yeah.
motivate people. I mean, he's talking like such a pragmatist about, he keeps selling it. Voting only takes a minute. It's like 1 minute, just 1 minute of your time. He's obviously not adding up all the other stuff that you have to do, but.
Is it interesting that someone who's a communist, or I think people in chat were saying is a syndical anarchist, or whatever the fuck that shit means, that someone who's in that realm is trying to take a pragmatic approach to voting and politics?
He's 130 years old. So, I mean, he's had a lifetime of realizing that none of this radical shit has worked out for him. So in his last dying breath, he's going to try some pragmatism. I think it's important.
No, I agree. I always been pragmatic. It's always one of the, I think, the most important things to do. But I wonder if after this podcast, he's like sitting in his room alone, like, what have I done? Like, this is the group of people, the environment, the culture that I cultivated for my entire life. Like, it was my entire life for nothing.
Yeah, probably. Oh my God.
Because I'm assuming.
So sad.
I'm assuming that with Noam, even if you disagree with him, I'm assuming he's a true believer. Like, he believes in
he's
stuff that he's saying. And he believes that climate change is this huge existential threat. And it's very clear that either I think the people he's trying to, I think they do believe climate change is an existential threat, but most people don't behave in a logical, rational fashion. And I think expecting people to do so is foolish.
I think that's a problem on the left too. I think the left is super susceptible to the belief that people do act rationally, which is just an incorrect assumption of the world.
Right.
It's one of the reasons why they're constantly, talking about science and science being the be all and end all. They have in their minds that scientists cannot possibly get it wrong. And we see so much of scientists getting it wrong now that, I mean, I admit there were times in my life when I was less skeptical of science, but now that I know more of the psychology, I know the other influences at play here. And I mean, I do think there are arguments against science being some perfect mechanism for discerning truth.
Obviously, no. I think I'd be careful with this. I would say that the idea behind science is the best idea we have for discerning truth so far. It's like capitalism. I agree. It's the best thing we have so far.
Yeah.
But obviously, I don't think there's a problem with the ideology. I don't know if ideology is the right word. The practice of the rules of, typical empiricism and science and scientific method. I don't think there's any problem with the rules so far. The problem is just that when you have people involved, people are always fucked up and shitty and have their own problems, and they, behave poorly in the system, even if the system itself isn't problematic.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I agree. I think you could make an analogy to like the combustion engine. Like the combustion engine, I think, is an imperfect thing. It works great, but I think a lot of energy is lost to heat. I think maybe it's like around 40% energy efficiency. Science is kind of the same way. Like it's a great thing, but you have to consider that it's not totally efficient because there are these inefficiencies. Exactly like you say. People are the inefficiencies.
You have to consider the human flaw. That's always going to be. And I think, as you said, though, I do think big problem is that the left too often is operating under the idea that people are behaving in a rational way.
Yes,
and
I
thus,
agree.
When they see people voting in specific ways, I think that's part of why they jump to racism, because they're like, well, if you're seeing this in the rational way that I believe I'm seeing it, the only possible explanation is that you're a racist or you're a sexist or you're blah, 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 whatever.
Mhm.
Where I think the right has a far better grasp of understanding that people behave emotionally
Yeah.
and irrationally.
They're so triggered by that. They're so triggered. It's so funny because I tweet about this all the time, just how the left has huge blind spots.
Right.
And the whole point of talking about it is to try to see around those blind spots. And then they just feel insulted, completely irrational, fall into the what we're talking about. And
Yep.
they won't even examine it from a logical perspective. You're like, you're not being logical. You're irrational. What? How dare you call me irrational? I'm completely logical.
No one wants to accept like a world shattering belief that like, oh, don't you know that like everyone's fucking stupid? Like people are not operating under like logic and rationality. Like most people don't have free will. Like no one wants to accept these like pretty big, I would say, truths about human behavior.
There's another level to this too, because I do think that they are willing to accept that people are stupid and irrational as long as they're the other people. Like our team is completely logical. The other team is completely irrational and stupid. Yeah.
Right. That's the normal way of thinking. Yes. Everyone that doesn't believe what I believe or vote the way I vote is stupid. Yeah. I mean, I want to be clear. When I say stupid, I don't mean like low IQ. I mean,
you do. You're totally being.
No, I don't.
Sitch is the elitist on the show.
Generally,
just
when
so
I
you
say
guys know.
I can be elitist, I'm 100%.
I am a man of the people.
I am 100% elitist. Okay. I have free will.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know who else has free will?
Elitist.
The people that donate to the show, but no one else in the entire human existence has free will. So I'm definitely elitist. But when I say stupid, what I mean is not that people are low IQ. What I mean is people that are either uninformed or more likely that they are just operating under their elephant rider. They're operating under their intuition and their emotion, and they're not actually taking the time to question why they believe the things that they do to try to see if it's actually objective or based in reality.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to get a good pal that you trust. It's going to challenge you. That's a good part of it too.
Well, I agree with that. Absolutely. And that no one I know is really advocating to keep quiet. It's a third tactical option that's being offered, which is to say, in the same way that voting blocs like unions have been able to coordinate masses of voters and deliver them to politicians in return for certain promises, that some portion of progressives, be they leftist, former Sanders supporters, young people, Black Lives Matter protesters, whatever collective group there is.
We need a better term for like leftists.
Yeah, we do.
It's such a bad term because leftist technically means people on the left that are not liberals. It means everyone to the left. I mean, I think that's what's supposed to mean. It means everyone to the left of liberals, but I don't think that's how it's read by most people.
No, it means just anyone on the left side of the political spectrum.
But that's not what it is. We need someone needs to come up with a better term for this group of crazy ass people.
Could condition one's vote for Biden against Trump on Joe Biden delivering some goods the same way, yes, the Sunrise Movement did.
Now let's take that position. Suppose you're one of these people. It's
so funny because he's like, suppose you're one of these people. Bitch, we all know what's going on here. We all know you're one of these people, okay?
Well, I agree in politics is transactional. It's funny that people are finally waking up to this. I was watching something just the other day, some black gentleman responding to that P. Diddy came out and is trying to found his own black party.
Mm-hmm.
And they were responding to this and having a conversation about the transactional nature of politics. You know, the Democrats are not making promises to us, and they're not keeping those promises. So I'm all in favor of that. I think that's how politics works. You either accept it or you just live in denial.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. I think the problem with a lot of the quote unquote black issues, I hate to phrase it that way, but that's what we're talking about, is that it seemed like the country was going in a very positive direction. And it seemed like race issues were going in a positive direction. They were just going in a direction slowly, but I think that's the only way they can go. I think it's a slow change. But now with all the critical race theory and the way race issues are framed today, it's like, oh, people are expecting like someone to be president or something, and they're just going to snap their fingers and suddenly like, wealth inequality between blacks and whites, it's going to magically just in like a day just somehow even out. And you're like, no, this is something that's going to take like generations to overcome.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've attempted to overcome it through affirmative action, but it just hasn't worked. I mean, that was the goal of affirmative action, right?
Right.
November 3rd.
Conditioned on whatever terms.
Not conditioned. Suppose that your demands were not met. Would you vote against Trump?
Then no, there's no persuasive value. There's no leverage if the vote is unconditional.
You wouldn't vote against Trump.
No, in this scenario, yeah.
Right.
Chomsky's totally dying inside here. He's like, Chomsky just hates Trump. You can tell he hates Trump. We got to look up some good stuff on Chomsky getting triggered on Trump.
Yeah. But it's funny. Well, what his point is that like, he's like, well, your threat is is a hollow threat. It's an empty threat because you can't go through with it. That's what he's saying.
Right. Well, but seriously, I mean, this came up. I don't know if you saw the thing with Ice Cube, but Ice Cube basically got some heat because he came up with another 13-point plan for the black community, and he reached out to both campaigns, and the Democrats said, we'll talk to you after the election, and the Republicans said, let's talk. What do you got? What ideas do you got? We're here to wheel and deal. We need black votes. What do you want? This is the transactional nature of politics. But when politics becomes ideological, you literally can only go to one party. And guess what happens when you can only go to one party? They can string you along for fucking ever. Like until you can go to the car dealership across the street and buy a car, you're stuck. You're paying whatever they want to charge you.
Yep. But see, that was what was interesting, because people have been making the issue that the Republicans should be like, the Republicans kind of fucked themselves on a lot of the immigration issue because they could be poaching a lot of traditional conservative value Hispanic people from South America and Central America.
Well, they are.
And yet they don't.
They do, though. What do you the numbers? Trump's numbers with Latino voters is off the charts because Latino voters are not in favor of illegal
when you say
immigration.
Off the charts, that's not
for
higher.
a Republican, obviously.
They're higher than Mitt Romney's. Okay, but
right.
The Democrats still have a huge, overwhelming majority of them.
They're off the charts.
Okay,
you don't like my hyperbolia? My hyperbolia?
No, don't like it.
Which means you would have Trump win, because not voting for one candidate, not voting for Biden, is equivalent to putting Trump one vote ahead. So your choice is, okay, if they don't do what I want, I'll essentially vote for Trump. I'll put Trump ahead.
Hey, Chomsky, here's another option. Go to Trump. What? Ask Trump. Say, Trump, we need some climate change stuff. How do you feel about solar panels?
That's a wise decision.
So the argument then is, if people are asking Joe Biden to do things that are electorally beneficial to him, if they're asking him to support policies like the Green New Deal that overwhelming majorities of Americans support.
What?
False. This is why I hate these fucking people. They always lie so much.
They believe these lies.
Yeah, like
someone lied to them. They're playing telephone.
They're like, why? I don't understand. This is where they have like these crazy conspiracy mindsets. They say, because they trick themselves. They say, America overwhelmingly supports the Green New Deal and supports Bernie Sanders and supports our like leftist communist policies and all this other shit. And it's like, no, none of this is true. Because what happens is there's some poll that says like, do you support the Green New Deal? And someone says yes. And they don't know like what the fuck that means. They go, it's green. It's in a new deal. That sounds great. And then if you keep looking at the poll, they then ask them like specific policies that are in the poll. And everyone says no. It was the same thing with healthcare. Like they did, everyone's like, oh, everyone's in favor of like
universal healthcare.
universal health care. And then the Bernie people say, see, this shows that everyone should support us. But then when they specifically ask, well, do you support, the Bernie's plan to make private healthcare illegal, or do you support Biden's plan to make public option available, but private still available? And it's like 90% support Joe Biden's plan, and only like 50% or 60% of Democrats will support, Bernie Sanders' plan. So there's like this huge difference, and they fucking, it's just so dishonest. They never acknowledge it.
Well, Biden has the problem of he might have a slip and fall as he delivers his plan to the Congress. So we got to take into account, he could break a hip.
But this is what leads them down this path, because since they're operating under this faulty view, since these people have literally, maybe they're not being dishonest in that. I think Gray believes this. She's cognitively dissonance tricked herself into believing this. And so the only alternative available to her is that, therefore, there must be a conspiracy in the DNC, in the mainstream, the capitalist conspiracy by the rich elites to prevent, all the people from getting the things they want.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. That's why it's so fun to watch.
bipartisan majorities of Americans. And yet he still declines to adopt said policies. Yes, he moved someone on the Green New Deal. He went from a $1.7 trillion plan over 10 years to a $2 trillion plan over 4 years, and that is meaningful. Of course, it pales in comparison to the level of investment that many climate scientists.
$2 trillion in batteries in landfills. How does that make you feel, Sitch?
I know. So I'm looking right now. There's a poll by Washington Post. So obviously, on the left. And it says 20% of Americans said they support the Green New Deal. 20%.
20%.
Yeah, 20%.
1 in 5.
Yeah. 20% said they oppose it. So
Oh my
God. Basically a wash. And 59% said they haven't had enough. They haven't heard enough to form an opinion.
Overwhelming support. Listen to that.
Yeah, overwhelming support.
So everyone that's heard about it is split. I mean, that could just be, that's like a coin toss.
So I don't know I don't know what numbers she's polling from when she claims that there's this overwhelming support.
I'm just trying to make it true.
Oh, okay. Here, maybe she's talking about this. It said like something like there's some different poll that said like 60% of millennials support it. So okay,
overwhelming support from
overwhelming
millennials.
support from the people that are the lowest voting turnout. Okay.
Yeah, that's not how politics works.
Yes.
Scientists absolutely necessary for us to meet the UN IPCC goals to actually getting where we need to be in terms of degrees Celsius change.
All of this is common ground, but it's missing the point.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, what are you intending to do on November 3rd? If you say, and you mean what you're saying, if you don't vote, put Medicare for all on your program, I'm going to give a vote to Trump. If that's what you mean, say it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then what you're saying.
You can feel it, because it's so funny, because Chomsky can feel like that they're not speaking honestly. Like he's like, just tell me what the fuck you're saying. Like you're speaking in like coded terms. You're trying to softball it. You're trying to be like smoother. Just tell me what the fuck you're saying. Tell me what you want, lady.
Yeah.
Is if I don't get what I want, I'm going to help the worst possible candidate into office. I think that's crazy.
Well, what is the consequence? What are the long-term consequences of everybody on the broad left, Democrats?
He kind of fucked up here, because what he should have done is the first thing he said. He should have established. He should have had them on record say, "Do you believe in climate change, and do you think it's like an existential threat?" You have to solidify. That's the basis of his argument. You have to solidify that point immediately, because then it's harder for them to kind of like play this dance game that they're playing.
Yeah, they don't believe it. I'm on the.
You don't think they do?
No, I don't think they believe it's an existential threat. I think they tell themselves that, but I don't think they honestly believe it.
I disagree. I don't know. What are you basing that off of?
If you believed something like that, you wouldn't have the kind of voter turnout that you have. Like people would show up.
I mean these two people specifically.
Well, she's talking about voting third party.
Yeah, but that again, so you're falling into the trap of assuming that they're functioning and making decisions based on rational thought.
Well, no, I'm assuming, like everyone, that they're irrational, thinking irrationally. Yes.
Right.
But I understand how fear works. Like, I've had fear of existential threats. They do drive behavior. Like, you can't help yourself when you're literally afraid of something.
Right.
Existentially, when you're
right.
So they're not acting as if this is an existential threat. They're not behaving in that way whatsoever.
So I think what I would say is that I'm assuming that these people logically, rationally, if you ask them, they'll say my brain believes climate change is an existential threat, but they don't feel the fear you're talking about. They don't have this strong, overwhelming emotional fear of climate change. Instead, all their emotions are focused on like systemic racism and
Well,
blah.
I do think though their behavior is in line with their fear of like police brutality against blacks.
No, 100%.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is that fear that you would see tangible behavior affect that fear, regardless of what they say, is not anywhere near the issue of climate change.
No, exactly, and that's what's so hilarious because it's like, your risk of being an unarmed person killed by the police is like less than
is lower than climate change. Yes.
Yeah, it's like I think you're more likely to be killed by like a dog.
Yeah.
Than you are like be unarmed and shot by the police or something.
Right.
Like, So, but yeah, this is humans have a very bad capacity for
discerning,
figuring out what is a problem in their life for focusing on the right things. Humans have a very bad ability to do that.
The Democrats have done a good job of fear-mongering people to the polls on the policing problem. They really have, because people do believe it. And I don't know what the polls are, but it's probably pretty high up there with it's so crazy because it's the perfect thing for politicians, because it's like, we'll solve a problem that doesn't exist. This will be cheap.
Right. I mean,
it's like we don't have to do anything.
That really shows how irrational people are, because it's like, okay, you have the video of Floyd, dying. It's like really fucked up. And just because it's like a video and there's like this image to it, you see it and you're able to create this strong emotion in your brain.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you said, you feel this fear bubbles up inside of you. But with climate change, even if you believe climate change exists, there's no video of like a cop putting their knee on a glacier's neck and melting it and then making someone die. Like, there's no equivalent. There's no like visual equivalent.
There is
that
the
creates
polar
that
bear
emotion.
They use the polar bear with like the cub. They're like trapped
but no one cares.
on the...
no one gives a shit about that.
Oh no,
like,
you
whatever.
can't watch that and not think. Like, as soon as you pin that to climate change, you're like, and as soon as you watch like the cub,
people are like, I've seen the polar bear,
the drowning polar bear.
They've seen that before. They don't give a shit.
You have no heart, Sitch.
I don't care.
People care about the drowning polar bear.
They don't care about the drowning polar bear. Nope.
Liberals, everyone, saying that under any circumstances, we will vote for a Democratic candidate as long as they are incrementally better than the Republican candidate. Does that way of thinking contribute to the rightward shift of the Democratic Party over years? And what mechanism will ever stop that shift if we're not willing to ever, under any circumstances, leverage our votes?
So
this is such a false view of reality too, and of history, because she's a national press secretary for a major candidate for president, doesn't understand the shift to the right that happened in the 80s, why it happened, and then the current shift that's going on right now. Like, you think, who's saying that Obama was more conservative than Bill Clinton?
Yeah,
because that's what she just said. That's what she just said. It's just, and then if you look at Joe Biden's,
if you're a communist,
what he's running on,
of course Obama's conservative. Come on. Come on.
No,
now.
but okay, I know that. Yeah, she'll probably say that Obama's conservative, but she's making the argument that Obama's more conservative than Bill Clinton, because she says the Democrats keep getting pushed to the right. Which, I don't know what fucking world you're living in right now. Because if you look at Joe Biden's policy platform that he's running on, it's far more to the left than Obama's was.
Yeah, and Trump being an anti-war president makes me think like that's pretty being pushed to the left. So I don't know. I mean, it's issue by issue, right?
Well, I don't know if you can consider this is unfortunately, I think this is the problem with classifying things as left versus right, because technically being isolationist or being pro-war shouldn't be a left-right issue. It's kind of a different issue. So you had because you had the neocons who were very focused on foreign intervention, but there's a lot of right-wing isolationism in our history. So I don't know if you can classify that as like a left-right issue.
Yeah, I look at the values more than anything because I think various issues can switch party hands. Like,
sure,
Trump is obviously, I mean, he wants the black vote. He's saying, you know, I'll do prison reform. I'll do police reform. I'll do whatever I have to do to get the black vote. So it's like, I'm not
but
partisan
at the same
on
time
these
he's
issues.
saying, but at the same time he's saying, you know, oh, I'm the candidate of law and order. Blue lives
You don't think
matter.
blacks want law and order? I think blacks want law and order.
Okay, so the idea that's being posed is that he's saying, I don't believe that police are the issue. There's a lot to unpack when someone says that they're in favor of the law and order candidate, right? Or that they are the law and order candidate.
I guess. I mean, if you think law and order candidate means like the Gestapo, which is the way the left frames it, but I don't think the law and order. I don't think that's what conservatives mean when they say the law and order candidate.
No. Obviously, I don't think that's what conservatives mean. But I'm saying when you have candidates use vague terms, okay, without specific policy prescriptions, there's a reason that they do that.
Oh, I know. It's a very good reason.
Right. And they know everyone's going to interpret it their own way. So I'm saying when Trump says law and order, he knows that people on the right are going to interpret that as like, you know, oh, I'm pro-police, I'm anti-Black Lives Matter, I, you know, want to stomp down on the protest and the Antifa and all that shit.
I know. It's great. Right. They interpret it that way, and then someone else interprets it.
And then the left interprets it as, I want to stop down on all the protests, you know, illegally or incorrectly. I want to have, you know, federal troopers in every state. You know, I want to be the fascist takeover, blah, 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 blah. I hate black people, blah, 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 blah. So that's what I'm saying. I don't see Trump pandering to the black community the way that you're describing it.
Pandering is such an evil word. I mean, come on.
Well, what's the nice way of saying pandering? I don't know.
Well, he wants their votes, and it's transactional. He's like, hey,
I don't see it. I don't see what you're referring to.
I brought up my political spectrum because I just think it's interesting. So I have these 4 political spectrums that I constantly pay attention to for left and right. She mentioned one of them. That's why I brought it up. The original origin of the left-right spectrum is radical change versus no change, and she's advocating for radical change now. So I have a left to right spectrum for those of you just listening that has radical change on the left and ossification on the right, and the balanced position, the enlightened centrist position in the center, obviously.
There you go.
But I have incremental change, which she literally said incremental change, and said it like it was a dirty word. That's why she's obviously for radical change.
Well, that's how you know that she's a critical race theorist.
Yeah. They in order to have these beliefs that you can just by decree come out with a new list of rules and society's not going to crumble or rebel. It's so bizarre. Like their understanding of human nature. Right? Yeah.
You can just force people to make these huge, broad societal changes. But this is the problem, is because since she's already operating under this conspiratorial thinking that the only thing that's keeping people down is that there's like these elites that exist in power, and they're just pushing their foot and their boot on people's necks, and all you have to do is just lift the boot and then everyone will just stand up. Like this is the view of the world that she has.
Totally. Which
is totally devoid and detached from reality.
This is a useful spectrum though, because you have people on the right, on the far, like you have bubble people on the right just as much as you have bubble people on the left. The problem with the bubble people on the left is that they work, you know, they're writers at the New York Times. They have all this cultural power. The bubble people on the right are screaming on Twitter and don't have any power whatsoever. So that's why we tend to focus on the left.
Well, to be fair, a lot of them are in Congress. So.
Okay. I mean, I don't pay much attention to them. So if they're in Congress, well, they're probably in Congress because that's a good way to get to Congress. That goes to the point that I want to make. So the people on the right will cast incremental change as radical change all the time. They'll conflate those two to say, oh, you know, they want to do this radical change when really it's just incremental change. And we need incremental change, for heaven's sakes, or we're doomed for ossification. But
or we die.
Yeah, exactly. But the left will do the same conflation with respect for tradition. Like any respect for tradition is ossification. Oh my God, we got to throw that thing out, tear those statues down. What are we doing? We need to move on.
Right. And that's what's so funny about the critical race theorists and people that denounce incremental change, that these people are all denouncing Martin Luther King Jr. and the whole civil rights movement and everything about that.
Yeah, they're basically saying he got no wins whatsoever. Of course he got wins. What are you talking about? We don't celebrate a Martin Luther King holiday because the guy did nothing.
Nothing has changed, Adam. Okay, everything's the same as it was under Jim Crow. Okay, everything's the same.
But I think this political spectrum is also interesting too, because people always give centrists a hard time. Like, you can't cut the baby in half. What the fuck? You're an idiot. What are you talking about? You can only take one. You either take ossification as a position or you take radical change as a position. There's no middle ground. There's no in between. Get off my lawn, you scummy centrist.
Right.
It's so bad.
What you're thinking through is we should help Trump win because maybe in the long run, that'll affect the Democratic Party. That's a terrible choice.
It's not so bad a choice, Chomsky. What are you talking about?
No,
it's not a terrible choice.
It's funny in terms of that the radical ideologues, they always have this like really fucking stupid view that they're like, oh, well, if I don't support, you know, like the people like Gray and the Bernie bro people are thinking like, oh, if Trump wins again, that's going to force the Democrats next election to choose, you know, Bernie Sanders or AOC or the more radical candidate. And it's like, that's not how any of this works.
No,
it never works that way.
Yeah. Plus 4 years goes by. All these policies happen. You just, you lose time on the field. It's terrible.
Well, yeah, well, that's it. I mean, that's what Noam Chomsky's arguing. He's saying you're losing all the time, all the judges, all the stuff that's happening in the field. But it's just, it seems like the problem is that the extreme ideologues, they always think that they're part of the majority. They always cast themselves as part of the silent majority, and they never are.
True.
Ever.
Yeah.
They're always part of the vocal minority.
She's already cast herself that way when she said the Green New Deal is like overwhelming support. Of course I'm in the majority here. Everyone wants to be a communist.
It's funny because I was looking at more of the Green New Deal polls, and so many of them, they're like, it's so bullshit. They're like, oh, you know, would you support or oppose policies designed to prevent pollution and climate change?
Of course. Like, of course.
What the fuck? Or I love this one. It's like, would you support or oppose a Green New Deal, a policy in which the federal government creates jobs and invests in low-income communities building energy-efficient infrastructure? It's like, oh, I don't know. When you describe it like that, of course I'm going to be in favor of it. Like, it's so dumb.
It's all based on the wording. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
As soon as you do it, like, how much would you pay for something like this? And have them put a dollar figure down. And then all of a sudden you get back all your surveys and it says $0 at the bottom of every one of them.
Right.
Like, okay, well, maybe this isn't a popular policy.
Trump, as you're proposing, would mean 4 more years of destruction of the environment, getting possibly to tipping points, which would be irreversible, certainly making any effort to deal with it very difficult. It would mean sacking the judiciary with young, ultra-right lawyers, top to bottom, so that nothing would be possibly done for a generation, and I can go on and on. I don't think that's a wise choice, just on the hope that maybe sometime in the long term.
So that's the most condescending I've ever heard. Yeah, old man.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party will pay attention to the fact that you're part of the 50% of non-voters. I think that's a very poor judgment.
I take that very seriously. I take the multi-generational threat very seriously. You know, as a Black American whose family members have been living as a third tier in American society, my mother was born into an America that didn't recognize her basic human rights. In 1960, she's a relatively young woman. And obviously the kinds of the world that my grandparents and great-grandparents had to live through was much more dramatically unequal than even that. And so what concerns me is the way in which the vote blue no matter who mindset basically privileges more recent concerns that are equally grave as more long-standing concerns that are.
Well, she's making the same exact argument as Candace Owens. What?
Can you imagine constructing that phrase? Privileges more recent concerns, even if they're grave. So that's like, for example, that's like saying there's a giant meteor hurtling towards Earth that's going to destroy all life on the planet. Okay. And you have one candidate who says, we need to stop this meteor from destroying the Earth. And the other candidate says, I don't see the meteor. I think the meteor is a hoax. Okay. And then Noam Chomsky says, this is obviously not the situation. This is a hypothetical, but Noam Chomsky says to this lady, hey, we got to vote for the candidate who believes the meteor is going to destroy our Earth, because if we don't, we're all going to die. And she says, yeah, but don't you think that's very privileged of you to worry about this immediate concern that's going to destroy a life, and not to concern yourself with the past history of systemic racism that's a very slow and vague and more, not as pressing issue?
Yeah,
the privilege of not fucking dying. Like, are you insane? Like, this person's fucking lunatic.
I don't think she buys any of this stuff. And speak to her making exactly the same argument as Candace Owens. The only thing different between her argument and Candace Owens is willing to go to the Republican Party to get whatever they can get out of them in exchange for
I don't
electoral.
think that's a fair assessment of the situation.
Well, you didn't let me finish and she's saying, I'm not going to vote Republican, but I will deny my vote to the Democrats.
I think that's even you made a more unfair assessment.
Why?
Candace Owens' position. Because I agree with the first part that yes, Candace Owens is definitely, her point that she's been repeated again and again is that
politics is transactional.
Politics is transactional, and that the Democrats have taken advantage of the Black population because they know the Black population will always vote for them overwhelmingly. That's true.
And we should go to Candace Owens is saying, and we should go to the Republicans. We should see what we could get out of the Republicans.
That's the part that's bullshit, though. Even if she says that, that's bullshit, because she doesn't actually believe that, because she buys into all of the most right-wing extreme dogma about the fact that there shouldn't be any social welfare programs. Everyone has to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Everything is, blah, 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 blah. She buys into all the rhetoric. So she's not making the argument that the Black community should turn to the Republicans to demand the reform she wants, because she doesn't agree with the reform that the Black community wants.
She's soft on the demands that she wants for the Black community. She's like, let's just go to the Republicans and want what they want.
Exactly.
She's soft on the demands, but but you have you do have other people in the Black community like Ice Cube, P. Diddy doing a terrible version of it, but they're saying, listen, we have demands as a community, and we want those demands met in exchange for our vote. Politics is transactional. Get over it. I mean, it's true.
Is it okay? I'm confusing this, and it's not because I'm racist. I'm a person of shadow. I'm the most oppressed minority, of all time. I'm constantly oppressed by all light sources in existence. I always confuse Ice Cube and Ice-T, and that's because their names are the fucking same. Okay,
you racist.
Which is the one
Ice Cube was in Friday.
Okay, no, I know who the people are. Okay, I have their. I'm not saying I confused the people. I'm saying, I mean their faces. Which is the one that was posting all the anti-Semitic shit on Twitter, and which was the one that wasn't doing that?
I think the Ice-T must have been doing that, because I don't think Ice Cube is anti-Semitic. Ice Cube is the one that got mad at Bill Maher for using the N-word and gave him a huge hard time about it.
No, you're wrong. It's the other way around. Ice Cube is the one that was posting all the anti-Semitic images.
Oh, he is? Okay, I just didn't know anything
Ice-T was the
about
one that wasn't.
it. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, I didn't know either one of them were posting anti-Semitic shit. Only Nick Cannon is the only black guy that I know.
Ice Cube was it was during that Nick Cannon time. Ice Cube was completely defending Nick Cannon.
Oh, okay.
And he was posting all sorts of weird anti-Semitic shit. Like conspiracy, like.
Well, at least he wasn't an anti-people of shadow, right?
That's true. That's true.
It doesn't change the point that I'm making. So Ice Cube is a big fat fucking racist.
Yes, it does. He's a bigot. So that means you're
well.
wrong.
I agree. I think most of the. I mean, P. Diddy came out and said like all white people are evil. Like he's a fucking racist. Get the fuck out of here. You want to start your own black party? Go for it. I'm just saying. Politics is transactional. If you're voting and you feel like you're getting fucked over, you should probably not vote for that party.
Right. No, definitely. But the question is, and the whole issue that Noam Chomsky's making is he's saying, well, this isn't the time because we're all going to get killed by the meteor. Which is why I find this podcast so enlightening, because they claim to believe the meteor is coming, but then they act like it's not, as you said.
Because they don't believe it. My argument is that they don't believe it.
Yeah, but I think they do. But it's just, to me, this is just evidence of the fact that people don't behave rationally. They behave emotionally.
I don't know that they even believe all the race stuff. I mean, she's talking. She's probably talking about.
She's a true believer. She's a true believer. Come on.
Yeah, but it's a microaggression. It's like some girl looked at me funny at a party. Racism.
Yeah, but they convince themselves that it's true.
I agree. Yeah, but they're not as convinced on the climate change. They're like, yeah, I don't really believe that one. I'll say I do because I'm talking to Noam Chomsky, but.
Whale Ears for $5 says they think they're going to push the Democrats to the left, but the Democrats need to win moderates, and the Dems know that these extremists will vote for them anyway. Exactly. That's why this whole idea is so stupid that they're like, oh, it was the same thing for the people on the right. They're like, oh, the extremists who say like, oh, if we don't vote for a candidate, that's going to push our party further to the extreme. Like these people are literally delusional.
Yeah, that's why this is fascinating, because the conversation that they need to have is the one that we're having, but they will never have, because you got three extremists talking to one another, which are just in this complete, information bubble.
But it's interesting because it seems like that Noam Chomsky, even though he's an extremist, he's coming from it like he's trying to operate under his own pragmatic logic of what he believes is the most important issue, where the people he's talking to claim to agree that that's the most important issue, but then they behave as if it's not.
Right.
So to me, this makes it seem like all the woke shit in the SJWs is basically like a suicidal religious cult who is basically willing to throw away human life in their own lives in order to push their ideology. This is how this podcast comes off to me.
Well, that's true though. I mean, if you're suffering, your podcast is only making $28,000 a month, and you're really hard up for resources.
Right.
You're gonna think the world is against you.
Daniel Collective 1 for $9.99 says the only reason you think Trump isn't helping the black community is because the voice of the black community is exclusively filtered through the left, and anyone not following that is shut down. I agree. That I sort of agree, and I sort of don't agree. I agree that a lot of the voice of the quote unquote black concerns. I hate.
What is black? I hate it too.
I know.
I listen.
But there's no language to talk about it, properly. But black concerns are generally voiced through a left-wing perspective. But I don't know. I think that's because whenever you have a situation where a group of people is in an underprivileged situation, obviously they want more government intervention. And so if you have one party that's in favor of government intervention, one party that's not in favor of government intervention, that's just the way things are going to work out.
Yes.
We're built in this and says, we have to vote for X candidate to prevent X ill from happening. At the same time, those who have suffered under the status quo never seem to get an opportunity to have their issues heard, because a maintenance of the status quo is always a number one priority that will do anything to preserve. And I think that when you look at a lot of who is feeling disaffected right now, it is a lot of younger Black voters who felt like there was an opportunity to pull the lever and do things the right way with Barack Obama, but who don't see any real change having materialized, and that the status quo for them just simply isn't good enough. How do we change?
See, this is why I'm telling you that this person and the woke leftist, communist, SJWs, whatever you want to call them, that these people are literally living in a suicide cult, because she's saying, I don't care that the meteor is coming. Okay. I don't care that we're about to get killed. I've been tricked by you people before. So fuck you. Like that's basically what she's saying.
Yeah. I don't like the term status quo because I don't necessarily know. It's one of those words that you can interpret in so many different ways that it's not really useful. I mean, I realize people use it for political gain in the same way that you keep things vague, because then people don't necessarily know what to expect, kind of like we were just talking about. But the living under, I mean, the status quo, I mean, I just wish I knew what she was talking about. Like, is there not enough upward mobility for people? I mean, I don't necessarily know what the situation is, but I think a lot of people, you know, if they explain their situation, so much of it is mindset. If you're in a bad situation, like neither of us want to see people being yoked by a bad situation for long periods of time. Like, we want to see people be able to have upward mobility and be able to make themselves a better life, and we don't want to see people, you know,
most
targeted
people,
by the police. Any of those things.
I think the overwhelming majority of people, I think there's a very small minority of people that are like the white nationalists, super racist. Okay. Most people want to see everyone in America succeed, not only because that's just general human empathy, but also because it helps them. It helps if everyone's doing better, everyone's doing better. It's going to help them too.
Yeah.
And I think people realize this. The issue, it seems to be, is how do you solve the issues of income inequality and wealth inequality, specifically among racial lines? Is that I don't think it's a question of people not saying that it doesn't exist. The question is, well, how do we fix it, and why does it exist?
Well, and what is the status quo?
The issue.
Yeah, what is the status quo? Because if the status quo is things that we don't have the possibility to fix. The guys that I was listening to yesterday who were critiquing P. Diddy's video were saying, you know, it's a problem in our community that we have to fix. Like, it's nothing government can do, and asking the government to fix it is not the way to solve the problem.
Right. Well, I don't know. That's the thing.
I don't either. I'm not a part of that community. Like, I don't have a say. Who cares? You guys figure it out. And if there's something that the government can do to help, you know, vote for the party that's going to give you that thing. But I don't see people asking for stuff. I mean, the prison reform is an interesting situation because somebody said, you know, it was a specific thing that they could ask for. Healthcare is a specific thing, but this grievance stuff, well, I mean, what do you want? You want like are police supposed to smile now? Do we have to like what do you want?
Well, this is why I hate the term systemic racism, because basically it's been constructed by critical race theorists where they say, if we can look at any outcome and see that there's some disproportionate process, any sort of disproportionate results based on race, there must be some type of racism inherent in the system somewhere.
Yeah.
And they keep jumping back and forth between, well, that means that the individual police are racist, or maybe it means the laws are racist. Like, you can't ever pin it down, because then when you go through it with them, they keep jumping because they're operating on the axiom that no, it's already racist just because of the outcome. When there could be a very good reason for why the outcome exists that should be solved. Definitely a problem, but that doesn't have to do with this like weird thinking of like it's racism.
Well, not even, I don't know. Can you really solve it if it's something that the population doesn't really want to solve? That's the problem that I have, because
well, of course you can. Well, first of all, we don't know what the problem is.
What
I don't
the problem
think anyone has
is,
a
yes,
clear
exactly.
grasp on what the problem is.
Yes.
Because it's so politicized. Because you have the left says that the problem is racism, and then that jumps into what exactly is racism. Is individual racism? Is it the whole systems of racism? It's all super fucking vague. And then, the right says, well, no, it's not. It's the culture is negative. It's the marriage rates. It's, X, Y, Z. And I think that you could try, at least if we could figure out what the problem is, you could at least try to fix it. Okay. But no one can agree on what the problem is. And that's the first issue.
There's a disparity in interest for sports between men and women. If you categorize that as a problem that needs to be fixed, you create all these other problems.
Exactly, but that's no one cares about that, right?
Right, but that could be happening in other areas too. Like no one's defining the problem clearly enough that you can see that.
Yeah, exactly. And we have to make sure that the shout out to Nathan Margolis. Adam, you're so bad.
Here you go.
Shout out to Nathan Margolis for running the clip channel. If you want to watch clips of the streams instead of watching us talk for 24 hours straight, click the link in the description below. Make sure you subscribe and check out the highlights of the stream every week.
It's actually better now because I think we have like 1,000 viewers. So
yes, so check it. I actually had a friend of mine yesterday just said, he's like, Sitch, I'm so glad you have that clip channel because I talk to your dumb ass enough in real life that I don't want to hear you talk for 48 hours on end. So it's nice to just hear the little bits, the little pieces. And I'm like, you're welcome.
I was trying to think how many hours we've actually hung out, because if we're on show 107 and like our average show is 5 hours, man, we've logged quite a lot of time together.
I mean, I think by common law, me and Adam are already married. So,
Well, my wife will probably have a problem with that. I don't know. The state of California
you
might have a
spent more
problem
time
with
with me than your wife, Adam. Okay.
Not true. Not true. I've probably spent more time at the grocery store with my wife than I've spent with you.
Oh no.
She takes forever at the fucking grocery store.
Women, am I right, fellas?
I know, fellas.
Am I right,
fellas? Are you like, what is it about the grocery store? We're in and out.
That we keep that pattern from recurring, so voters have some confidence that pulling the lever isn't just going to maintain the status quo, but do something more.
So,
and she defines what the status quo is by saying she wants more.
Right.
More what? Women should watch more sports? I'm with you. Women should watch more sports. I say we put together one of those chairs from the Clockwork Orange and make them watch them. Problem solved.
What you're saying is, in order to get my voice heard, what I will do is help put into office a candidate who is dedicated to destroying the prospects for human life on Earth.
Oh my God, a moment of silence. Did you guys miss that part of Trump's campaign promise where he said, I will destroy.
People have been telling me that I am the very best at destroying all human life on the planet.
The prospect of human life. It's even worse.
The prospect of human life.
Not only will human life be annihilated, just the mere prospect of coming back will be destroyed.
But what's so interesting about this conversation is that she never denies that claim.
She's just, dude, she's like, Grandpa had too much Metamucil today. Come on, he's drunk.
Now, see, I think that's the big disagreement. So you think that she doesn't believe, I think she does believe that, but she doesn't care.
We'd have to dig in. Maybe she believes it. I don't know. I feel like they just give lip service to all this stuff. They're not worried about climate change.
By racing towards environmental catastrophe.
You hear Sitch over there Googling. Sitch is
typing,
like, I'm going to find
her
out.
name and
I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out.
Yes.
She's the head of the climate change. She's an ambassador to the climate change accord.
Who is stacking the entire judiciary with young lawyers who, for a generation, will be able to block any progressive legislation.
Oh my God.
Who will?
How bad is it? How bad is it? How bad is it? Give us a straight dirt. Come on, we got to know.
Oh my God. So this is from last December.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Almost
This
a
is from
year
last
ago.
December.
She could have changed her mind, Sitch.
So some lady named, who is this? I don't know who this fucking is. I don't know. Some lady says, some blue check mark on Twitter says, if you're in a mental state where any of the top Democrat candidates running for president is some kind of existential threat to humanity, please seek help. You may think one will lose. You may disagree with them on policy, but none of them are Armageddon. Get a grip. Okay.
Mm-hmm. She wrote that?
And
Gray?
No. This is someone else wrote this.
Okay.
And then she retweeted that and said, when you don't take climate change seriously. Okay.
Oh my God.
And then directly under it, she posts a picture that says the Sunrise 2020 presidential candidate scorecard. And it has Bernie Sanders as an A and Joe Biden as an F-. Okay.
On climate change?
Yes.
Really?
So in December of 2019, this lady who's now speaking to Noam Chomsky is saying that climate change is an existential threat that will bring Armageddon to the world, and that Joe Biden is just not strong enough on the environment. Okay, so she makes this argument that it is an important issue.
It's political expedience right there. And also
Right.
just the fact that she tweeted that means she's never going to vote for Joe Biden. Like, she can't. She's put herself in a box here because he gets an F on climate change. So voting for Joe Biden is the same as voting for Trump. She might as well vote for Trump. Yeah. Why didn't she just say Chomsky? Why didn't she just show Chomsky that tweet? She's like, listen, Joe Biden is an F on climate change, Chomsky. Get a grip.
Will continue to dismantle the arms control regime, which is somewhat protecting us from nuclear war. I can go on and on. I will do.
Yeah, I don't get that. So he's saying Trump is dismantling something that's like Trump is going to get us into a nuclear war. It sounds like he's saying Trump is not a neocon. So I don't know.
I don't know what he's talking about there.
That because that'll help me get my voice heard. No, I'm sorry, it won't.
Professor, I wouldn't argue that I am helping Trump. I would argue that if the Democratic Party, if Joe Biden as a candidate were unwilling to concede these very common sense concessions that would help him in electoral context and would also be the right thing to do, that it is he who would be enabling Trump, and that framing the onus as decidedly on the voter instead of the politician who's in a position of power to actually affect the outcome is wrongly doing a kind of voter shaming that continues to have the effect of suppressing the vote among people who are, I think, very valiantly asking for a better world. And yes,
there's so much going on.
How is she wrong? How is she wrong, sis?
She's 100% wrong. Everything she said is wrong. There's so much going on here. Okay, so first of all, she's operating under the classic leftist lens of everything in the world has to be viewed through power. Okay. Joe Biden.
Well, that part's bullshit. Yeah, definitely.
Are these, the powerful, and the people voting for them are the powerless. And so therefore,
it's opposite, but
so therefore the Joe Biden and the DNC have like the power to oppress the individual voter. So how dare you blame the oppressed Noam Chomsky? That's what she's saying. Okay. And then on top of that, again, this goes back to her she's operating under fake conspiratorial information because she keeps framing this incorrectly, and Chomsky never counters this. And I don't know if he doesn't care. I don't know if he doesn't know. I don't know if he agrees with her, but she keeps saying, oh, the overwhelming American people agree with the most far leftist Green New Deal and environmental changes, which is a lie. It's a total fucking lie. They don't.
Yeah, that's why Biden scores an F, because Biden knows they disagree.
Right. And that conforms with the polling where people don't care that much about climate change.
Biden is like, I need votes. I'm out there for votes, and people aren't voting for this. So fuck off.
Right. And that's why Bernie's coming
That's
around
why
saying
Bernie lost.
Yeah, that's why Bernie, exactly. That's why Bernie lost. This is what I hate. These fucking people. They're so stupid. Okay. Because they're like simultaneously like, every American agrees with Bernie Sanders' platform, yet he fucking got blown the fuck out during the primaries. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, lady. Like, and then she's like, well, that's because, the institutions of power just trick people into voting against their own interests.
Yeah, it's hypnosis.
The
media.
Yes, they trick everyone. It's like, okay, well. it's weird because they're simultaneously making the argument that people are smart enough to agree with them and know what are the important issues, but then stupid enough to vote against their interests.
Yeah,
they're making these like counter arguments here.
Yeah, it is delusional what they're saying, but she is making the argument though, and this is where I say she's right. Is she's making the argument that politics is transactional and that you should be trying to get something out of your candidates, and if your candidates are not willing to give you that something, then you need to find other candidates, or it's a negotiation.
Right, but
the place where she's incorrect is that she believes that what everyone wants climate change, and that's why.
Well, no, everyone wants critical race theory,
whatever it is that they want,
socialism,
right?
Whatever.
What they want, they believe everybody wants,
right?
And really, the truth is nobody wants it. That's why they can't. She's even saying, this is just a itty bitty little concession, communism. Like, come on, you got to ask for something that, well, first of all, you have to build a coalition that you can actually deliver to the candidates. It's funny. I honestly, it's like Ice Cube is coming out with a proposal. P. Diddy's coming out with a proposal. They obviously think that they have some sway in the black community, and they can deliver those votes to somebody.
Right. Well, but there's another issue too that we haven't talked about, which is that this is Noam Chomsky's point, and this is why this lady's a fucking idiot. Okay. If she was making the argument that like, oh, we should hold out to try to push our candidate in the direction we want, and then we'll vote for them, that'd be a little bit more of a convincing argument, though Chomsky's was saying, well, but you're not going to not vote for him, so it's not. But the point is that he's basically saying you have one candidate who's saying, I'm going to give you 20% of what you want or 50% of what you want. Mm-hmm. And the other candidate is going to not only not give you none of what you want, he's going to take the thing you want and he's going to take his dick out and pee on it. Okay. He's going to, right in front of you, he's going to take the thing you want, he's going to crumple it up on the floor and piss all over it and then spit on your face and say, bitch. Okay. That's one candidate. The other candidate's going to take the thing that you want, they're going to rip off the corner of it, and they're going to give you the 25% of the things you want. Okay. That's the choice that's happening right now. And she's saying that she would rather take the piss on and nothing than the 25% of what she wants. And that's the irrational choice to make.
This is human psychology, though. I mean, how many experiments are there? Like, people pay to punish. The what's the dictator game that they do in psychology? Like, people get pissed off. They'd rather take the piss in the face than take a bad deal.
Well, that's what's interesting. Is that
it's consistent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my argument, is that people are acting emotional, not logical. They're just angry, and they feel like if they'd rather be fucking angry. I think what's going on too. A lot of the Bernie bros, they'll be okay with Trump winning because they feel like the DNC betrayed them.
Deserves it, yeah. Okay. They want to see Trump
like,
piss all over them. They're like, take that.
Right. So they're like, I don't care if Donald Trump takes his dick on a piece of my face, because I know he's going to be peeing on the face of the fucking liberal, neoliberal shill right next to me too.
I know. How do you like that?
How do you like that, you fucking betrayer? Like, that's what's so funny about this. That's what's so insane about this. Zora Majora for $5 says, 4 chapters into the righteous mind, and it's scary how much it explains. Sitch is right about everything. Thank you.
What?
Including the ending of Watchmen and S-Class. Yeah.
First of all, Sitch would have never read The Righteous Mind if he hadn't have met me.
That's true.
Let's throw that out there.
But as we talked about in previous streams, part of the reason that you initially liked my videos is that you realized that I had accidentally, intuitively fallen upon the same philosophy as Jonathan Haidt's philosophy. I just didn't have the correct words in science to back it up.
If you can't explain it rationally, then you don't know it. So
maybe Sargon is right. We didn't need science. I intuitively stumbled onto moral philosophy, psychology.
Sargon did the same thing, because Sargon had read The Righteous Mind and he kind of knew it intuitively. I always am suspicious when I hear things like Haidt type stuff that people know without height, I'm always bewildered by it because I'm a big idiot. Like I don't learn anything without a book.
Joe for 499 says, you're supposed to put the ice cube in the iced tea, Sitch. Not the same thing.
Ooh.
There you go.
Oh,
That's a good way to remember it. True.
That's not a good way to remember it.
Paradoxer $1 says, Adam, yes, politics are transactional. This isn't transactional, though. They share a belief a meteor is coming, and Briahna will hold that meteor over Biden's head to get racial socialism. This isn't a transaction. This is blackmail. Oh, Paradox.
It's only blackmail, though, if
So
Biden...
True, Paradox. Oh, I just came how true that was. Oh, Paradox spitting the truthiest, most straight truths he's ever spit in his
This is
life.
an important distinction to make, folks. I'm going to lay some knowledge on you here. What the belief is can affect politics more than whether or not that belief is actually true. Take money in politics, for instance. Like every scientific study they've done about money in politics shows that money absolutely has no effect on politics. That it's a reverse thing. The candidate that is more charismatic.
Well, wait.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. No well in between. Come on, let me get to the. Let me actually get to the end of my thought here. Okay. What was I saying now?
Money doesn't have effect in politics.
Okay. So it's exactly the opposite. Every scientific study that's been done shows that the more charismatic candidate ends up raising more money because they're more charismatic. It's not the money that's winning the election. It's the charisma. Now, you can argue with that all day long, but the perception that money in politics affects everything does affect the fundraising, because candidates who perceive someone will give them more money and perceive that it's the money that's winning the elections, not necessarily them, that can affect elections. That people are able to be bribed, even though they're being bribed with something that really isn't affecting the election that much. So now go ahead. What is your retort on the money thing?
My retort is that I think you're phrasing it too broadly, because I don't know what studies are. I think I'm vaguely familiar with the study where you're saying that there's no direct correlation between money and whether people vote for the candidate that spends the most money.
Yeah, they cover it in Freakonomics. They cover all the studies.
Right. But that's not the same as saying that money doesn't have an influence on politics, because it does. There's the other
it has
study.
A tangible influence on politics. I am saying that.
No. But there's another study that I believe you're familiar with, where it showed that the effect the money has in politics is not on who people vote for. It's on the lobbyists that lobby the lawmakers has a huge effect on them, and that the voters actually have a very little effect on them.
Yes, this is my point. Do you understand my argument? Seems like maybe you don't.
I understand you weren't saying that, but I'm saying that's why I wouldn't.
I'm
use
saying
the
that
phrase,
the politicians
money doesn't
get down.
affect politics.
Money
that's
very
too
very
broad.
money. My argument is that perception drives politics more than actual truth does. That's my argument.
I agree.
Because the standard congressman will get down on his knees, go to town on the lobbyist, give them whatever they want, right? Suck. Got to get that money in my campaign coffers. It's just ironic that the money in the campaign coffers is not really that effective, but they still do it. It's the perception that's driving that, even though it's not actually tangible.
Yeah, but a lot of that money they get, it's not even for their reelection. It just goes straight into their pocket, or
oh, you think so?
Corruption. Yes.
You think so?
So I think not only does a lot of the money go straight into their pocket, but also a lot of, this is why we see so many politicians. What happens after they're politicians, they leave office and they work for some bullshit consulting firm where they get paid millions of dollars to do fuck all,
I would love it if the left actually focused on that, instead of saying, they simplify it down to the candidate that has the most money wins, ads win elections. I think they do this because it gives them a plausibly deniable argument why they had the better candidate and lost. It's like, our candidate was great, but if they only had more money, they would have won against this candidate, when really their candidate just wasn't great.
the vote the only real tool they have to directly communicate with their elected officials to influence.
Totally wrong. That's the establishment view, and you shouldn't buy into it. The vote is not the only tool you have.
Well, one of the only. I didn't say exclusively.
It's the least.
She did say exclusively.
Did she? Nice catch.
She said the only tool.
If the Democratic Party, if Joe Biden as a candidate were unwilling to consider the politician who's in a position of power to actually affect the outcome is wrongly doing a kind of voter shaming that continues to have the effect of suppressing the vote.
Isn't it? I love that this is now the term voter shaming. I've never heard this term in my life, and then now all of a sudden people are like, "Oh, stop voter shaming me. Oh, it's my if I'm not voting. Oh, you're voter shaming me. Everything's shame now. It's like, shut the fuck up.
I love it. I actually love the voter shaming.
I am gonna voter shame you. I'm gonna shame the fuck out of you.
People, I'm totally susceptible to voter shaming. Are you kidding
People
me?
need more shame in their lives, Adam. Okay.
No,
You
they
agree.
don't. Come
Yes,
on.
they do. People need to be shamed more in their lives. We need the fucking lady from Game of Thrones out on the street with the bell shaming all these fucking idiots every day.
I don't think it works though. Listen, I think
Are you
voter
just-
shaming,
societal shaming works.
voter
so well.
shaming does suppress the vote. Shaming doesn't. No, I
You
totally
think- wait, you think
disagree. I don't
voter
think shaming
shaming
works
suppresses the vote. How does that make any sense?
because people are like, "Fuck you." People rebel. They don't want to be voter shamed. They're
I
like,
don't think most
shaming me,
people-
motherfucker. I'm not going to vote for who you want.
I don't think most people have your innate instinct to rebel.
Yeah, they do.
No, I don't.
Of course
think
they do.
I don't think they do. I think we need more shaming in society.
Read the last super chat because it's on money and politics.
Malcolm, I'm actually right here. It's Daniel Collective 149 says Sitch is right. So like, there you go. Sitch is right.
Ask yourself why Biden had a $3 million tax bill.
I'll read. Okay. Sitch is right. Ask yourself why Biden had a $3 million tax bill. It wasn't for his salary while in public office. I'll tell you that.
Yes,
I'm
but
sure it's not.
that's the argument that I make. If it's corruption, yes, you should weed it out. But to make the argument that the candidate with the most money in the bank wins the election every time, that's what, the Young Turks talks about this all the time. That's what they're talking about when they talk about money in politics.
So when you said voter shaming, okay. Let's be clear. When I've heard voter shaming, I'm not talking about saying, "Oh, if you're voting for Trump, I'm shaming you." Okay.
Yeah, no, that's
Obviously-
what they're talking about, though.
No, I don't think that's what they're talking about. That's not what the leftists are talking about. Because why would the far leftists be against shaming people that are voting for Trump?
If you vote for Trump, you're a racist. That's voter shaming. That is totally voter shaming.
Hold on a second.
If you vote for
Back
Trump,
up.
you're one of the deplorables. That's
Back
voter
up
shaming.
a second. Why would the far leftists who label Trump as the white nationalist, fascist, racist not want to shame people for voting for Trump?
Well, they do.
Okay, so
Yeah.
obviously that's
Oh,
not
they're
what
huge-
she
so you're
or the
s-
leftists are talking
you're
about when they say
saying-
voter shaming.
You're saying they're just huge hypocrites. Of course, they're like,
talking
"Oh, we
about-
don't want to be voter shamed. We want to voter shame
Right.
you."
When they complain about voter shaming, they're referring to people shaming Bernie or bust people or
For
leftists
not voting, yeah.
for not voting at all. That's
Right.
what they're referring to. That's what
Or
I'm
for
talking
not
about.
voting for the candidate that they should vote for. But it's the
Right,
same
or for
thing
voting,
with Trump.
voting for a third party candidate or not
It's
voting.
the same thing with Trump, though. If you're saying you're a racist if you vote for Trump, it's voter shaming. You're doing the same exact thing.
Right. So that's what I'm referring to.
I'm not in
referring
favor
to
of
shaming
that.
people for voting for Trump. That's
I'm
what I was
not.
talking about.
Notice I'm on the record. I'm not a fan of voter shaming. There shouldn't be voter shaming. But
Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadian says money buys a ground game via state campaign apparatuses, but is often spent inefficiently. Inefficiously? I'm not familiar with that word. There's a diminishing return on investment.
yes, that
Yes.
is correct.
That is true. That is
Yeah.
true.
Once you meet a certain standard, like all bets are off.
Oh my God, inefficaciously. There you go.
Is that really what he meant, though, or did he really mean
Yeah,
inefficient?
efficacious. I'll be honest. I'm
Does it
stupid. I
really
never heard
mean
that
the
word.
same as inefficient?
Successful in producing a desired or intended result. Effective. That's a synonym for effective.
Malcolm, Check out the big brain on Malcolm.
Check out the big brain on Malcolm. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you.
Who are, I think, very valiantly asking for a better world. And yes, using the vote, the only real...
Danimal Collective for $1.99 says, okay, I retract. Adam is right and always has been. Always has been right.
I purposely didn't read that.
Oh, you got to have it in the right spot in the podcast. Though.
I know.
What are you doing?
I know. I was trying to hide it.
Danimal. My man.
And yes, using the vote, the only real tool they have to directly communicate with their...
Using the vote, the really only tool they have. That's what you just said. The only real tool they have.
Well,
elected officials.
They're talking about activism being the other tool. Come on.
No. But she then says that.
I know.
I didn't say the only tool.
She contradicted herself.
To influence.
Totally wrong. That's the establishment view, and you shouldn't buy into it. The vote is not the only tool you have.
Well, one of the only. I didn't say exclusively.
Oh my God, that's so good. That is so good.
I mean, you could say
good catch.
It's just stupid. It's like, yeah, she can go back. She can say, "Oh, well, I misspoke. I didn't mean that." But she's like, "No, I didn't say that." It's like, okay, lady.
Well, he did set up the entire podcast by saying, this is the Republican view of the world. That really all you have is the vote, and you're supposed to step back. Don't go out and do activism.
I've never heard of. I don't know. To me, this is a weird argument. Maybe because I'm not a fucking leftist activist.
Mm-hmm.
I've never really heard this concept of like, oh, you vote and then that's it, and you never do anything else beyond that. I've never really heard this being argued by anyone, really.
Well, I mean, the activism, the left is pretty much known for activism, and the right is, I mean, I guess the Tea Party thing was on the right, and they had just as much.
I'm sure you have all the
so.
anti-abortion people. There's lots of activism going on the right.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I don't.
Right.
Noam, you're spinning yarns here. There's plenty of activism on the right. What are you talking about? Those abortion people never go away after the election.
That's what I'm saying. I don't really understand his argument. I've never heard this before.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Look at the big brain on Sitch. He's totally bringing down Chomsky.
Might not be difficult. I'm smarter than you, old man. I'm smarter than you, Virgil, Texas. My ego is unmatched, okay?
Of the tools that you have. That's the establishment view. You're a spectator, not a participant. Do the vote, go home.
Oh, okay. He didn't say it was the right wing. He said it's the establishment view.
It's bullshit. It's total bullshit.
I don't know. I haven't really heard that.
What did Benjamin Franklin say after they got done signing the
Benjamin Franklin is not the establishment, Adam, okay?
Oh, really?
No, he's a rebel.
He was
off in France banging prostitutes like 99%
established the United States of America, for heaven's sakes.
He's the establishment by definition.
He was a writer of the Constitution.
Okay. You got me there.
He said a republic if you can keep it. I think he was pro-activism. Come on.
Yeah, you got me there.
The real politics is constantly working to change the conditions under which political figures will be compelled to shift their views. That's real politics.
You got to get him in that hotel room with the blows and the hooker. Come on, we know how to get healthcare passed.
That's when you get real change. Yeah.
Once in a while, an event comes up called an election. You have to take 10 minutes to decide, am I going to keep the worst guy off, or is it not worth bothering? Often it's not worth bothering. This time it is very much worth bothering. And we have a choice. Will I take 10 minutes to get rid of a true monster who's going to have devastating effects? Or will I not do it? Because maybe someday that will help make my voice be heard under far worse circumstances.
Not according to James Lindsay.
Maybe a lot of this too is because since they're like legit communists, that a lot of this is accelerationism. They think, things have to get so bad for the revolution to occur.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah, totally. That's what they don't want incremental change. Incremental change is bad in their eyes.
Well, yeah, because incremental change stems the tide of communism, basically.
This whole conversation is basically Chomsky just giving them a huge orgasm about how society's totally going to fall apart. And they're like, oh, yeah, keep saying it. Tell me how it is.
You know, this is what's so despicable about critical race theory and a lot of the way race issues are handled today, because it's so much of it is really race activists trying to smuggle communism in without saying that they're smuggling communism in.
True.
And that's where that's why the critical race theorists is part of why they're so against incremental change, because incremental change prevents the revolution.
It's so bizarre because the incremental change is working. It's so working. It's working exactly how
but they don't
Marx predicted it as well. Well, no, I guess Marx did talk about like the cataclysm, you know, the
he thought everything was going to collapse.
Yeah.
Which never happened, which is part of the problem.
Yeah, he didn't.
His prediction was way off. Yeah.
If he would have thought of it in incremental change, like it's definitely going to happen. As far as, you know, I think UBI is inevitable. I think sooner or later the robots are going to take over everybody's job.
You want to know what's terrifying? Karl Marx, if he was like alive today, or if modern technology existed in his time period, he'd just be some fucking shithead on Twitch, on BreadTube.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Spouting like dumb shit. Okay. That is literally the caliber of person that he basically was. And yet he's created this philosophy that has been so influential in the world.
Purely by accident.
By accident, yeah.
Crazy.
Sad.
That's a choice. It's not a matter of just the vote. What you do if you're sensible is say, look, this guy is a major monster. We've got to get rid of him. I'll take 5 minutes to do it. Then I'll go back to the kind of real politics which changes consciousness, awareness, environment, sets the conditions under which any political figure will have to react. That's left politics. None of this business about concentrating on the election the way the establishment wants you to do. And certainly if the choice now is between 4 more years of monstrous activities, which may actually destroy the prospects for human life on Earth, and will certainly make doing anything we want far more difficult. The choice is either that or voting against him and then going back to the activist work that changes conditions and will compel them to move towards more progressive ends. That's the choice. You don't concentrate on the vote. The vote is the least of politics. That's establishment propaganda.
Professor, you mentioned earlier that activism has moved Biden to the left over the course of the general election campaign. That's curious to me because what I've seen is Biden resisting moving to the left. One famous note, out of the DNC Unity Commission, the Sanders-Biden Unity Commission, one of the recommendations was postal banking, letting the post office operate as essentially a credit union. And it was reported that Biden made a phone call to the banks and told them, don't worry about that. That's just something for the Warren people. We're not actually going to do that. So my question to you is, how has Biden been moved to the left?
Well, very clearly.
I like that. He's like, yeah, this is bullshit. We're just telling the Warren people that so they'll vote for us. We're not really going to give it to them.
I like the idea of this is basically what I'm envisioning. You have the meteor is coming towards the planet and they're like, okay, we need to all work together to destroy the meteor. And then you have Virgil, Texas and Gray. They're like, okay, that's fine, but we have to make sure that there's an equal representation of ethnic racial backgrounds on the spaceship to destroy the meteor. Because otherwise, you know, it's not fair. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
We have a little bit more pressing concerns at the time.
You're saying is he didn't move as far as you wanted. True, he didn't move as far as I wanted. But take a look at the programs. So you look at the campaign, take, say, climate change, the most important thing. His program is way to the left of any previous one, certainly to the left of what the DNC wants, calling for nowhere near far enough, but much farther to the left. I can quote it for you if you want, or you can look it up. Same on other issues. Not as far as I would like, but it has been moved. Same is true of everyone in the past. Lyndon Johnson didn't go as far as I would have liked on civil rights, but he went farther than anything in the past.
Can you imagine these two people back during civil rights time period saying, we shouldn't vote for Lyndon Johnson because sure, he like made it so black people can vote and have equal rights and all this stuff, but it's not enough, Adam. Okay, and if we just hold, hold out a little longer, maybe somehow we'll get the changes, the more extreme changes that we want.
Yeah, who wants the right to vote when we need communism? Like what we really need is communism.
Nixon didn't go as far as I wanted on protecting workers' rights, but he went to the left under pressure. That's how politics works. Yes, it won't be as far as we like, therefore we keep working. Not, it didn't go as far as I like, therefore I'll support the worst guy. Remember, those are the choices. You have a choice of supporting Trump or voting against him. You don't have any other choice on November 3rd. Now, if you take a look at Biden's program, it actually moved enough to the left so that the DNC has been trying to cut it back. Good. Now let's push him farther to the left. That's what activists have been doing, and that's what they should continue doing. But we have a simple choice on November 3rd. Shall I take 5 minutes to vote against a major monster who will put us in hideous conditions, or shall I not take those 5 minutes? And
so I've been looking up this claim that he made.
You're not paying attention?
No. So guess where this claim came from?
That Trump is a monster and that it only takes 5 minutes to vote? He's really selling this. He's like, in one hand, you have 15 seconds of your time. And in the other hand, you have an existential threat. You have a kaiju on the beach nuking people.
You have Godzilla is approaching, and you got to vote to build the giant Neon Genesis mech suit to fight against it. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I was looking up the claim that Virgil, Texas made about that Joe Biden said that he would be on board with having the banks operate as, the post office operating as some sort of banks, which I don't know enough about to even dare form an opinion on that.
Isn't it so amazing that our intuitions are tuned to, like, I don't know, maybe it's a good idea. You know, if
like
you go to the
clue,
post office, but if you're on the left, it's like, what? Bank? Triggered! Bank?
Yeah, it's like, I'm just like, okay, I don't know. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. I have no clue about that. But anyway, so then he says, but apparently, Joe Biden is telling Wall Street that that's all a lie. Okay. So I'm like, oh, okay. I'm curious what the source is. So the source is that a single anonymous investment banker claimed that he heard that this was the case.
Oh my God, it could have been a troll.
Which, first of all, I'm thinking, okay, first of all, we all know how bad, quote unquote, anonymous sources are nowadays. Like, anonymous sources say anything. But secondly, why would an anonymous investment banker reveal something that would hurt the side that's supposed to be supporting him?
Yeah,
right?
Totally.
That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I just think it's funny that when in this debate, they're having this debate about like whether the existential human extinction factor is enough to vote for one candidate or not, which they claim to agree in. His evidence against that is, well, one anonymous source said this thing. So
talk about cherry picking. Oh my God, you're
so silly. That's what's so interesting is because I'm hoping that Noam Chomsky's wrong. I'm hoping that we're not on the precipice. I don't think we are. I'm really hoping we're not on the precipice of this human level existential threat. But these people agree with that, and yet they still are not providing a single logical, rational counter argument to this whatsoever.
Am I winning you over on that they don't actually believe it?
No, I think they do actually believe it.
But their behavior.
Their behavior is irrational. Just because people are acting irrational doesn't mean they don't believe something.
Well, I'm saying they're acting irrationally.
I know, but that's why I'm saying we're not disagreeing. I think we're doing Sitch's law. We're using different terms here. You're saying that if someone's acting irrational, that means they don't believe it. And I'm saying I don't agree with that definition.
I'm saying that they believe it rationally, but irrationally.
They don't feel it emotionally.
But irrationally, they don't believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. They believe it rationally, but they don't feel it emotionally.
Yeah.
And they are
and
controlled.
Since they don't feel it emotionally, they actually don't believe it.
Exactly. Or not that they don't believe it, they don't act as if they believe it.
Yeah, because they don't believe it.
Well, no, because you keep saying they don't. Okay. They believe it rationally, but they don't feel it emotionally, and they're not acting rationally.
Yeah.
So don't say they don't believe it, because they do believe it. That's not good phrasing, Adam.
They don't believe it.
Oh my God.
They know it's bullshit.
Oh my God. This is Sitch's law. Stop it. Why are you doing this?
To help him win. That's the choice. Then you go back to real politics.
Would you make this same argument if the nominee were Michael Bloomberg?
Of course. He's nowhere near as hideous as Trump. I mean, take climate again, which is one of the major problems. A lot of things wrong with Bloomberg.
What if the candidate was Freddie from A Nightmare on Elm Street?
I don't think Freddie would be putting liberal judges on the cards.
But his position on climate is infinitely better than Trump's. Trump, the parts of the left can't seem to understand. They're joining with the far right in denying the crisis of climate. There's plenty of other things, but let's just keep to that. Trump is alone in the world in pressing the accelerator towards disaster soon. That's a crucial issue. Do we want to support that, or do we want to kick him out? That's only one issue. No matter how bad Bloomberg may be on other things, it doesn't weigh in the balance against this. On the other things in which he's bad, Trump is also worse, but that doesn't matter.
Can you understand how, if you are a member of the groups that are attacked by Donald Trump and Michael Bloomberg, if you are, let's say, a Black person who has been the victim of Bloomberg's stop and frisk policies and bear direct witness to his lack of respect for basic civil rights, Fourth Amendment rights, some of the most foundational rights we have as Americans, that being told that Donald Trump is incrementally worse than him speaks to a bigger systemic issue.
Not mentally, vastly worse.
Well, if we're talking about something like stop and frisk, it's a real potato situation with...
Oh my God.
Okay. This is so funny. I love this. This is so funny. So he's like, oh my God. So listen to what she just said. She said, can you imagine emotionally? Okay. So again, it's all about the emotion. She doesn't give a fuck about logic or reason or rational thought. The person's just, how is the person going to feel emotionally if they're Black and they have to vote for a candidate who supported stop and frisk? Oh, the emotions of feeling that. And she's comparing that to like the meteor that's going to destroy all life on the planet.
Well, she's saying it's like voting for your rapist. She's like,
well, here's the thing.
You can't vote for your rapist.
If Godzilla is coming towards the city, okay, and the only person that can pilot the mech
is your rapist.
Well, I have some bad news for you.
You're going to be voting for your rapist.
You're going to have to vote for your rapist, okay? And that's what's so funny about this. Is why I'm saying this podcast shows that leftists and woke SJWs are literally a suicide cult.
Yeah.
That they are the same as the fundamentalist suicide bombing Islamic person who says, I don't give a fuck about what's rational, okay, or logical. I'm going to do whatever I feel, whatever makes me feel good. That's what's important. Who gives a fuck about what actually makes me good? Who gives a fuck about what's rational, logical? I want my feelings, Adam, to be accommodated.
That's true. I mean, we're both in agreement that feelings are what's driving the ship. feelings are what where it's at. Yeah.
I feel like I should rename the stream as Noam Chomsky exposes far left as suicide cult.
I didn't suicide in the title's not going to be helpful
Yeah,
for us.
that's going to fly very well in the algorithm.
I didn't even look to see what Noam Chomsky exposes far leftists as that's good. Yeah. Good job. Good job.
No, I didn't put suicide cult in the title, even though I really wanted to.
That's
I
good.
really wanted to.
That's baller. Yeah. I like the title. I do like the title, but the stream would come down.
Phoenix Gawain for $10 says, or Gawain says, hey guys, been listening since day one, but I never listen live. Wow, from the beginning. Awesome. Huge fan of you guys. Here's some money for the comic. Hopefully someday enlightened centrism will prevail. S-Class is best class.
The only reason he read the super chat.
I actually didn't see that.
Yeah,
until
right.
the end. I read it because I saw I've been listening since day one, and I was like, that's impressive.
We've been making some good headway on the comic. Sitch and I are both excited. We worked on I worked on a cover yesterday. I guess we both kind of worked on it because Sitch is giving me feedback. Obviously, we both want to love it, so that you love it. So, yeah.
Sarah Richards for $2 says, "Voter shame me, daddy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Gag."
Is that for you?
I don't know.
Go ahead. Voter shamer. Voter shamer.
It could be for both of us, Adam. Come on, Adam. Let's voter shame them together.
Is she S-Class? I'm going to voter shame her for voting for S-Class all the way.
Well, I'm not assuming Zara's gender. Okay, so I'm already ahead of you in points.
Oh, okay. Did I assume a gender? I didn't say anything. What?
Did
I?
Terrible person. Anonymous Cow for $2 says, JP was right. People act out their beliefs. Very true. Well, no. Well,
what? Oh no! You trapped him. He's in that box. I take it back. Positions box.
No, because here's the Jordan Peterson response. Well, it depends what you mean by beliefs. Okay.
But we know there's like 10,000 hours of Jordan Peterson. We know what he means by beliefs. You take a belief and you act it out. He's making who's that super chat?
I don't. But here, no.
I love you. I want you to know.
This is Anonymous Coward. He's Anonymous Coward.
Anonymous Coward. You're right. Exactly. They're acting out their belief that they don't believe climate change is an existential threat.
Cheap says Zara is male. Yeah. So there you go, Adam. You were misgendering Zara. How dare you?
Zara sounds like a girl's name. But
well, take it up with him.
Sorry, Zara. I do apologize.
Gene, you think my whispering is unnerving? How dare you? Okay. How dare
Zara.
You? No. Anyway,
Zara does sound very masculine now that I think about it. It sounds like a god. Zara from the heaven.
So the issue I have with this statement, this is why my brain broke. It's like a question that kind of confused me. I agree with it in terms of how I know Jordan Peterson means beliefs, but I disagree because I disagree with the way that Jordan Peterson uses the term. I disagree with the way Jordan Peterson defines beliefs.
Oh my God.
Because he had that whole fucking thing where he talked about whether he believed in God for 2 hours, never gave a fucking answer because he punted and he gave the whole
because Jordan Peterson has a belief that a lot of people's lives will be destroyed if he comes out as an atheist. And I have that same belief.
That's not. That wasn't his argument. His argument was, how do you say you believe in God if you act as if you don't? And I don't agree with that. People can believe things and still not act as if they believe, and still not act according to that because people.
Oh yeah, irrational. I agree. That is bullshit. Never mind.
Right.
Point taken.
So thank you.
But she doesn't. But she is acting out a belief that she doesn't believe if climate change is an existential threat. I mean, we've said this a million times already.
Right. Wait, who passed the Civil Rights Act? I thought it was LBJ.
LBJ? Oh, you getting your history wrong? Who cares? History sucks.
Did I?
But the two of them.
Just kidding, guys. I know we love history. I love history too.
How oppressive Bloomberg's reign in New York City was. So if you take an issue,
This is the frustrating thing about this is it's a total sidebar. It's like, who cares? You're like, what if the candidate was what if the candidate was my ex-boyfriend who, never called me back and didn't answer my texts?
Mm-hmm.
like that, I would argue that climate is a similar issue, especially given that the way climate change operates, even if you are significantly better than another person on climate, if you aren't structuring your climate.
Okay, she does bring it back, though. It actually makes sense the way that she's saying it. She's like, if your material
I wasn't
conditions.
listening whatsoever.
Oh, that's okay.
I was distracted by
You don't have to listen. I'll summarize it for you.
I don't trust your summary.
Who cares? My summary's good. I'm telling you. I'm a smart guy. I'm telling you. I don't. The degeneracy makes it seem like I'm not. But here. Let me summarize her position. We'll back it up a little, and you'll see that I'm absolutely correct. She's saying that if your material conditions are terrible, you're not going to worry about climate change. There, done. That which makes logical sense. Obviously, you're not going to care about your material.
Right,
like if your material, you're going to be like, "Fuck the world. These people have it coming."
So here's the issue. That's a true statement. That doesn't mean it's a good. That doesn't mean it's an excuse. She's conflating, like, understanding why someone does something with what's the word, with
the reason for doing it,
excusing it. Okay.
Yeah,
you can understand why someone comes to the wrong belief. That
well,
doesn't mean you excuse the behavior.
You're saying someone should vote for their rapist, and I'm saying they should never vote for their rapist.
I'm saying
not even.
I'm saying
like if the
your
world
rapist
is going to end because you don't vote, I'm with you. We'll die together, baby.
If your racist is Shinji and he's the only one that can pilot the Evo that's gonna fight Godzilla, you gotta vote for him. It doesn't matter. Like, that's just the way it is. Okay.
No,
you gotta turn your emotions off. You gotta become the autistic robot, and you gotta vote for him.
Can't do it.
Okay?
Too compassionate.
I can understand you. I understand the reasons why you don't want to, but it doesn't matter. You gotta do it.
I'm much older than you too, so I wouldn't care because, like, I've already lived that life. Fuck you, Sitch. You don't get it.
So, a very dead horse founder says, wait. Did I hear you guys say the civil rights bill that LBJ passed gave black people the right to vote? If I said, surely you misspoke. Yeah, if I did say that, I did misspeak. I didn't mean to say that.
It's just like not even paying attention. She's like, I made a mistake.
Distracted.
Oh shit! I made
a mistake. Yes, I didn't mean to say that. Obviously.
Who cares?
Also, what do you think will make alt parties successful? It happened once already. I don't know. I have to look into
pass the post voting.
Yeah,
or not pass the. What's the opposite of pass the?
Yeah,
post
I know
voting?
what you're talking about. Yeah, the whatever the other.
Yeah, what's
called.
it called? Who cares?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
But I'd have to look. I don't know enough about the history of when
rank voting
parties.
It came to me.
Rank order voting. Yeah,
that's it.
I think rank order voting would be a fantastic idea. I don't foresee it coming to pass because the
only question was not what could pass. The question was what would establish more parties, and rank voting would definitely establish more parties.
Yeah, but they said it happened once already, so I'm assuming implied in that is some practical application.
There's a million parties already. The thing is that they don't have electoral chance because of, like, there's a Libertarian Party, there's an American Independent Party, there's a women's suffrage movement party. I'm certain of it somewhere.
Okay, Adam wants to punt on the question. I'm sorry.
I didn't punt. I answered it directly. You're the one punting here.
Okay.
Climate program so that it prevents us from reaching the 1.5 and then the 2 degrees Celsius temperature raise at which there are cataclysmic waterfall effects throughout the climate, then your good effort doesn't help us very much. You're trying harder, that doesn't get us to the place we need to be, still results in catastrophic climate change, right? Climate failure, environmental failures, right? So the question is why.
She's basically saying it's going to happen anyway, so fuck it.
Yeah, but see, she does believe it because she even has some numbers. She's even pulling numbers out about what the actual number you got to reach is. So she believes it.
She believes it. We've been over this. Yes. Yes. Her logical brain believes it.
Yeah. But her emotions,
But the elephant doesn't
her
believe it.
fifis, the elephant doesn't care.
The
elephant
rider
says,
believes it, and the elephant
Yes.
doesn't believe it. Who's in
Exactly.
charge of behavior?
The elephant, yes.
Right. Who
With
would
her,
you
the elephant, 100%.
who would you need to believe it to actually get to actually get her to the polls to vote for her rapist? The elephant would have to believe it.
Exactly. That's the problem. She doesn't have free will. Briahna Joy Gray doesn't have free will.
There is
No free will.
There is a
No.
way that you could fix that. Gray.
She could donate to our stream, then she would get free will, and then she would believe. She'd understand.
Yeah, I wonder.
We speak.
Why are we in a safe scenario?
Here at Sitch and Adam, we speak directly to the writer, not the elephant. Okay, we're awakening the conscious mind of the writer. We're elevating you
that's
to
how you
higher
become
states
successful.
of being and consciousness. Yes.
You have to tame your elephant if you want to actually be.
Elephant.
If you want to be successful, it's all about taming the elephant.
Take out that big whip and start whipping that elephant. Just make it squeal.
Wacha.
Wacha. It's the sound whips make out of them. They go wacha. Okay.
Wacha. Wacha.
Scenario, being asked to choose between two options, neither of which really get us where we need to go, when overwhelming majorities of Americans actually support a full-throated Green New Deal program, the likes of which
No, they
Exactly.
don't.
Now we know why Bernie Sanders lost, because she was in charge of doing the math on this stuff. And
all these people around Bernie Sanders are like Mr. Sheeners, we looked at the polls and it
Yeah.
looks like the majority of Americans want communism.
Right.
You should be right. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
they forgot to tell it was a Twitter poll.
Yeah, exactly.
I looked at my Twitter poll. I swear this was an important issue.
I know. This is the dangers of
minutes were
cognitive
support-
dissonance.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Pollutes your
Awful.
mind.
supporting in the race.
You're asking, why do we live in a capitalist society that we have not been able to overthrow?
Well, not necessarily. I think my question is a little bit narrower than that.
But that is not the question that arises on November 3rd.
I do like that he does this thing where someone gives this like long kind of bullshit answer, and then he just like simplifies it as, well, you're actually just complaining about that we haven't overthrown capitalism. So shut the fuck up, lady.
It's a so you're saying tactic, but the difference is he's not straw manning her at all. He's like cutting
Right.
straight to the argument.
Yeah, right. Which makes sense because these are all, I'm assuming this is all his arguments. He's on
Yeah.
this side.
And
Yeah.
he's like, and she was talking about temperature and climate change, and Noam switches it straight over to capitalism is the real demon here. I hear you, baby. I know what you're talking about. Come to Papa.
I hear you, girl.
On the question of housing discrimination, they're both, Bloomberg and Trump are both bad. Trump happens to be worse. But it doesn't matter, because the issue on November 3rd, even if it was Bloomberg, is not housing. It's, shall organized human society survive? There's a big difference between 1 degree centigrade and 4 degrees centigrade, which Trump is driving for. Yes, he is. We have the documents for it. That means
What are those documents, Sitch? Do you know?
I don't know. I tried to figure out earlier what he was talking about, and I couldn't find it. It's too vague.
Did they let
What is that?
Trump control the thermostat of the world or something? Trump is like, I wanted a little warm.
Yeah,
in here.
Trump
I don't like
walked
putting
into.
on a sweater.
This is the problem. Okay, since Trump's the president, he gets to walk into the room with all the interdimensional aliens that Alex
Oh,
Jones is talking
man.
about, where they have their secret meetings about who controls the world. And on the wall is the thermostat that controls the global temperature. And Trump's like, you know, I feel it feels a little chilly in this room, guys. We should raise the temperature a little bit, like 1 degree. And they're like, no, Mr. President, don't do that. And he
What are
just
you
doesn't
doing?
listen.
Chomsky's gonna have a coronary.
And you know, Trump, he just doesn't listen. People tell him not to do it, and then he wants to do it more. So, you know,
Yeah, that must be what Chomsky's talking about.
yeah.
cataclysm, okay? Total cataclysm. all these other issues don't arise. So and that's only one point. So the question is, on November 3rd, do I take 10 minutes to stop a monster who's trying to destroy us and then go back to work to try to change the society? Or do I help the monster? That's the choice.
Well, my question was less about what to do on November 3rd. And I think I'd like to back away from the actual voting choice a minute, because I think it's obscuring.
I like to.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about November 3rd. Jeez, old timer, come on.
I like to back away from the actual topic we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes, because it's actually making me look stupid. I'm trying to frame it in a way that makes me look less stupid.
Well, Chomsky only wants to have this conversation about what a monster Trump is. They could have talked about anything. Why are they talking about this? Why is this whole podcast about climate change? Something nobody even cares about.
Okay, here's what he was referring to.
The documents.
The documents.
He pulled out of the climate peace accord.
So, let's see. A 500-page. So the department, what was this draft? Who wrote this?
Mm-hmm.
National. Okay, whatever. Some U.S. department under the Trump administration released some 500-page document that was about environmental impact. And according to the government, they predict that in 100 years, over the course of the next 100 years, the temperature will rise 7 degrees Fahrenheit or 4 degrees Celsius, which apparently would be enough to create the cataclysmic change that he's talking about.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's where I get beachfront property, right?
Right, and then I live underwater.
Okay.
So that's
it's a trade-off.
So that's what he's referring to.
you can crash here until you get your shit worked out.
Right. Thank you. So that's what he's referring to. So, but you could see where his argument is coming from, because you're saying, well, if the Trump administration is putting out a document that's predicting that there's going to be this rise and they're not doing anything about it, what does that say?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wow.
It says the analysis assumed the planet's fate is already sealed, and was written to justify President Trump's decision to freeze federal fuel efficiency standards for cars and light trucks built after 2020.
So wait, the purpose, like the document was literally put together as an argument why?
Well, this is what I don't know. This is the article's interpretation of the document.
Okay, I got you.
So I don't know. They're claiming that it was put together to say, see, you already fucked, so why change anything? Which I don't know if that's what it actually says, but.
But the argument could easily be, we don't want to change anything. That's too difficult. Our voters don't even really think climate change is real, so it's not going to help us electorally. We need some excuse so we can do this thing that we don't want to do, that we want to do. So give us a paper that says there's nothing we can do. Thank you. We commissioned that. Here you go. Go cook up your study or whatever.
Right. Which I'll look at the introduction. I can't imagine that a paper would ever admit to doing that. So
I hate this climate change stuff. I honestly do. Because there's two extremes here, and they both are not working with a full deck.
Right. That's the way it always is, unfortunately, though.
Yeah. There's like the end of the worlders on one end. Cataclysm. Adam gets beachfront property, but I don't know how that's a cataclysm. But anyway. And then there's this other end that's like, oh, it's not even happening. Like, look, I have a snowball here in my hand.
Uh-huh.
So it's a nightmare.
A more conversation that's really where the meat is here on the left. I think that most leftists, most progressives, most Bernie supporters are going to vote for Joe Biden. The question is how it is constantly the case that we live in a country, regardless of socialism as an ideology, we live in a country where millions of people who do not identify as socialists support Medicare for all. 88% of Democrats do. A slim majority of Republicans do, according to some recent polls.
Why are you laughing?
Stop it. She's so fucking stupid. She just fucking said, gotta go back.
They
support Medicare, that we live in a country, regardless of socialism as an ideology, we live in a country where millions of people who do not identify as socialists support Medicare for all.
Okay, she's doing a thing that you always fucking hate. She's literally making the conservative strawman argument.
Yeah.
She's saying that some sort of government welfare program is socialism.
Yeah. All kinds of bad arguments are going on here. She's making that argument too. She's also saying millions of people, who isn't a fucking lot in a 300 million. I mean, that's what, less than 1%? Millions of people, huh? Okay. Win me over. And they're interested in Medicare for all, which is Medicare for all is actually the socialist one, because that's the one that makes private health insurance illegal.
It's funny because it's the same problem. When you look at all these polls, they say, "Oh, are you in favor of Medicare for all?" And people's like, "Oh, yeah." But then you ask them like specifically about the tenets of Medicare for all, then they disagree.
Getting rid of your, having no private health insurance market, making private health insurance illegal is part of Medicare for all.
Right.
And they're like, no, wait, no.
Because I just saw the poll somewhere about the Medicare for all, and it was like there was a really big difference between the Bernie Sanders Medicare for all and the Joe Biden public option, but private still allowed. There was a huge difference in support between them.
It's probably 50 points.
And so the idea that like what she just said is not true. 80% of people are not in favor of Bernie Sanders Medicare for all. Like, that's total bullshit.
She didn't say 80%. She said millions of people, which is
I thought she said 80%. Wait.
She said millions of people.
Most progressives, most Bernie supporters are going to vote for Joe Biden. The question is how it is constantly the case that we live in a country, regardless of socialism as an ideology, we live in a country where millions of people who do not identify as socialists support Medicare for all. 88% of Democrats do.
Okay.
She said
88% of Democrats.
88% of Democrats and millions of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who aren't Democrats, but
Yes. No, who aren't socialists.
Yeah.
This is so ridiculous. This is so obscene.
The majority of Republicans do, according to some recent polls. Overwhelming majorities of both parties support the Green New Deal and climate reform.
What?
Overwhelming majorities support legalizing marijuana. We are
overwhelming support in both parties. Come on.
For Green New Deal, yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, it's again because it's like they ask them, they're like, "Oh, are you in favor of like not polluting?" They're like, "Yes." "Oh, you're in favor of the Green New Deal." It's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, here, we'll put you down for the Green New Deal then.
Yeah, exactly.
In the middle of the largest, by numbers, the largest period of civil unrest, the largest protest movement in American history, which is making a very clear call for police reform. And in the middle of all of that, in the middle of the overwhelming polls in favor of progressive programs, and in the middle of enormous...
Well, this is, again, where there's a lot of dishonesty, because she's conflating progressive programs with communism, which the communists actually don't like the progressives. They're like, oh, they're just fucking liberals. They're fucking capitalist neoliberal scum.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the protests that are going around police reform, I do not think would be happening if it wasn't a pandemic, to be honest with you. I think the pandemic has been a huge thumb on the scale for this kind of stuff.
So. 100%.
Yeah.
Politic pressure from the base of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden and the Democrats have not just said, no, we're not going to move on police reform. They have, in many instances,
they said they are going to defund the police.
This is so ridiculous. They have actually said that Biden said they're in favor of
sure, totally.
They're just not going to defund the fucking police. It's like, that's nothing. That's nothing then.
Yeah, exactly. We just want the simple reform, defund the police. They can't even give us that.
Pandered right-wing philosophies and said, as Joe Biden did recently, but the police need more money. We need to fund them even more. And said, I don't support the Green New Deal. I support my New Deal. And to have continued to punch at the left, and I think on the whole start to undermine the gains that the left has made in the last 4 years or so. So what is our obligation to kind of stay silent as that constant assault on the leftist movement continues from the top of our party? What is our obligation to stay silent and perhaps make our own movement more vulnerable in order to get Joe Biden elected?
Did you hear that? Joe Biden
Yes.
voting for Joe Biden is an assault on the leftist movement. You're voting for Joe Biden, aren't you? Assaulting them?
Yeah.
Sitch?
I'm assaulting. Yeah, there you go. I'm assaulting the left wing movement. But that's my goal. I mean, I've said this very openly. My goal. It's so funny. Tim Pool has like made all these videos like.
That's my goal.
Well, it is. It's so funny because Tim Pool's made all these videos like, oh my God, there's all these leftist, anarchist, communist groups that are planning to like riot even after Biden wins and to like destroy the country. And I'm like, great. That's literally the exact thing I want to happen, because that's the only way that they'll be stopped is that Biden wins and then these fucking crazy pieces of shit like the lady that we're listening to right now just fucking go insane, and to such an extent that the media has to turn against them.
Great.
That's fantastic. That's exactly what I want to happen. I'm so happy.
We agree.
So, well, wait a minute. This
Perfect.
is funny. I've been like looking into. Briahna Joy has some very extensive,
Some spicy
tweet
takes.
records.
Yeah, I figured as much. That's
this-
why she can't vote for Biden. Are you
I
kidding me?
know.
She's a victim of her
She's-
own psychology.
She says, this was in April. Okay. She says the only black person who liked Pete Buttigieg was Barack Obama. Ouch. And then
But true.
Frank-
but true.
Frank Luntz retweeted that, quote tweeted that, and he said, Briahna Joy Gray is why Bernie Sanders lost the Democratic primary.
Oh my God. Luntz knows what's up.
He does know what's
Luntz,
up. Even though
Luntz knows what.
I think Luntz is evil, but he's very perceptive.
Well,
about things.
if you think manipulation is evil, then
I
yes,
do.
obviously. But he's a master manipulator. Don't
He is.
This Briahna Gray, she would be a master manipulator if she had the ability. Don't think she would.
She's too stupid. She's too, not stupid. She's too controlled by her elephant to be a master manipulator.
Yeah, I don't.
You have to be. That's why I think maybe this is why I view the manipulators as so evil, because you have to be aware to be the master manipulator.
You have to.
be
Yeah, yeah.
You have to be the writer.
You have to
That,
know.
me,
Well, and you have to know that the elephant is in charge.
right, and that's what I'm saying is, to me, that's like finding enlightenment and then using it for evil
Yeah.
purposes.
She's never going to find enlightenment.
No, she's never gonna find it.
Yeah.
Right.
The fact the left agrees, should agree. We continue with the activism. Of course, we try to change the society, the institutions, the government, all the oppressive institutions. We keep working on trying to change them and to change people's understanding and willingness to act to change them. That's fixed. There's another question. Do we take 10 minutes on November 3rd to make our task infinitely harder? Or do we take those 10 minutes to say, we'll get rid of what will make it infinitely harder, and then we'll keep working? That's all. Unless you accept the establishment position that voting is the be-all and end-all of politics.
I don't think anyone here believes that, but the concern is that despite this enormous amount of pressure that's been put on by activists in the street as a part of these Black Lives Matter protests over the summer, the environmental protests with the climate change movement, et cetera, that Joe Biden still hasn't moved. And I don't want to center it exclusively on him. Obviously, he is the figurehead right now. He has said, I am the Democratic Party recently, right?
So therefore, you don't vote for him and go home.
No. I'm not talking about voting. This voting aside, what confidence should we have that Joe Biden can be pushed if in the midst of all of this enormous pressure he's under, at the same time he is electorally vulnerable and should be seeking our votes? He is still ignoring the calls from the ground, from the people. So I hear you say we can push him when he's in office and that work has to continue. And I see that. I appreciate that argument. But I'm wondering what what indication there is of that strategy being effective, given that we're seeing him show such disrespect to the left and such a blasé lack of
Yeah, disrespect is the important word there, definitely.
Yeah.
concern for whether or not they will.
It's funny because this is how you know that, like, this is the two movies, okay? Because you have, Trump and, the people on the right are like, Joe Biden is the most progressive leftist candidate to ever exist in the history of the universe, and he's going to totally bow down to the commies and the leftists, and he's going to totally be controlled by them, and he's going to be their puppet. Okay, we've heard this is what they've been saying. We've heard this again and again. Sargon was saying something to this extent when he was on last week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you have the leftists saying Joe Biden disrespects us, doesn't listen to us, isn't going to do anything we say, and is just lying to our faces. And so like this is the most perfect two movies scenario where both sides see like the exact opposite picture.
Yeah, with the same facts.
So where do we? I don't know. This is where the enlightened centrist sits.
You can't do anything. It's just you got to sit back and laugh.
Yep.
It's so sad.
This is what we've come down to.
We'll vote for him. We'll support him, whether or not, but with the fact that they are lying down in the street and risking their lives in protest, if he is so indifferent at this moment, what hope is there that down the road that he will be more receptive to these goals?
Let's distinguish two totally different questions. One is, what can be done to change the way governments act? That's one question. We could talk about that. There are a lot of things that can be done. A lot of things have been done. There's a lot of progress. We could talk about that. But there's a second question. On November 3rd, we have a decision which will take 10 minutes. Do we help?
He's like a Jehovah's Witness here, man. He's just going like he's back. He's like Trump, 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 Trump. Like he's like, you got to get Trump out of office. You got to get Trump out of office.
I don't know why he keeps saying this 10 minutes. Like for most people, it's going to take more than 10 minutes to vote.
I'm dumbfounded that he's used no hyperbole. Like he's just solid on that 10 minutes thing. Like usually in the interest of making things funnier, just, I start off at 10 minutes, then, it's 5 minutes, next I'm down to 30 seconds. It's like vote. They literally takes no time at all to vote.
I mean, I know when I voted in 2016, it only took like 30 to 40 minutes. But
dude, it takes me 10 minutes just to smoke the pot before I actually read the ballot.
Exactly. But when I voted in 2012 and 2008, it took 4 hours both times.
Really? Holy
And I voted
shit.
early. both times. So it's all very dependent on where you're voting. So.
Oh yeah, I see.
I agree. The 10 minutes thing is ridiculous.
I'm against the lines. I see the lines in certain districts, and they totally depress the vote that way. It's awful.
100%.
It's completely awful. Both sides should be called out for doing that shit. It should be 10 minutes. Chomsky's got the right idea there. You should be able to go to the polls and be out in 10 minutes.
Right.
This year it's going to be crazy because of the COVID. I mean, what are they going to do?
Of course.
Like, how do you social distance there?
Good question.
I'm mailing my ballot in.
I am too.
I don't give a fuck, to be honest with you. Sorry, Chomsky.
I already mailed my ballot in. I've already voted and mailed it in. It's already done.
I'm gonna if whichever way it goes, Adam's gonna lose zero sleep over it.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
Zero sleep.
I'll be right back.
Make the situation much harder for us to do what we want, or do we get rid of the impediments to doing what we want and then do the best we can? That's the choice. It's a 10-minute choice. For the left, the traditional left, not the contemporary left, which seems to be caught up in the establishment propaganda, but for the...
It's interesting that he says the traditional left, because I'm constantly making the argument that the left is about change and the right is about respect for tradition. And if you follow this argument to its logical end, the left is going to continue to advocate for change, policy change. Some of that policy change is actually going to be good for society. Some of that policy change is going to be bad for society. because there's too many working parts to society. I mean, you want to put your best foot forward. You want to think, okay, if we do this, this is going to happen, all these contingencies, this and that. There's always unintended consequences, and you really don't know how things are going to turn out until you actually implement them. So left is pushing for change. Right is cataloging the change as it comes, keeping the good stuff, getting rid of the bad stuff. That's the job of the right. So sooner or later, things like free speech, which it was kind of a radical idea when it came out, it becomes the tradition. And it's the right that's actually maintaining the idea that we should have free speech. That's actually become kind of a right-wing thing because it has become the tradition. And you have the left still pushing for change, still trying to change the tradition of free speech. No, we shouldn't have free speech. That could hurt somebody's feelings. We should get rid of free speech. We need change, for God damn it. We need change. All this free speech is killing us.
All this speech is inciting violence, Adam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, all this came up because Chomsky said something very fascinating. Chomsky is a linguist, so he knows the power of words here. But he said the traditional left, which makes me think, the conservatives. The traditional left is now the
liberals.
conservatives.
No.
Yes,
no,
because the idea of liberalism is the tradition now. It's the tradition. It really is the tradition.
It is in America. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But that's not. But he means liberal, not in liberalism. He means liberal like Democrats.
Yeah.
Like mainstream
I
Democrats.
know. My argument still stands.
Okay. Shinzo Beam for $5 says, I keep wanting to get mad at Chomsky for everything, and then Briahna opens her mouth. It's just so dumb that I find myself rooting for Chomsky. Yeah, that was basically my exact emotional reaction this entire conversation.
It's great stuff. It really is.
It is.
Yeah, it's like they're both. I mean, Chomsky is such a ruthless salesman on this whole Trump is the disaster that's going to destroy Western civilization. But he doesn't, I guess he's using climate change as the argument there. He's just saying, if you accept climate change is going to be a disaster, Trump doesn't believe in climate change, therefore we must get him out.
Tickleson for £5 says, I think climate change argument is so polarizing because it's either true or false. If we had the answer, we move on to more precise discussions. Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, and there's so many. I was joking about the house thing to make a point because there are winners and losers with climate change. Like tiny islands, it's true. It's totally true. Canada is going to be Canada is going to be a big fucking winner, a big winner in all of this because Canada is going to, they want a couple degree increase.
So, but here's why that's not true.
Sahara is going to be a big loser. Adam is going to be a big winner. I'm going to get beachfront property all day. Sitch is going to be a big loser because he's going to be underwater. Florida, we're going to lose Florida. Florida's not going to exist. I think that's a good thing. Sitch thinks
so. There's something that you're not focusing on, which is that when the climate change, if
there's a lot of things I'm not focusing.
Yeah, there's a 7-degree climate change. Not only is it going to have very unknown catastrophic effects on all weather everywhere, which yes, maybe some places will have better weather. It's also going to, that's going to do is that's going to change it. So there's going to be all sorts of plants and animals that just die off and can't exist anymore. And if those happen to be animals that are important to humans' life, well, then you kind of got a big problem, don't you?
It's still, you don't know. I mean, plant life is up tremendously because of the increase in carbon dioxide.
Okay.
Well, you're admitting though that it's unknown. You're admitting that it's the effects are unknown. Yeah,
I'm saying I don't know. I'm assuming that people have at least created reasonable predictions.
But now you're saying
the
that
types of plants and animals that would succeed if the temperature increases and the types that would fail.
Right.
Okay. And I'm saying that there's probably going to be a lot that would fail. That's going to harm us as a society.
I'm saying that there are going to be winners and losers. And you're saying some of those losers are going to be indispensable hypothetical plants that we need.
Right.
But that's a what if. It's
okay,
a
but
what
you don't
if.
know either. You don't know
Okay,
either. So for you to say that there's going to be winners and losers is not based on facts.
No,
it's based
but
on
it
your
is
intuition.
Well, hold on. Let me set up my hypothetical situation.
Okay.
Where there is this plant
You
out
did.
there that cures
Yeah.
cancer, okay? But it only
Okay.
lives in super hot environments and it hasn't
Of
evolved
course,
yet.
Of course.
Right?
Right.
So the right conditions for this, the temperature needs to go up like 5 degrees, and then this plant is going to come and cure cancer.
Mhm.
Okay. That's my argument. Why are you holding back the cancer curing
Of
plant?
course. Yeah. So your argument's just the made up.
Well,
You just
it's
reach
just
deep
as-
into your gut.
It's just as reached deep into your gut as yours. How is yours any
No,
more
I
accurate?
say no. Mine's not. I'm not saying what animal or what plants. I'm saying I'm pretty sure that you could reasonably
I'm
extract
saying-
that there are very important animals and plants that will be fucking destroyed by a 7-degree climate shift in over 100 years.
Maybe. I'm saying there are going to be winners and losers. You're saying that there are only going to be losers. That's what you're saying.
When you say winners and losers, you're saying there's going to be winners and losers for humans,
Yes.
right? Yeah, and I'm saying that there could be winners, but that's going to be like 2% winners, 98% losers.
Right,
I'm saying
which
the
is
losing
a
is going to be
lo-
a lot worse.
Yeah, which you're saying it's going to be all loss, basically. If it's a 2%, if it's a
Right.
2% to 98%, you're throwing your lot in with it's going to be all losers. You're
Yeah.
saying climate change. So you are in the climate change catastrophe camp.
if there's a 7-degree global increase over 100 years,
yeah.
that's fucking crazy.
Over 100 years. Oh
That's
my
not a long
God.
time period.
100 years?
100 years from now, there's a 7-degree global increase.
I can't
insane.
in 100 years, I can't imagine what society's going to look like. You're kidding me.
Okay.
Like,
People always
do you think
This is my
society's going to be anything like it is now in 100 years?
people always do this and this is a pet peeve of mine.
Good.
People
I love
always-
driving you crazy. That's why people
People
tune in.
always assume that the technology is going to go into some direction that it never does. Okay.
Mhm.
Like that's why remember wasn't Terminator supposed to take place in 1999? They thought in 1999 that they were going to create the AI, right? That was going to be Terminator.
Yeah. They get the
They
timeline
always
messed up.
Back
Yeah.
to the Future 2. What year did Back to the Future 2 was supposed to take place?
Why are you judging based on what Hollywood screenwriters peg technology? Why don't you look at like Ray Kurzweil, who's an actual technologist and has called it consistently for the last 20 years?
Back to the Future is supposed to be in 2015.
You've got Ray Kurzweil in
We
one
got
hand.
flying cars, holograms. We got magic pizza that increases in size. I'm just saying, I'm not talking about Robert Kurzweil. I'm talking about you, buddy. Okay, I'm talking about you,
Ray
the
Kurzweil.
artist,
It's
the
Ray Kurzweil.
Hollywood artist, writer, script writer guy. Okay.
Listen, when the screenwriter thinks about, well, what year would this take place in? They do absolutely no research whatsoever. They just, this year sounds cool. I'm writing the book in 1948. Let's call it 1984. How about that? We'll invert
Exactly.
the number. Yeah, exactly. It's not based on research. But there are people like Ray Kurzweil and other technologists who do keep track of it and have actually pegged various technologies by when they'll appear, and they do appear. But
I'm
you're
saying
going
I don't
off
think
of
anyone can
the
predict.
Back to the Future model when
No,
they're
I'm
actually.
saying that you can't predict this. I don't believe anyone can predict this shit. Okay, no one. I don't think
That's
people
not true,
predicted
though. Ray Kurzweil
Did
has
he predict
predicted
the
this
internet
stuff.
before it existed?
I don't know about the internet. I
Yeah,
don't know
I
about
doubt
that
it.
specific
Did he
technology.
predict? No one predicted. This is the problem. Before the internet, no one thought that technology was going to move the direction it did. And then the internet happened and
Mm-hmm.
it blew up, and suddenly technology took a completely different direction. No one would have predicted cell phones. No one would have predicted any of these other. They were
People
predicting
did,
flying
though.
cars and holograms and all this other shit. They weren't
Hollywood screenwriters did not predict that, but other people did.
I don't think anyone did. I don't buy this. Don't buy it. Don't buy it.
Hold on.
Don't buy
There
it.
are smartphones on the original Star Trek, so someone predicted
No,
something.
there wasn't. They had the little things they would push and they would just talk into. It was just a cell phone.
Yeah, it's
It
a
wasn't
commuter.
smartphone.
Yeah.
They literally,
Well, they
in
predicted
Star Trek,
cell phones.
they had spaceships that had fucking knobs and levers and didn't have touch screens. That's what I'm telling you. People are bad at predicting the course of technology.
Lukov knows what's up. He says Ray
Okay.
Kurzweil did get quite a bit right.
Okay.
And
What does he
100
think's going to
years?
happen in 100 years from now?
Oh, in 100 years from now, we're going to be
Yeah.
able to upload our consciousness and all
He's
that
saying
stuff.
that in 100 years we're going to be able to upload our content.
I think there are people living among us that will be immortal. Like, we're going to figure out the gene stuff in 20 years.
We very well might.
Yeah.
Or might not. I
Yeah.
don't know. But that's what I'm saying. What if 20 years from now they figure out how to reverse aging with gene editing? That's going to change fucking everything. Or what if 10 years from now someone accidentally figures out generalized artificial intelligence? That's what I'm saying. You can't predict the direction technology is going to go.
Well, now you're saying you can't even predict the direction it's going. Obviously, it's going. We can predict.
Well, I mean,
certain
it's okay.
directions.
Obviously, it's increasing. Okay?
It's not
But I'm
going-
talking
yeah.
about I'm talking about the specific, like what avenue is going to go down. You know, what's going to be the next big thing that's going to change everything.
Yeah.
You can't predict that.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. It could be a big technology that just makes climate. It could be a big air conditioner for the globe. You just plug it into the ground and it's like
Well, yeah,
perfect.
but that's the thing. 20 years from now, some crazy technology could be accidentally created or stumbled upon that turns out it fixes climate change.
Have
Who
you
the fuck
seen
knows?
the
I
artificial
don't know.
trees, the carbon capture artificial trees?
I have seen those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are going to fix it. So this is stupid. Just pay for the trees.
Yeah, but the question is, because their argument is that there's some breaking point where you have to do all this shit before and then you can't reverse it at that point.
Yeah, and they've never
That's their
made that argument. They've never
No,
made
I'm saying
that
that's the climate
argument.
change people's argument.
I know. And they've
Right.
never sufficiently made that argument. They haven't. People would take notice.
I don't know. I don't know the fucking science behind any of this shit.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody does. Not even the freaking scientists.
Well, I assume the scientists claim to at least.
Well, they're not convincing enough though. So
There you go.
The traditional, your activism continues. The questions you're raising are the right ones. Keep at them all the time. You take off you decide whether it's worth taking off a few minutes to prevent the making our task incomparably harder. And the answer to that is yes. Take off 10 minutes, prevent it from getting incomparably harder, then get back to work.
You recently said that we should recognize that if global warming is an automatic consequence of capitalism, we might as well say goodbye to each other.
Correct.
If one believes, as I believe, that Biden is and
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
I know it is.
How stupid! And that, like,
Totally
Oh
is.
my god! And it's so funny because what a dumb thing for I don't know what the context is, but
people
for
are
Chomsky
retarded.
or anyone to say that.
These people
Say,
are
you know.
retarded. Why do you think they're working on that fucking artificial tree, you idiots? Because they want to make money. They want to get fucking rich. No
Right,
one's
but-
going to work
but I
on the
mean-
artificial tree in a fucking socialist world.
But what I mean is, there's no fucking reason ever that if you lived in a communist society that it wouldn't be just as bad, if not worse, with pollution and shit.
It would be
Because-
worse.
I would think it would be worse because then you'd have each individual person would have ownership of the factory creating the pollution. So people would have a stronger financial incentive to want to pollute, not a less financial incentive to pollute.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's a ridiculous argument.
Well, and you wouldn't, the technology cycle wouldn't be moving as fast as it does. Part
Right,
of the
right,
reason the
that's a-
technology cycle moves as fast as it does because people want to get rich. In a society where nobody can get rich, you don't
Yeah,
do
what's the
anything.
incentive, right.
Yeah.
to be he has been his entire career a steward of capital, then how does one engage in activism that
I mean, I find it hard to believe that a bunch of communists who have a podcast that literally makes $28,000 a month don't want to get rich.
I know.
Don't
I
want to
know,
get
it's sad.
rich. Why are they referencing Joe Rogan? who just sold his podcast for like $1 billion because they want to get rich.
Do you think that their podcast is a collective?
Fuck no. These guys are getting rich.
Extracts meaningful concessions from a Biden administration.
We might have to have a sidebar here with what we would do with all that money, Sitch.
Oh, do we?
I don't want to go too deep, but yeah, I'm just saying it could be fun.
Hookers and coke.
Without
What's that?
Hookers and coke.
I'm thinking a lot of drugs. I'm thinking a lot of. I want you guys to know, okay? Degeneracy doesn't work for everyone, okay? It works fine for me, but I'm not encouraging it, okay? We need to make that
I'll
clear.
be the straight-laced one. Adam will be the degenerate.
We need to make this clear, okay? Degeneracy is bad. Degeneracy is bad. I do not encourage it.
Part of enlightened centrism is finding the perfect yin-yang balance, okay? So I'll be the good boy, and Adam will be the degenerate drug user.
You got to have a lot of yang.
confronting capital.
But you didn't understand the comment that I made. If we assume that
fuck you, he said,
capitalism is and it is unmodifiable to be and the institutions of capitalism of profit making, ignoring everything else. If we assume that that's unchangeable, we can say goodbye to each other. But we don't assume that. We don't have capitalism. We have a variety of state capitalism, which can take many different forms, and we can move it to the kinds of forms which will accommodate the crisis. It happens that there are very practical and effective ways within the general framework of existing institutions to take actions which will prevent the disaster that people who are helping Trump win are bringing about.
This is a terrible year. 2020 is a terrible year for leftists on the internet. Okay, you have their Lord and Savior Noam Chomsky comes out and basically calls them fucking stupid. You have Bernie Sanders, their political Lord and Savior, comes out and calls them fucking stupid. And they're both supporting the mainstream establishment Joe Biden candidate that they rallied against for so long.
It's painful. Not only that, they came off of 8 years of Obama, which was their God and Savior.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
I love it. My Schadenfreude is just like, delicious.
Can you imagine? Well, I guess, let me just ask you. I guess you can imagine you are going to vote for Biden. Can you imagine? Well, you have to be in her mind. Can you imagine her having to vote for Biden?
I know. I love it. It makes me so excited to have her be like, the revolution has failed.
She's not going to vote for Biden. She's not going to vote for Biden.
I know. It's wonderful. Fuck
yeah.
Moves do not change the fundamental capitalist institutions. The work contract remains, bosses remain, and so on. But they get us over this crisis. Then we can go to work to change the institutions. The alternative is to say, okay, let's give up. It's hopeless. No, I don't think it's hopeless. I don't want to say goodbye to everybody. And I don't want to go to the voting booth or to take on November 3rd to say, I'm not getting everything I want. Therefore, I'm going to help support the worst. That's the choice. You don't have a different choice. You can either try to block the worst or you can help support it. And the question is whether you should take 10 minutes to make that choice. The answer seems to me transparent. Then you go back to work and you talk about all the problems you've just been discussing about what are the best strategies to change the conditions under which whoever is in office will have to do this and that. And let's similarly move on to change the fundamental capitalist institutions, go on with that, set up worker-controlled industries, eliminate the work contract, throw out the financial institutions, ton of things we can do. Question is, do we want to make it harder for ourselves, maybe impossible for ourselves, or do we want to leave the opportunity open? Answer, we want to leave the opportunity open. We don't want to decide, let's make it impossible for ourselves.
If these capitalist institutions...
So even though I disagree with a lot of what he said, his argument is, to be clear, we can't change capitalism if we're all dead or underwater. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
So let's listen to see what is the response to that. Okay. What's the answer to that question?
He's being very pragmatic here. Capitalism and socialism both don't work underwater. They're both utter failures underwater.
Right. So let's see what the answer to that question is.
In recurring ecological crises and existential ones as they do, then isn't the real fight against those institutions instead of a reform that maybe gets us over the hump in 30 years, if it were possible to lobby those in power through activism, some kind of brokering, those who are beholden to the profit motive, even if it destroys the environment?
Think.
This is the guy who at the beginning said that they destroyed Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, what the
his
fuck
answer,
was that?
Yeah, his answer was, yeah, but capitalism keeps creating these existential crises. So aren't we going to invite more existential crisis in the future? That's the whole point. Is he saying you don't have a fucking future, you stupid idiot? Like, it's just so baffling.
Yeah.
For a second. Think about time scales. We have maybe a decade or two.
And also imagine what Virgil Texas just said. Okay.
I'm imagining.
Yeah. Does he think like the communist revolution is going to happen overnight? Does he think that they're going to overthrow capitalism in 10 years or even 20 years?
Man,
because that's what
I don't know.
Because they're saying that climate change has to be, you have to act on it now. And he's like, well, but the communist revolution. Like, this
is such a bizarre position that I question that anyone can actually believe this. Like, the idea that you're going to structure society in a bunch of co-ops, it's so ridiculous. My mind can't even comprehend how someone could believe this would work. First of all, we're having a conversation about voting here. Right. You're talking about structuring every single business so every decision is fucking voted on. You guys can't even vote on the fucking president. What the fuck?
That's such a good point.
You're never going to get anything done.
These people who can't even vote for the president want to make voting a part of every business and every corporation.
Yes. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
Right.
If they sat down and thought like for 10 minutes, they'd understand what they're proposing is completely untenable.
The people who want voting to be a part of your everyday life won't vote.
Won't vote. Yeah, won't vote for fucking leaders of office. Yeah. How's this going to happen when you show up at work and you're like, hey, we really need to make a decision about this menu. I can't. Do you know how he disrespected me? I can't vote on the menu today. Do you know how that guy treated me?
Okay. We're here at this very important business meeting. Everything's lined up, but we have one decision.
Yeah, exactly.
The product has to be blue or green.
Oh, man. No way.
What do you vote for? No, I'm taking a third-party vote. I want the object to be purple. Yeah. No. You don't understand. It only can be blue or green. No. I'm not going to be part of your oppressive two-party system, two-party choices. I want it to be purple, you bigot. And if it's not purple, then I'm not going to vote. If you don't vote on this, the entire company is going to go bankrupt. Well, no, that's the company's fault. Okay, the company should have realized before putting this oppressive vote down that I would only vote for purple.
Well, we have to get rid of this bitch. She won't vote for anything. Well, she's part owner in the company. You can't get rid of her. She's a shareholder. She owns this place.
Ivan Geterix for $5 says climate and other issues are lumped together with the scientism of the progressives. It's science if they like the result. If not, it needs more study.
So true. So true.
That's very true. Yes.
Both sides are guilty of that. It's not just like everybody wants the study to come out in their favor. Like this is where peer review comes into play, but peer review has a problem too, because like these different enclaves have been discovered where, you know, they're all going to rubber stamp anything that forwards their ideology and not let anything through that doesn't. That's not actual peer review.
Right.
Yeah.
Shinzo Beam for $5, climbing the tower, says climate change isn't true or false. A lot of the issue is how we deal with the problem, aka it's
Totally.
engineering, not science, that we need to listen to.
Totally. I agree 100%. Yeah.
Halesburg $5 says the way to affect real change is through incentives, not force. Give an employer a tax break for providing insurance, not a fine for not. Yeah, they don't agree. That's generally how taxes work, but they don't agree with that. You know, that's part of the oppressive system. So
I don't like the idea that there's nothing we can do either. I'll build a fucking raft, okay? I'm going to make it. I don't like this idea that it's world-ending cataclysm. No.
right.
I'm going to get a raft and fish. It's going to be great.
This is funny. Diogenes, I'm saying the name probably wrong. Some famous philosopher guy. Okay.
Diogenes. I like
Diogenes, Greek philosopher.
it.
Says,
Digones.
there you go. Dig jeans. Dig jeans for $5 says, how the fuck did I demand a con stream for a week straight and then fail to get in the call? I don't know. That's a good question. Also, Texas never blue. Send Californians to Canada. There you go. I like it.
Man. I love California. I'm not leaving California. I don't care. Burn the state down. I'm just like Gray here. Nah, I'm not doing it. I'm emotionally invested.
Too, with the environmental crisis. Is there the remotest chance that within a decade or two we'll overthrow capitalism? It's not even
none.
Okay. So the point that you're raising is basically irrelevant. Of course.
Was that all the Voshes on the internet, all the commies did they just collectively die right there? Lord and Savior Noam Chomsky says there's not even a possible dream that capitalism will be overthrown in 10 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's totally crazy.
Let's work to overthrow capitalism. It's not going to happen like that. There's a lot of work
gotta clip
involved.
that. We got to clip that. It's not going to happen, bitch.
Imminent question. Are we going to preserve the possibility for
But I can finally get a good night's sleep knowing Trump is not in the Oval Office. Help an old man out.
That's true. Hope an old man gets some sleep, Adam. Okay, don't you have heart?
He doesn't know how to voter shame right, man. He's going about this
true.
all wrong. He brought he brought the logic to an illogic fight.
Right. That's true.
You gotta accuse her of being racist if she doesn't help you, or ageist. You go the ageist route. Listen, I'm dying here. I'm not gonna be able to sleep.
No. This is what he should have said. He should have said, climate change affects minorities more than white people.
Exactly.
Therefore, if you're not motivated to vote about climate change, it's because you're a racist.
Yeah.
And also, it affects young people more. So that means you're an ageist.
Yeah. Yes.
There you go.
It's sexist too, because Trump grabbed a pussy one time.
Because you know that for some reason, somehow, climate change affects women more than it does men. Somehow it does. I don't know how, but I know it does. I can feel it. Okay.
Yeah, Chomsky's going about this all wrong.
Yeah, he is.
organized human society to survive? Are we going to preserve the possibility for us to work to overthrow capitalist institutions? Or are we going to say, it's hopeless, let's quit? I prefer the first. You're calling for the second.
I want to really drill down on this and be really clear, because
they never address
anything. They don't address anything you said.
That's true. They never address it. They don't provide a single rational, logical argument against that point that I assume they believe in. They haven't denied that they disagree with the premise that he's operating on.
Don't believe it.
Let's this argument, not needing to disclose anybody's voting choices here, that we're all going to vote for Joe Biden against Donald Trump. But
Why is she not disclosing her voting choices?
Because she can't. I don't think she can publicly say she's voting for Joe Biden.
Oh, really?
Or she's afraid she'll lose too much cred if she does. So that's why she's saying like, oh, well, hypothetically say, you know.
I guess maybe, I don't know. This is the problem right here. You get totally biased. I'm voting for Kanye because I'm not a racist like
God.
you are. Jeez, I can't believe you vote for the old white guy. What a racist.
Did you hear the late breaking news
about Trump taking up a notch? The polls are in his favor now.
No, is that actually true? I don't know.
Yeah.
You said that, and then I've looked it up, and it's not been true.
No,
so
Trump is like hugely surging ahead in the polls right now.
Oh,
in like 4 out of the 5 swing states, he's like up. Yeah.
I'll look it up, but that's not what I was referring to.
I know. Look, Sitch is triggered. He's already at the what? Oh my God! Trump is gonna win.
Trump intends to save himself in battleground states as COVID cases. Oh wait, no, that's not it.
What were you gonna say? Come on.
I was gonna say about the Scott Adams news. Have you been listening this week?
Yeah, I've been listening. Scott, I'm a Scott Adams fan again.
Wait a minute.
Bob B did us a solid by.
Hold on a second.
Scott Adams is a fan of the show. I
I just typed in a poll, and in every battleground state except for Iowa and Ohio, Biden is beating Trump by at least 3 points, and some
it's within the margin. It's within the margin of error now. And there's the shy Trump
voters. You said he was
voters.
surging in the polls.
Well, I just give Trump like a 5-point advantage because of the shy.
This is why I say I can't
because of the shy Trump
you say
voters.
something, and I look it up. I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay.
Because of the shy Trump voters. Really, Trump is up like 8 points.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, no. Jesus Christ. It's so ridiculous.
Are we gonna do something on election night? I kind of want to spend election night with you.
I don't know. Maybe we will. That'd be interesting. But no. Okay.
I just want to EFAP like the Young Turks. I want us to just like stream snipe Young Turks. And watch that.
No. Scott Adams said that he's not going to vote for Trump anymore.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
That was 2 days ago.
Oh, really?
He said
on the healthcare thing, right?
It was on
over healthcare.
It was no over health. He said that he doesn't blame anyone for not voting for Trump on the issue of healthcare because Trump, as I've argued, has never been able to actually articulate or provide any sort of healthcare plan whatsoever.
Well, he is talking about the transparency thing,
right? And Scott Adams mentioned that, but he said that's not enough. So
I agree.
Yeah. So no, but that's not. He said the reason that he personally couldn't support Trump anymore. It's actually very funny. It's because the day before the town hall meeting, Scott Adams spent like 30 minutes of his podcast or his Periscope talking about the wearing masks for COVID. Because remember, there's that study that showed that like 85% of the people that got COVID were wearing masks.
Right.
And so dishonest people, and maybe people that don't know how to read numbers, interpreted that somehow as meaning that you shouldn't wear a mask, that somehow wearing a mask increases your chance to get COVID. And so Scott Adams spent 30 minutes explaining why that's not true. And then that night, Trump has a town hall where he basically repeats the same inability to understand statistical numbers and analysis. Right. And then the next day, Scott Adams is like, well, I can't vote for Trump anymore.
He's vacillating back. I don't know that he's even going to vote. He's feeling lazy. He doesn't want to.
I don't think you're right. I don't think he's going to vote. But that's interesting because he said that this was going to be the first presidential election he's ever voted in, and now
he has FU money. He doesn't care. He's like, I have.
Now he's not going to. He's the Trump guy. He's the Trump guy. He pulled out from Trump because of that comment. I thought it was funny. I thought it was interesting.
He only thinks Trump is interesting because of his master persuasion ability. Which,
right.
I mean, I'm in the same boat. That's why I find Scott Adams interesting. Scott Adams rips off most of his stuff from Haidt, though, and I'm curious if there was
How dare you?
Well, no, I'm curious if there was some. I'll give you a little inside baseball. So I did. I tweeted out about his book, his most recent book that I read. What is it that he's selling there? What do you remember his most recent book?
About Haidt or Scott Adams?
Scott Adams.
So,
anyway, you can look up the title of his book, but I had tweeted something out about his book being like not near as good as other books in the psychology space, and basically being, 100 and 200 pages, whatever it is, of uncredited research.
Mm-hmm.
And Haidt liked that tweet, and I thought, I wonder, because he's never,
You can feel it,
dude.
You
He's
can
never
feel it.
fucking mentioned Haidt once, and his whole shtick is so close to Haidt. Like everything he talks about is based on the social intuitionist model, which is Haidt's research.
I think it's very possible that Scott Adams has never read a single Haidt thing, and that it's just
I'm not sure
he
about
has
that.
intuitions that have led him there, and the hypnosis shit has kind of led him there.
Maybe.
Why would he not? He cites people all the time.
The tweet definitely said like his book was a lot of uncredited research, and Haidt liked that tweet.
But why
like
would he
Haidt,
not? There's no reason for him not to credit Haidt, though.
Because they fucking don't like each other or something. That's
Why would they not like each other? I don't know why they wouldn't like each other.
I don't know. Who knows?
Maybe.
Scott is a little bit of an egomaniac. I'm not sure if you've noticed that. Just a
Paradox
little
Romano
tiny
says-
bit of an egomaniac.
That's true. He says, rewind it. It's always funny because he talks about how he has no ego. Paradox
Oh,
Romano says,
Scott? Oh, yeah.
yeah. Rewind it. Chomsky's not saying it won't happen. He's saying he's working towards communism with a small pause to vote for Biden. This is the guy who thinks Peterson is as right-wing as Attila the Hun.
Oh, I know.
No. He's saying it's not. No, to be clear, I said, right, maybe misheard or misspoke. I'm saying Chomsky is saying it's not going to happen in 10 years. He's saying the communist revolution is not going to happen in the next 10 years. That was what he said.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
I'm just going to email Haidt. I got to know the truth. I'm just going to say, listen. Scott Adams is a bit of a bitch.
He says,
tell
I'm
me
sorry,
the
Adam.
backstory.
He says, I'm sorry, Adam. I'm off the Scott Adams train. His takeaway from the New York Post story was, do you notice a very big piece missing? No one called the Ukrainians about it. Guess what? It's the last line of the article. I noticed that too. I noticed that too. I don't think Scott Adams read the article. I think he listened. Scott Adams was saying, how come no one's called one of the Ukrainian guys who was supposed to be the recipient of the email to confirm whether he was? And I thought the article said that they did, and he didn't respond. But I think what happens is Scott Adams just sees Tucker Carlson talk about something, and then he thinks that's enough information to go on his Periscope.
It's so true. It's
Anyway.
so true.
Yeah, that's
His,
how I
his
interpret
takes
it.
are straight off of Fox News.
Right. Matt Magnum for $5 says, I got dumped. Oh, no.
What?
But I also made $55,000 today. The true centrist way.
Wow.
Did you make 55K by getting dumped?
I don't know.
Wow.
Does it say? Oh,
No, it doesn't. Talk about the good with the bad. Talk about the good with the bad.
I'll take a $55,000 payday. Dang.
Yeah. Really? You take that over for getting dumped, Adam?
Well, it depends on the girl, obviously.
Right.
Like if it's my wife, I wouldn't probably. I mean, let's be honest here. I've got far more investment than $55,000.
You said probably.
Well, is that bad? No, I'm. What I meant to say was most definitely not. Okay. I don't want to give you the wrong impression here.
No one tell Mrs. Friendon, okay? No one send this. No one clip this and send it to her.
Are you kidding? Who's the kid that does our tags? Our
Nathan?
no.
What?
I can't remember.
Who does our tags? What do you mean?
They go through the stream and they mark the stream.
Oh, the commenter.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
There's definitely going to be a comment right
Make
here.
sure you
like,
put a time code. And the time code should say,
code.
time code should be origin story of Adam's divorce.
No, I'm cutting this one out. We're cutting this one out. Let's move on. Pretend this didn't happen.
Many people for whom this argument is not persuasive because it feels to them like they are being shamed. Oh, the environment is going to be ruined if we don't vote for.
She keeps doing this very disingenuous thing where she keeps phrasing it like, your argument isn't persuasive to other people. It's like, bitch, we know you're talking about yourself, okay? Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to do this.
Yes. What moral foundation is she talking about? Do you know?
In terms of being shamed?
Yeah.
I don't know. What is she talking about? What's her
So
moral foundation right here?
the people that she's talking about who are feeling angst about being voter shamed, what moral foundation, what that angsty feeling that they have, like, don't fucking tell me who to vote for, you fucking son of a bitch. That is an evolutionarily derived feeling. It's Liberty Oppression Foundation.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wait.
They feel like voting, being forced to vote for someone is an act of oppression.
There's no Liberty Oppression Foundation.
What do you? Yes, there is.
What isn't it called? Something else?
Are you looking up the old model, the 5 model? The Liberty Oppression Foundation. The Liberty Oppression Foundation is the
there it is.
latest
I was looking
edition.
at the old model. You're right. Tried to get him, guys. I tried to get him. He's like, no.
Who knows their moral foundations theory?
Yeah,
exactly.
Moral foundation. There it is. Got him.
But what's the score for progressives on the Liberty Oppression Foundation? I believe it's pretty high.
Yeah, I thought they only cared. Those were the only 2 they cared about was care, harm, and liberty oppression.
And fairness cheating. Everyone cares about fairness cheating.
Oh, everyone, yeah.
Roughly equally, yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, but see, the smart thing to do would be for Chomsky to learn his moral foundations theory and know, okay, well, this argument isn't going to work with progressives. Like, I can't exercise that Liberty Oppression Foundation because she's going to be super pissed and never get past that. Her elephant's going to be raging off in the other direction.
Right.
And he keeps going back to this. He said 10 minutes so many times that, like, she's like,
I know.
Her elephant right now is saying, say 10 minutes one more time, bitch.
Say it again.
Say 10 minutes one more time.
One more time.
Or you have to care about these things. If you don't care about things, it's deeply irresponsible, etc. And I take that argument. But the reality is that for millions of Americans, their existential experience is that they are already living on the edge, that they have been lied to.
Oh my God. If someone made this argument, I'd be like, I just want to slap him in the fucking face. Like, are you fucking stupid? You're making the dumbest fucking argument ever. You're saying, you're not actually giving me an argument against what I'm saying. You're giving me an argument about why people are stupid, emotional idiots who don't care about reality.
Exactly.
How is this? Yeah. Are we having a conversation? Like, how are you making this as a defense of them? Okay. You're just explaining why people are stupid. I agree with you. They are. This isn't a defense against my argument. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, also, Chomsky is talking about progressive voters. Are all progressive voters living hand to mouth, destitute, poor people? Like, that's the argument she's making.
He's not talking about progressive voters. He's talking about leftist voters. He's talking about the extreme.
He's talking about Bernie voters that need to vote for
Bernie or busters.
Yeah, that need to vote for Biden now. Her reaction to that is, these people are living in squalor.
How do they feel, Adam?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I wasn't aware that, like, the vast majority of people who voted for Bernie Sanders are destitute. Like, that's the argument that she's making. These people are so destitute, they couldn't possibly vote for Biden because they're in such painful, dire straits. They've been lied to for so many times. They're living under a fucking bridge. What do you think? They're going to vote for Biden? Well, if they're living under a bridge, they're probably not going to vote, period. So let's talk about the people who are actually going to vote.
Well, I'd be interested to find that out, to see what's the breakdown
of... How many bridge people vote? How many under the bridge people vote?
Well, no. What's the breakdown of people that voted for that are Bernie busters? Like, is this primarily like really poor people, or is it rich people, or is it pretty evenly split? I wouldn't be surprised if it's mostly upper middle class people that were voting for Bernie.
Are people buying a lot of ballots? Because I've read some people can sell their ballots, and I think, if you can sell your ballot to someone who's already going to vote for the person you're going to vote for, wouldn't that be a good deal? I mean, they're already going to
find someone that's going to buy what you already were going to do anyway, I guess.
I mean, why not? Make some cash.
But it just amazes me that someone could be so like this is to me. This just shows how insane the
Bernie
current
Sanders is for
leftist-
making this his press
Well, yeah, for
secretary, who
making-
doesn't even understand human psychology.
Can you, yeah, Jesus Christ, Bernie Sanders. Like, can you imagine? Like, if I heard this woman speak for 5 minutes, I'd be like, I don't want you anywhere near anything I'm ever doing ever, except to mock you. Like, I'm not gonna fucking hire you to be my press secretary when I run for president.
Well,
Like, this
you
is
got to
crazy.
understand, if you are a communist, socialist running for office, and you can only
Mhm.
choose from communist or socialist to be your press secretary, you're not going to get someone who understands human nature. I mean, there's nobody in that group that actually
like,
understands human nature.
it's just the fact that someone can make an argument based on logic and reason, and the response is, but people feel. It's like, shut the like immediately just shut up. Shut the that is so irrelevant to the conversation. So fucking immensely irrelevant. Okay, we're not talking about why people vote the way they should do. We're talking about how should people vote. Okay,
Yeah,
it's insane.
it is insane.
And misled by so many politicians for so long, and their own personal material conditions are so bad.
So bad.
They are basically
I like the idea of
So
like
bad.
Godzilla is like stomping towards the city, and then Shinji's father is like, okay, we need to vote to get $1 billion to build the robot to fight the Godzilla. And then it's like, well, I'm already living in a poor environment, so I'm not going to vote to fight against the giant monster that's going to step on me, because my conditions are already pretty bad.
I want the monster to step
like-
on me.
That's why I'm saying this is literally a suicidal death cult.
Yeah.
They're saying, if you don't address the issues that we feel are important, we're going to commit suicide and destroy the entire world and you with it.
Yeah.
That's what that's what she's saying.
James
here.
Jones level shit.
Yeah.
They're like, come drink the Kool-Aid with us.
This is crazy. These people they're holding existential reality hostage. They got the bomb on the world. They're like, you better do what we say, or we're going to kill everybody.
Or they don't really believe it. They just are using it as a ploy.
This is classic extremist tyrant ideology. It fits too perfectly with them.
Yeah.
Of like I'd rather tear everything down than not get my way.
Yeah.
saying, lifeline, throw me the bare minimum and I will vote for you, and it will enable you to do everything you want in terms of environmental reform. All you have to do is throw me the tiniest of bones. My life is on the line. All I need you to do is save my life and I will vote for you.
I don't understand that.
What is she? She says, throw me the tiniest of bone. What the fuck? She's acting like that Joe Biden has like the mirror platform of Donald Trump, and that they are both advocating for the same thing, and there's no difference. Like, they have wildly different platforms.
Well, and it's totally illogical that she's like, okay, you're poor, you're destitute, you're being discriminated against. What I really need is this climate change bill. Like, just promise me you'll be good on climate change and we're good.
Well, no, I don't think she's saying, throw us the tiniest of bone that would create some sort of tangible benefit in my life, and I'll vote for you.
Well, I don't think she is, though, but she's talking about like forwarding communism or climate change. Like, what other policy is she in favor of other than that? Like, neither one of them have thrown out a policy other than climate change or communism. Like, we're really here. We're really here in the weeds.
To care about
when we're talking about, it's either the Green New
two
Deal.
issues are climate change and communism and overthrowing capitalism.
Exactly. I mean, we could have a sensible conversation about healthcare. I mean, we're not, but we could.
Yeah.
About these things, if you don't
Did
care
you do
about
the
things,
thing?
it's deeply irresponsible, etc.
Yeah.
And I take that argument, but the reality is that for millions of Americans, their existential experience is that they are already living on the edge, that they have been lied to and misled by so many politicians for so long, and their own personal material conditions are so bad that they are basically saying, throw me a lifeline.
Okay, so she's not talking about climate change. She's talking about like material conditions.
No, I know.
And that's why I'm saying.
I know.
But that's why I'm saying that what she's saying is insane. because you could say she's claiming that, you know, Joe Biden wanting to raise the minimum wage is not throwing a bone in her eyes. And she's claiming that not wanting to have a public option is not throwing a bone in her eyes. Like, what does she think if she's
Oh
not
my
considering
God, I know.
these like
No
really
shit.
massive policy changes,
No
which
shit.
you may or may not agree with, but we can all agree that these are like big changes, like a big increase in minimum wage, you know, a public option. These are very large changes to make to the country. And she doesn't even conceptualize this as throwing a bone.
It's communism or nothing, man. The bone she wants is Green New Deal, communism.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying these people are literally a suicidal death cult. They're
they are.
fundamental extremists. I was listening to this and I'm like, this is the perfect podcast that illustrates that woke leftism is a religion. It's 100% a religion. Because this is what you're listening to. You're listening to faith-based initiatives and faith-based arguments.
You just triggered the anti-theists. They don't like
Yep.
that. All these people are atheists. What? I'm not a religious person. Religion is anti-gay. Get out of here.
Throw me the minimum and I will vote for you, and it will enable you to do everything you want in terms of environmental reform. All you have to do is throw me the tiniest of bones. My life is on the line. All I need you to do is save my life and I will vote for you.
Talk about voter shaming. Jeez.
I know. I love this picture.
She's
This
like,
picture
I'm
she's
allowed
painting.
to shame you. Look,
This
it's pathetic. I'm dying here.
She's painting this picture that there's just like a sea of black people all like drowning right now. And then Noam Chomsky's standing over them on like a raft. And he's like, you have to vote for Joe Biden or else I'm going to drown. And then the black person's just sinking. And they're like, give me your hand. And Noam Chomsky just starts kicking their hand off
You
the
know, he
bottom.
hands him a ballot. He says, here, write down Biden.
He hands him the ballot. Yeah, exactly.
He says, Biden right there. It's right on the end there. Fill that out and get back to me.
Like, this is just insane.
It's totally
It's
insane.
so insane.
We haven't
This
even got to the
person-
rant part, man. The rant
I
part
know,
is hilarious.
This person was the national press secretary for a major political candidate.
Well, now we
Modern
know why Bernie
America.
lost. At least we've got some.
Frank Luntz was right.
Oh man, why didn't Bernie hire Frank Luntz?
There you go.
He knows
Should've
what's
done
up.
it.
He knows how to
Yep.
mine mojo on the liberals. Come on, he knows what he's doing.
And
For
I
you.
bet he would take the job if you paid him enough too.
Oh hell yeah,
He doesn't give a fuck.
he doesn't, not at all. He worked for for Las Vegas. He turned gambling, which sounds seedy and like back room, into gaming, which sounds fun. Something you would
What
do
a
with the family.
A genius. Has anyone ever said something so genius in their entire life as to turn gambling into gaming? That's the most brilliant
It is brilliant.
marketing decision of all time.
Why? Hold on. Las Vegas is on fire ever since this change.
And the Democratic Party and Joe Biden is saying, no, you have to vote for me because of the environment. I reject your individual material personal concerns. I don't see how you can tell someone like that even if there are these bigger concerns that they should abstractly be invested in.
So the only thing I'm
We're
sad about is
pausing too much, just so you know. Like she's not
I know.
even getting through a sentence. So
no, because I just want to say I really wish I want to see like Noam Chomsky's face right now.
oh, I know. It's a shame that we can. Well, didn't they release a version that had? His
Yeah, I
face?
think if you go on their Patreon, if you're gonna spend
Yeah.
money, but you would his face was there. I'd be curious to
Right.
see what his face is.
his
If he's,
eyes
like,
are all red and from.
He's like dying on the inside listening to this.
That they should things before their immediate material circumstances, even if, of course, poor, working class, people of color, etc., are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis. So as a strategic question, why is it that Joe Biden and Democrats more broadly are rejecting these programs, and what does that mean for our ability to actually affect change down the line without doing something that's more radical and perhaps and valuing our votes enough to arguably withhold them at some point under some conditions?
Well,
Hold on, I want you to answer that, Sitch, because I have a good idea why he doesn't. Are we not
think
paying
her,
attention? Oh, go
her
ahead.
no, I disagree with her entire premises is bullshit.
Okay.
That's my answer. Because she keeps creating this fucking fake ass fantasy that like Joe Biden is exactly the same as Donald Trump. They have the exact same policies and positions, except that Joe Biden is slightly better on the climate, which is wildly untrue. They have very different policies.
So you're saying
my
Biden
response,
has thrown him a bone?
yeah, my response would be, well, let me go bring up Joe Biden's campaign page. And let's go through the policies so that we can show that you're a fucking moron and don't know what you're talking about. And he actually has thrown a million bones that you could comparative to Trump Trump hasn't done that you think that you would agree with.
I'm gonna make a completely different argument, but I
Okay.
totally agree with you. So you'd say, listen, you got a ton of bones he's thrown to you here. The problem is the bone that they want is like communism or the Green New Deal, which is
But that's where she's being dishonest.
right. So that's the bone that
Yes.
she wants, and it's very simple why you're not being thrown that bone, because you're such a tiny constituency that it's not worth the votes. You would lose so many more votes by throwing you that bone that it wouldn't be worth it. It's very simple.
I mean, I'm on Joe Biden's website right now, and look, maybe she can make the argument that she thinks that they're lies or whatever. But like right here on criminal justice reform, he's saying that he doesn't want any. He's saying no one should be incarcerated for drug use alone.
Well, I love that. I mean, that's
Yeah,
I'm right up that.
Don't you think she would say that that's a huge bone for a candidate?
I'm voting for
president to say
Biden,
that?
guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there's a million things you could point to in his website that she would agree with. So this whole concept that you just throw me a bone, like that just shows how insane she, as you said, the bone. This is why they're so dishonest. Okay. Because she keeps framing this as like, oh, we just want the tiniest crumb of bread.
I know.
Just please, Mr. Biden, just give us the tiniest heel of bread so we can put it in our soup and we could possibly sustain ourselves for another day. And it's like,
No.
bitch, you're like sitting behind like a fucking buffet. That's all you can eat, and you're ignoring it because the one thing you do want, the double chocolate chip heart attack sundae on the other end of the thing, which is Kainism, Joe Biden doesn't want to give you that. So it's like,
it's so true. But it's even more interesting because they think they're withholding this huge block of voters from him. All these people that want communism. And if only he would do it, he would win all of these voters. When that's not going to happen in a million years because they're a tiny subset. They weren't even enough to win the primary.
yes, exactly.
The answer to is to drop the establishment.
A paradox for $1 just said, Chomsky's journal, October 12th, 1985. Black carcass in alleyway this morning. Tire tread on burst stomach. This city is afraid of me. I've seen its true face. The streets are extended gutters, and the gutters are full of global warming. For those of you who don't know, that's the intro of Watchmen.
Yeah, very good. You did a good impression, too.
Thank you.
That was Rorschach.
Rorschach.
He does sound a little like Rorschach, too. Chomsky does.
Rorschach.
Rorschach.
Or is it Rorschach? No, what are you saying? You're saying Rorschach.
I'm saying Rorschach.
No, you're saying Rorschach.
Rorschach.
Shock to your system.
I'm saying Rorschach.
Oh my God.
View you're adopting and to return to the traditional left. Yes, there's all kind of institutions that are rotten. We want to change them. We're going to work on them. The vote is a small part of that, very small part, sometimes a major part, because the choice that you're making about throw me a lifeline or I'm not going to vote, that's not the choice. The choice on November.
Oh, he sat her down. That's not the choice.
Well,
that's not the choice.
I don't know if this is the correct strategic choice for him to make in a conversation.
Oh, okay.
Because, well, he's right. I don't agree with him. He's right in terms of his argument that he's saying that that's not what it's about, which is true under his argument. However, I would assume it'd be more persuasive. Maybe, not persuasive to her because she's not going to change her mind, but persuasive to the audience listening for him to just expose the fact that her argument is literally vapid and insane.
I hope this got a lot of views.
As opposed to just keep repeating his own argument.
I hope this got a lot of views because this is completely demoralizing. Anyone on the left that listen to this, there's no way in hell they're voting. There's no way in hell they're voting after this. Do you agree? Is my gut correct?
You think that like the leftists, when they hear this, it's gonna make them not want to vote?
Not
more?
for Biden, no, not in a million years.
I don't know.
Convinced. She's out there really convincing people not to vote for Biden.
Maybe.
Yeah. She might as well get a MAGA hat. I mean, you might as well go all the way, right?
Right.
She is the bizarro Candace Owens.
Because, oh my God, you should tweet that to her. You should say, I heard your podcast, Noam Chomsky, and I want to congratulate you on doing a better job
Than
of
Candace
pulling
Owens.
blacks away from the Democrats than Candace Owens.
Why? She's not specifically focused on blacks. I think she's probably
No, I
drawing
know,
more
but
whites away.
phrase it that way, just to trigger her.
Let me do it.
'Cause that's what Candace Owens is doing. She's trying to pull blacks away.
I'm
from
probably
Democrats.
blocked, so I won't be able to, but we'll see.
The third is, do we take a few minutes away from the activism that is working on throwing a lifeline? Do we take 10 minutes off to eliminate a major, huge impediment?
Also, I completely disagree. I mean, I don't know, because he's talking in these very vague terms. I don't. What is this magic activism that he's talking about that's going to solve all his problems? I don't even know what he's talking about.
This is the entire argument of the Mark Lilith book that I talked about, the once and future liberal. They're like, if you don't hold electoral office, you can't help anyone. Like if your ultimate goal is help marginalized people and you're out of power, guess how many marginalized people you help? Zip.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When he says active, I don't know what he's talking. Is he talking about just pressuring politicians once they're in office to do things, or is he talking about like starting your own charities? Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
I think pressuring politicians is probably what they're talking about, which, you know, you have to pressure them.
Sure.
Yeah.
This. You say, I'm going to help the impediment be established. That's choice.
The choice that millions of working people are making is not whether to take 10 minutes and vote. It's whether they're going to stand in a long line, risk COVID, take time off of work, where they're going to be, you know, negatively impacted professionally for doing so. And also, these are people who...
you know, she slipped that one in there for her, right? That was the one where it was about, like, specifically about her.
Mm-hmm.
She said it will affect her career-wise to vote for Biden. You caught that, right?
You think that's what she was referring to?
That's what she said. She said, you know, they're taking time out of their day. You know, they might impact them career-wise. She said that. You didn't hear that?
No, I did. I'm saying, but I was interpreting it as she was referring to people who. She's saying it's so hard for people to go vote that they have to make the choice between their job and voting.
Oh, okay.
Which, I mean, I would make the argument. I know that there's been a lot of voter suppression shit. Like in Texas, this is insane. In Texas, they made it so that there's only one place per county that you can turn in your absentee ballot.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Okay, so you have a county of like 4 million people. They have one central location. They don't have to turn their fucking absentee. It's like crazy. But I would assume, at least it's been my experience in my state, in my county, that has always been about 2 weeks or longer of early voting availability. And during early voting, you can vote wherever. You don't have to vote in your district. And that includes weekends. So unless someone's working 7 days a week, which is possible, of course, it's always possible. You know, there should always be time to vote.
They didn't have that when I was a kid. Early voting is kind of a new thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Which really would fuck people. Like,
Right.
Talk about trying to suppress the vote, like not even having any early voting, which makes me think like they're opening up the franchise a bit more, which is better. I mean, early voting is kick ass. Please
It is. It's great.
Being asked to do that, make personal sacrifices to vote without getting anything personally in terms of their personal needs in return.
Is that the choice on November 3rd?
This is a choice for millions of Americans. It is.
Is it the choice? Think for a second. Is it the choice for you?
Well, no, but we're not talking about me.
Is it the choice for the poorest person in the United States?
Absolutely.
Sorry, that choice is not arising on November 3rd. We live in this world, not some world we'd like to imagine. In this world, the choice on November 3rd is, do we support someone who is a major threat to our existence, or do we throw him out and continue to work on the things that we want to achieve? That is the choice, a 10-minute choice. None of the things that you're raising even arise. They don't arise on.
Well, let's talk about what this world that existed in 2016, where in a state like Wisconsin, for instance, where Hillary lost by only about 20-odd thousand votes, there were 88,000 Black Americans who voted in 2012 who declined to vote in 2016. This is in a state which has been economically disadvantaged by trade deals for all the reasons that everyone on this call understands. And when polled as to why they didn't vote, a very small percentage, about 4%, said voter disenfranchisement. The bulk of those voters, about 60%, said that they didn't think it would make a difference in the world. Now, you and I, because of the reasons you've articulated.
Hilarious.
Can you imagine?
Hilarious.
This doesn't matter who you support. I think everyone agrees. There's a huge difference in the world between Hillary being president and Trump being president.
Yeah.
I think we all agree. I think everyone agrees.
Huge difference. I would say that the problem, though, is a collective action problem, because each one of those individual voters can say, I'm not the one that swung the election. 20,000 people swung the election. So it wasn't me.
Yeah, but they're one of the 20,000.
I know. The left is super individualistic. So it's difficult for them to see the collective. Because it's 20,000 people, exactly. 20,000 people have to make the commitment to work together to actually show up and vote.
I don't know if I don't think I'd categorize the left as being super individualistic. I mean, it's weird because they sort of are in some regards, but they're sort of, the whole philosophy of current leftism is anti-individualism. I mean, it's the whole point of intersectionality. But I understand what you're saying. This was kind of confusing. It sort of is, because they all want to be, I'm all the shining special snowflake who's the protagonist of my life. But also, I don't have any power or control over my life because everything's a collective power, oppressive structure.
I pulled down to the political spectrum personal freedom versus social cohesion. And I have on the left anarchy and on the right oppression. So I think of personal freedom being on the individual spectrum. And I just feel like it's funny because conservatives do. And I argue with conservatives all the time about this, because they say, no, we're the individualists, but they're the ones that are like joining the military and like joining a group and working together. And they're the ones that vote because it's my civic duty. It's I'm part of the nation. And it's the people on the left that are like, part of the nation, fuck the nation. I'm me. I am the nation.
Well, I'm just saying it's what's interesting to me, because it seems like most people's ideology has some core hypocrisy that they don't realize.
Definitely, yes.
And maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe that's just more hypocrisy built into them. I'm
curious. That's potentially, but it's one of the reasons why I find this stuff fascinating.
I think it would make a difference in the world. Now, you and I, because of the reasons you've articulated very well about climate, et cetera, understand that there are meaningful differences.
Climate is the main thing, but there's thousands.
The climate is the main thing, but your foreign policy points are well taken. And
how about stacking the judiciary in a way in which nothing will ever happen?
All those points are well taken, but to these voters,
this is like,
yeah.
I hate to frame it this way. I hate to frame it this way so much. But I kind of have to, because it feels so true. Out of my gut says it's so true. This is the woke leftist ideology is an ideology dominated by the most stereotypical negative female stereotype. Okay.
Say it. Preach it, brother. Preach it.
Because it's all the entire it's so funny. I hate to say it. But this is your fault, Joy Gray. This is 100% your fault. This entire conversation is literally you being the focus point, being the paradigm of the most negative stereotype of femininity, or female behavior, because you have Noam Chomsky saying, here's cold, hard logic and facts and reason. And Joy Gray keeps saying, but my feelings, my emotions, how do I feel? And it's so fucking irrelevant. It's so irrelevant to the entire conversation.
True.
I hate it, but it's true. And so much
You
of
sexist pig. I just
know,
have to
but
throw it
so
out
much
there.
so much of, and I mean, I guess it does make sense, because a lot of current critical theory and wokeism is based around feminist ideology.
Yeah.
And it's so funny, because I always get into these Twitter arguments with people about how much of gender is rooted in biology versus culture.
Mhm.
And, I obviously say it's a combination of both those things. And if you think it's fully one or the other, then that's foolish. And they're always arguing that people are blank slates, that gender is entirely
Yeah.
a
Oh my
purely
God.
social construct. There's no biology involved whatsoever. And it's so funny, because this conversation is like literally the example of the classic male female difference on display. Like, this
Yeah.
is like, I can hear who did was it Leonard Sachs did Why Gender Matters? I can hear his voice reading the audiobook saying, this is why gender matters.
Yeah. It's true.
It's so funny. It's so funny. I hate it, but it's so true.
They're not getting enough change in their lived personal life.
So therefore, as an activist, you have a simple task. Try to get people to understand that that is not the question that is arising. The question that is arising, which should take you 10 minutes for an activist, is shall I help get rid of a huge impediment, which may indeed make everything I hope for impossible, or shall I shall I help that impediment remain?
I don't know why he's saying, as an activist, you should frame the question like this, when he's framed the question like this for 42 minutes and it's actually done absolutely nothing.
Well, I think I understand why he's I'm doing a little bit of mind reading here, because Joy Gray is being very dishonest in this conversation, in that she never frames this as her opinion. She keeps framing it as other people's opinions. Okay. And so there's a couple, if you're in a conversation with someone like this, there's a couple things you could do. Now, since I'm usually not I've never really focused on being persuasive to people, because I'm terrible at it. I think.
Really? Your videos are super persuasive, though.
Well, I'm not talking to a person. I'm talking to, like, an audience, because I would be completely confrontational with this.
With
And I would
her.
directly with her. And I would say, you keep saying other people. I don't care about other people. What is your opinion on this? Are you referring to yourself? And so, but he's not going to do that, because he's trying to be more persuasive. So now he's done this interesting linguistic maneuver where he's basically accepted her fake lie and saying, like, oh, well, I know you're on my side, so now it's your duty to convince people of what I'm saying. Like, it's a weird tactic that he's employing. At least that's how I interpret it.
But she's not even convinced of it. That's why.
No, but she's pretending like she is.
No, she's not. She's fighting back the whole time. If you listen to her emotionally, she's not pretending like it is. But if the actual words that she's saying, if you listen to them devoid of emotion, she's pretending like she agrees with Chomsky, but her problem is that all these other people don't agree with Chomsky. She's saying, of course, I'm going to vote for Biden, but there's these other people who are living, the bridge people we talked about.
Right, exactly. So Chomsky's now put the ball back in her court by saying, like, oh, well, since you agree with me, it's your job to
you got to
to
convince the bridge people.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So
get to work. And she retorts, I remember, because she's like, well, I'm not an activist. And I was like, bitch, what are you talking? What? I'm not an activist. I'm not an activist.
Literally worked for a major political candidate. And
I am not an activist.
Yeah.
Throw us the communist bone, or we're not going to vote. I'm not an activist, though. No, of course not.
the fuck does activism mean if she's not an activist?
That's the choice. Nothing else. And you have to get people, as an activist, you should be getting people to understand that. These other questions are important, but they are not arising in those 5 minutes in which you have to make that decision.
What if by helping Biden to win, getting Trump out of office, we are all basically ensuring 4 to 8 years of the kind of incrementalist status quo Democratic leadership.
These are all dog whistles for critical race theory. If anyone ever uses the phrase incrementalism or incrementalist,
Really?
that's a dog. It's a dog whistle for being a critical race theorist. Yes.
Really? I got to bring my other thing up because she's using it again.
That can to cause more voters to be disaffected, fewer voters to want to vote at all, much less as Democrats. And then 4 to 8 years from now, we're presented with a Tom Cotton presidency, or the presidency of someone who's even worse than Trump.
Can't understand.
Tom Cotton's going to be president? Oh my God.
I like the idea of like the meteor's coming to hit you and the status quo is living. She's like, why should we support another status quo candidate? It's like, yeah, the status quo is not being destroyed by the meteor lady. Like, I love this so much.
It's good.
This question rising, the question that is arising, are we going to get rid of a huge impediment to survival, or are we going to help install that impediment? That's the question that's arising. Yes, we will have a candidate we don't like. We'll therefore move to challenge him in the traditional ways the left always done. But that's not the choice that's arising. The choice that's arising is, do I take 10 minutes to eliminate an impediment that will make all my hopes impossible, or do I help establish that impediment? That's the choice that's arising. It should take 10 minutes, if even that, to make the decision. Now, if people don't understand that, it is your task as an activist to help them understand it. The other questions you're talking about simply don't arise in those 10 minutes. We keep working on them, yes, but that's not what's arising in those 10 minutes. It's very simple.
One of the central claims in your book is that it would cost less to take care of climate change than was spent on World War II. I believe your co-author, Mr. Pollan, cites a figure about $18 trillion over 20 years.
Oh my God.
Does that not sound true to you? Is that why you're my guy?
No, it's just they pick World War II because World War II was like so massively expensive. It's one of the most expensive things in history. Yeah.
Right.
And he even says it's $18 trillion. So, I mean, yeah, it's a lot
of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. That's why I'm like, they're like, it would be totally cheaper than, let me think, what's the most expensive thing in human history? Oh, World War II. Yeah, it'd be cheaper than that. It's like the framing is just crazy. Like, little old World War II, barely cost us $18 trillion.
To convert to a fully carbon neutral economy. And that is, I think there's no coincidence that was about the amount that Bernie Sanders proposed for his Green New Deal. Joe Biden has proposed $2 trillion over the next 4 years. The last time the Democrats were in power, 2009 to 2011, the biggest ticket item that they could pass in the middle of the greatest, economic crisis since the Great Depression was a stimulus package that was less than $800 billion. Out of the laundry list of things that Joe Biden has proposed, many of them very, very expensive, why should we believe that he will spend $2 trillion over the next 4 years effectively?
You should believe it. You should not believe it. That's why if you join the left, you'll continue to work to make it go beyond. But the choice that we face on November 3rd on this issue.
I mean, I'm going to give it to Virgil that he actually tried to change the subject to something substantive. But Chomsky's like saying, no, that doesn't matter. Fuck you.
I mean, at least Virgil tried to address the point.
Yes, totally.
So you give him credit for that. But I don't give him credit because what he said is stupid and doesn't make any sense in terms of, if we go back to the meteor example, okay, which is just for the sake of ease for quantifying their arguments. Not that I necessarily think climate change is the existential disaster the meteor is going to be, but if you have one
he's saying
candidate,
it's going to take 18 trillion to build the kaiju and save the planet, and
right? Okay, so we'll go back.
Biden's
to
only going to give 2 trillion to build the kaiju. We're going to have like one finger of the kaiju.
So Virgil is saying that it's going to take $18 trillion to build the Evangelion to fight Godzilla. And Joe Biden is saying he's only going to spend 2 trillion.
Right.
Okay. If even 2 trillion.
He's not going to spend 2 trillion. Just
right. But here's the problem is that the other candidate is saying they're going to spend 0 trillion to build the Evangelion to fight Godzilla. So those are your options. You only have the 2 options. Okay. You have the guy who you say he's going to spend a little bit of the money, which actually is a fuck ton of money, that maybe is going to start pushing you at least in a positive direction. Remember, one of the things that Scott M says that I think is very true and very brilliant is that people don't perceive things the way they are. They perceive things the direction they're going.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so your choices are one person who's going to put things in the direction you agree with, and one candidate who's going to do nothing. You have to go with the direction that you agree with. That's your options. That's it. There's no other choice.
But what if you're starving under a bridge?
Throw me a bone, Biden. Biden, just throw me a single bone. And I mean, if this bone is minimum wage or public option, I don't want those bones. I want the bone of communism. Okay.
But what if you're someone who lived under stop and frisk?
Oh no. What if I've been upset because something happened to me that made me feel bad? I should therefore not have to vote for that person, even if it means my own existential demise.
That whole existential demise stuff just feels like voter shaming to me. I mean, I don't like that. I don't want.
Well, it's not voter shaming.
It is voter shaming.
No, I'm saying if they all agree.
Well, it's voter shaming for me.
Yeah, but you don't agree. You don't think it is going to be existential. Right. But
I can't tell if I just don't agree because I don't want to be voter shamed, or if I don't.
Well, right. Or it's too scary to think about.
There's there's not good evidence on it. I wish there was better evidence.
But that's not, but what's interesting to me is that none of them are arguing this, okay?
Yeah.
The 3 people in this call all believe that there's an existential
I
threat.
wish they would have set it up better. I wish Chomsky would have said, listen, we get inside our time machine, we go 10 years into the future. We see it's a total shit show holocaust, like society's broken down all over climate change. We go back and you have to vote tomorrow. What are you going to do? Like, that's the way to frame it.
Right, exactly. Right.
Like, this gives them so much wiggle room, so many outs. Like, when you go back, you're like, listen, that's going to be your future in 10 years. It's like, are you still worried about the stop and frisk and the throw me a bone and communism and incrementalism? What's the conversation now?
Your boy Big T for $5 says, thank you for finally joining the A-team, Sitch. Admitting your sexism is just the first step.
I'm glad you read that. I'm very glad you read that, because I was thinking the same thing. I was like,
there you go. Why
gender matter? I mean, it's so funny that Leonard Sachs is such a feminist, because that book, it does make you a little bit sexist.
Well, it doesn't make you sexist, but it makes you... It's such an important book. It makes you really understand a lot of arguments between
men and
women and men.
Yeah.
Where you're like, you don't understand like what's actually being argued. And then you read Why Gender Matters, you go, oh my God. Like, here's a brilliant
all makes sense. It all makes total sense.
Here's a brilliant revelation. Okay. I came upon this a couple days ago. Maybe you'll agree with this. Okay. As everyone knows who's been in relationships with women or men, okay, women always expect men to like read their minds and to like to either do things or like be like super observant to like what they're doing, right? Like, oh, you should have noticed that I've been doing this for a week, or you should have noticed X. This is always an argument, and the guy never notices, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Right?
I totally.
Okay.
I'm married, dude. I know what you're talking
Exactly.
about.
Okay, making sure. So but here's my theory about why that is. Okay, it's because men and women have very different hierarchical relationships. Men only will try to read the person's mind and be super observant to their behavior if the man perceives that person as above them in high on the status hierarchy.
Oh my God.
But if they view the person as being equal to them on the status hierarchy, they're not going to do that. And this is evidenced by when you see men interacting with people they consider their friends, who they view as being the same status hierarchy. It's all about being chill and being relaxed and not having to put forth the energy or effort to like make sure everyone's comfortable and blah, blah, blah. And if they have a problem, they'll tell me it because I want to relax because we're in the same status hierarchy. Okay.
Right. We're chilling.
Women are all not like that whatsoever.
Not at all.
A woman,
not remotely.
Right? Women, if a woman is friends with someone and views them as being an equal status hierarchy, the way that they show affection is by saying, "Oh, I'm going to try to pay attention to your needs,
totally,
and even mind read and fulfill them before you say anything."
Totally, yeah.
So that's what's so interesting. So that women, they perceive affection one way, and men perceive affection almost in literally the exact opposite way.
Yeah.
Men perceive affection as being, "I can relax around you." So that's what's so interesting. So that's such a dynamic that I see repeated in all relationships constantly, again and again.
Yep.
And if you don't realize that there's very strong gender differences that I'd argue are biological, then you'll keep having this disagreement, and both sides will never understand why the other side, doesn't think the way that they do.
Now kick it up a notch, because all of these therapists, all these psychologists and stuff like that have been marinating in feminism for the last 20 years. They don't know why gender matters, right? So the actual marriage counselor that you're going to doesn't believe any of this stuff. Like, how can they actually solve your fucking marital problems when they don't even know what those problems are based on? Like, our society's, we're doomed. We're doomed, Sitch. We're fucking doomed.
I know. It's so sad.
Dude, do you know how powerful it would be if all those gender studies degrees were actually people who learned this stuff and why gender matters?
Yeah, we'd be living.
They learned the
in
exact
the Back
opposite.
To the Future of society.
They learned the exact opposite.
I know.
They learned that stuff and why gender matters is lies and bad science.
Yep.
Oh man, we're so screwed. We're totally screwed.
Paradox for $1 says, "Holy crap, Sitch's debate tactic analysis is so on point, I'm thinking of switching to S-Class."
Well, that's
done,
scary.
Sitch. Moments like this are why your podcast is great. It wasn't mind reading at all. I assume he's referring to when I pointed out that Noam Chomsky's ploy of trying to get her, even though she was lying, trying to get her to, the activist argument he keeps saying.
It is true, yeah. He did do a quick switcheroo. He's like, he pulled status on her. He's like, well, I haven't been getting anywhere for 42 minutes here. Maybe I better pull rank. I'm Noam fucking Chomsky.
Yeah. It's funny that on the Bad Faith podcast, we've been seeing nothing but bad faith from that.
Yeah. Naming it that was probably a mistake, because it probably, it primes them.
Yep. It primes the audience too.
It does.
It's very strange.
That's one of their favorite things to say, though. They love to say that Caleb guy was accusing me of bad faith. Like, that's their go-to move. They're like, you can't argue in good faith.
But Adam, you do have bad faith. Your faith is bad. Not that you're acting in bad faith.
Well, I don't have faith. I don't really have faith at all.
You have faith in religion, just not in it being true.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There you go.
Shall we vote for or against a candidate who wants to do nothing except race to the abyss? That's the choice. Okay? If we manage to get rid of him, we move to the next task of pressing the Democratic candidate.
I wish they would at least frame it honestly. Trump doesn't want to race to the abyss. Trump doesn't believe what you're saying is true. Like, it seems like
right.
They just They start from the
It's a hoax from China.
Well, they don't want to come to a meeting of the minds on the extent. They just want to like politicize something that shouldn't be politicized. They shouldn't be saying like Trump wants to race to the abyss. Trump wants to destroy the world. No, Trump doesn't believe it's real, and we have to convince him that it is real.
Right.
Beyond the most progressive program that has yet been presented, and to move on to the kind that we want. But what you're talking about just doesn't arise. The question that's arising is, do we help Trump get elected and race to the abyss, or do we get rid of him and then go back to work? That's the choice. Other questions arise, but that's not the choice that arises in those 10 minutes. Very straightforward. The fact of the matter is that what Pollan suggests is 2 to 3% of GDP, which turns out to be less than what the Treasury has poured in to save Wall Street in the last binge of dealing with the economic crisis. It's well within reach. With continued activism, it can be done. But the choice that we're faced on November 3rd is whether to make it impossible or to let it be possible. And if you think through it,
I can't tell if he compared which stimulus he's talking about. Was that the COVID stimulus that he said?
No. He was talking about the after the housing crash.
Oh, okay.
And what this is why you this is why if you're a dishonest person, you don't argue facts, because Virgil had his point, and then Chomsky said, well, actually, you're wrong. You'd only require 2 to 3% of GDP per year to have the amount of money required to enact the change, and that 2 to 3% is less than the amount that you referred to. So factually, he dunked on it.
Yes. I don't know if any of that's true, though, but obviously.
I don't know if it's true. He's claiming it's true, right?
Well, the whole thing is we're going to spend 2 to 3% of GDP. This is the Bohren Lombard argument.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh my God, you're talking about massive amounts of money that could like literally, take a disease off the table. Like all that money could be dumped into cancer research, for heaven's sakes. We know cancer is real.
Right.
You're suggesting, you're saying, let's make it be impossible by keeping in the power that is never going to listen to anything we say, and it's going to race to the abyss. If you want to do that, say it straight out, but don't go around it somehow.
You and I agree on Trump, but why should we believe?
That's the only issue. Let's get rid of him and then get to work.
Sure, but we are looking at a wider window here, and why should we believe that Biden is susceptible to activism?
Either he is or he isn't. If he isn't, we're lost. If he is, we have a chance. With Trump, it is hopeless. Okay, not only hopeless, but it's a race to disaster. So the choice is, shall we race to disaster, or shall we try to prevent the race to disaster and do what we can to move them to the left?
I hate that they don't conceptualize voting as transactional. Like even that he's asking the question, what makes us think he's susceptible to activism? He's not susceptible to activism, dude. He's susceptible to you're going to deliver votes. I mean, that is what activism is at some level, right?
Yes, voting is transactional and activism is transactional. But the reason is because Chomsky's saying that this is the election where it's not transactional. Because if you're conceptualizing it as climate change is the existential threat to wipe out humanity, then you don't have an option. So it's not transactional.
Yeah, he's framed it that way though, Chomsky.
Right. But Texas and Joy Gray haven't disagreed with that framing the entire podcast.
No, I know. Don't. Yeah, no, we're in crazy town here. I'm just trying. I don't know how you talk to communists about any kind of activism, because the thing, if they were really focused on helping marginalized people, I don't see why they're so anti-UBI, because it's like that's fucking go-to program for dealing with poverty.
Right. you know, if they're really serious about this, there are some people who do this, but they're in the tiny minority. If they're really serious about this, what they would do is they would go into poor and disenfranchised neighborhoods. They would scrounge together capital from their bourgeoisie friends, and they would start opening co-ops. And some of them do this, but
that would never
it's
work.
definitely the minority.
That would
It's
never
definitely the
work.
minority.
Those co-ops would be out of business in like 10 weeks.
Well, then I guess that shows that they're fucking wrong, doesn't it?
Well, it does, yeah, but it also creates a lot of cognitive dissonance. And
Of
the
course.
last 4 years have shown the left doesn't deal with cognitive dissonance very well.
True, very true.
It did.
That's the only choice that's arising. There isn't another choice.
I understand that the way you framed it seems very straightforward, but I would offer that for millions of Americans, including, 40% of the country who are non-voters, they don't see it that way. And perhaps they're irrational and obviously would disagree with them, and perhaps they're wrong. But the reality is that activists, I am not an activist. I don't claim that mantle.
You're very
as much
active.
as I have respect for them. But activists are in a tough spot because if you cannot, I would argue that if you cannot offer something that's a lot closer to an individual's life experiences and demonstrate how their lives will fundamentally improve, they don't feel like they have the incentive that you would like to think that the environment is to go to the ballot box. And so it becomes an electoral question. It becomes a persuasive question. It becomes a question of how much we actually want to enable activists to do their job, to seriously consider how much leverage we have as people with platforms to influence what the Democratic Party offers and what activists can then take to the people. And I can't help but think that at this moment where we have the most leverage, because ultimately Joe Biden needs our votes to win, that it is incumbent on him to do the most he can do to make his platform most appealing to the most voters, especially those voters who are the most marginalized and disaffected and who the Democratic Party holds itself out as representing.
Look, what you're saying is I would like him to do different things. Right.
And that we have power to influence that more now than at any other time.
I would also like him to do different things.
This is like, we have more power now to do that than any other time.
They don't. They have no power. Their voting bloc doesn't show up to the polls. No one takes them seriously.
That's true. Well, first of all, they don't have power. But it's funny. I just watched the other day. I just watched Aladdin, the live action Aladdin. I've never seen it before.
How's
It's
the
not very
singing?
good. It's not good. There's literally like a weird feminist song in the middle.
No way. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And that's not even like that. Obviously, that was like, and it's like so out of place. But that's not. I mean, it's bad for other reasons.
Sad.
It has a lot of problems that go way beyond that. But it's just funny because I'm thinking like when she says like the way she frames that, it's like the scene where like Aladdin has the lamp and he's holding on like for his dear life, and Jafar's like, "Give me the lamp and then I'll help you up." And this is like the image that Joy Gray is trying to convey. It's like Joe Biden's like hanging off a cliff, and like the only person there is like the leftists, and they're like, give us the Green New Deal, and then we'll help you up.
Yeah.
It's just, and this is while the meteor is like about to crash down on them. It's just
That you don't conceptualize it that way though, obviously.
I don't.
Yeah. They don't have that kind of they're acting like they're wielding a lot of power and they're not.
No, I don't. I think they have very little power.
Yeah,
but the problem, well, here's the issue. Well, maybe it's a twofold issue, because the issue is that with like Hillary, it doesn't matter because the voting margins in the swing states were so close, right? So you don't need to marshal a lot of people to get those states,
Right.
because the margins are so close.
Okay.
But
So it's a small electorate.
right, it's a very small, like the elections are on a dime here, on a razor's edge, or at least it was last time.
Are there the swing was, she said 20,000 votes. So are there 20,000 communists? Maybe there are.
Well, that's the number two I was about to say, is that I don't think the people that weren't coming out, these are not the people that fucking Joy Gray or Texas are appealing to. These are people that never listen to the Bad Faith podcast, that are probably in lower income situations and aren't fucking communists. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
So they're not going to be swayed by the fucking Green New Deal either, or the fucking communist leftist bullshit anyway.
Right. So she's
Yeah, so no.
arguing. She's arguing for a group that she doesn't represent and has no power
Right.
to influence.
Right.
And
Right.
the
Who are
group
them-
that
who
she
are
is
not-
arguing for isn't going to fucking show up and vote, even if she came out and said, "Listen, I'm begging you, please go out and vote for Joe Biden."
Right.
They'd tell her to
Right.
fuck off.
The group that she does have sway over are notoriously awful at actually showing up to
Flaking.
elections.
Yeah, exactly.
At flaking,
Yeah.
yeah, because it's all younger bourgeoisie shitheads.
Yeah,
So-
totally. So that's why I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
she thinks she has a lot of clout, a lot of political power. No, she ain't got
Zero.
shit, man.
Nope. She's nothing.
The way to do that is continued activism. Now, as an activist approaching the people you're talking about, you should point out that they should free themselves from the establishment doctrine that what matters in politics is what you do every 4 years. No, it's not. What matters in politics is the constant activism.
That's a oh man, leftists they don't know fucking human nature at all. Like that is such a hard sell. Like
Right.
the conservatives show up on your doorstep and say, "Listen, we realize voting is a big pain in the ass, but at least you only have to do it, twice a year." Right?
Or once every 2 years.
Yeah, his pitch is showing up and saying, "Listen, voting is a pain in the ass, but in addition to voting, you have to do something else for us every single fucking day forever. Join our cause."
Yeah.
It's like, why do you think the turnout for conservatives is so high?
Yes. No. That's very true.
Compare these two pitches, Brainiac.
He's not doing a well. It's not a good sale. You could make the argument. Yes, obviously he's not doing a good sale of this to the average person.
This
But
is why
I don't know if-
leftism fucking fails every
Right,
time.
but I don't know if this is an argument he would give to the average person, or he's giving this argument specifically because he knows he's talking to woke leftist activist types.
Oh,
Or
so
we agree with that.
okay. So maybe I'm misrepresenting a little bit. Maybe he's just saying like the activists, it's a full-time
Well, maybe
job.
he's tailoring his argument to his perceived
Right.
audience.
It sure
'cause, yeah,
seems
obviously,
like
yeah.
he's talking about like, well, tell him, the mainstream argument is that you only do one thing every 2 years,
Right.
but that's not the real argument. Our argument is that you have to do, we own your ass.
Well, because remember, he's telling them that their job as activists is to get other activists on board with this. So,
This is still crazy.
and no, I mean, yeah, obviously that's a very unpersuasive argument. You should never give to people.
Changes things, that changes consciousness, that led to the change of consciousness that permitted the Black Lives Matter protests after Floyd. A lot of work went into that. That's politics. Now we have a simple question. Do you want your grandchildren to survive? I think the people you're talking to say, yes, I want my grandchildren to survive.
So many
Yeah, I disagree. I totally disagree.
With you don't think they want to fuck their grandchildren?
Well, I don't think the people that listen to this podcast are worried about their grandchildren at all, to be honest
Well,
with you.
maybe because I guess
probably don't
by the
have
numbers
kids and-
by the numbers they don't have kids. So
people are already not surviving. That's the issue.
Yes, and you want to ensure that they'll live underwater or have a chance to survive.
So many people aren't thinking about living underwater because they're incarcerated or they're unhomed.
Then as an activist, your goal is to get them to.
Do you think those people listen to this podcast? I mean, I'm
No.
just curious because you and I genuinely care about those people. Like,
you
I
think
don't want
those people are
rotting.
fucking communists? Do you think they have the time to be involved with internet
No,
communism?
fuck no, not at all.
No.
Not at all. Yeah, this is basically like just LARPing. It is
Yes.
LARPing. It's signing up for a team. It's like, what? Communism is cool now? I'm going to be a communist.
And to me, it's just so interesting. She literally has one argument, and it's my feelings.
Yeah,
Or
totally.
the feelings of people who feel disenfranchised. And it's like, okay, that's great, I guess, if we were having a conversation about how to be persuasive, but that's not what anyone's talking about.
Yeah.
We're talking about reality here. Your fucking feelings are completely irrelevant to the conversation.
We're almost to the overtime, which is great.
To think about, because that is what is at stake. What is at stake is precisely that. And if you can't do it as an activist, too bad. That's your job. Your job is to say politics is not pushing a lever every 4 years. It is engaging in the constant activism which will change things, as it's done in the past.
Okay, maybe he is making that.
He
very
is
terrible
making that argument. I know.
So people, that's not a good argument to make.
But I think
Doesn't
people
happen.
I think people conceptualize their payment to these people for their podcast as a form of activism.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
That's like one of the oldest tricks in the book, that people who are political pundits or do these podcasts or doing things where they try to trick people into donating. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we sell free will. Like that's a real
it's-
tangible good.
Just I'm going to be
But-
honest with you guys for a second. That's a fucking scam. We don't actually control free will.
Says the guy who talks to the simulation people. Okay, we're doling out free will
Okay.
based on the simulation.
Was I not
No, but
supposed to tell them that was a scam? I'm sorry.
You weren't supposed
Guys,
to. So no, see,
if you
part of the test is
I
that
have
Adam
no
tells you it's a scam, and then you're supposed to figure out whether he's lying or not, and that's
Oh,
part of the
okay.
test to figure out.
nice
to get free
save.
will.
I like it.
It's like
Nice
it's
save.
like, you know, when you go to like the martial arts dojo and you're like, train me, and they say we're not accepting anyone, and you have to sit outside for 3 days before they accept you.
Yeah.
That's what just happened.
I had to say it because I have
Yes.
no free will, because I've
Exactly.
never donated to the
No, but we haven't. But what we haven't done, and what I think is very slimy, is when people are like, if you want to be a political activist, if you want to support your politics, just give us money for talking. Like,
Oh, I know. Yeah, it is easy.
and we hear this all the time. The leftists make this argument all the time when they say, oh, you have to find, like, I'm a black person and I speak on the internet. You need to give me money for white guilt purposes. Like, this is a common
Yeah.
bullshit argument.
Yeah, it's
again and
skeezy.
again and again. Yeah, very skeezy. I don't know if they've done that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
In an instant, keep at it. Now we have a simple decision. Are we going to make it impossible to achieve what we want? Are we going to work to ensure that your grandchildren will not be able to survive? Or do we want to take the opportunities that exist and try to make things better? It's a very simple choice. And as an activist, that's what you bring to people.
We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
So bizarre that he's making the conservative argument. That whole argument that he made was totally the conservative argument.
You know?
To respect the traditions and institutions that have helped us this far. I mean, he's basically a conservative now. It's crazy.
I wouldn't go that
You've given
far.
our
Well, how is he not? I mean,
Because he's saying
you have to work within the system. You have to
yeah, but he's not saying it the way he's saying the situation is so dire, the existential threat is so
Right.
dire that this is a unique situation where you have to just put everything else aside.
That's exactly
that's the
the point of
conservative argument.
conservatives.
Okay, well.
It's what you just said is almost a direct quote from Jonathan Haidt's book, where he says, you know, conservatives, when things get dire, when situations are leaning towards anarchy, it's the conservatives that step up and say, you know,
Well, he's
these
not saying
institutions.
anarchy. He's saying death.
Well, yeah, when things get dire.
Okay.
When things get dire, it's the conservatives that step up and speak up for the institutions that have lasted this long and you know, advocate for them. Noam
There you
Chomsky
go.
is advocating for these institutions.
Noam Chomsky's become a conservative, guys. You heard it here first
Yeah,
from Adam.
behaviorally.
about Professor.
Anthony Lipkick for $2. Buy my A-Team free will indulgence in this universe. Done.
There you go. Oh shit. Stop.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Is that the music that we're not supposed to do?
I don't know who the fuck.
So that
You can clip it out.
every
but-
single year we get a more evil Democratic candidate.
Wait.
Yeah,
And
no, we
my
gotta
question
get.
is,
Yeah, we don't want to miss 1 second.
Oh my God.
We don't want to miss 1 second of this ranting. Okay.
very real.
I've been waiting this whole time. I've been stuck in a time loop here, where Noam Chomsky's basically like a
Conversation.
Jehovah's Witness on the doorstep, just saying over and over again, you know, about your eternal soul here.
You have the little pamphlet. Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Well, if we only play it like a frame, that's not the issue. It's just
Don't you know the 5 second? You can just click the keyboard, or you're not clicking the keyboard. Let me do it.
I'm not.
Back up.
You do it.
Back off, bitch.
You know me. I'm not someone
There you
who's
go.
who's ever said don't vote for Joe Biden, nor am I someone who I think can be characterized.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, we just found tweets.
She literally said, I just read tweets?
What
Wait,
the fuck?
She literally did say that. Am I out of my mind here?
Yeah.
Like,
Hold on.
Indifferent
Fiction
to the
alert.
very real world consequences that a Donald Trump president would bring. What I'm asking, what I was trying to get across is whether or not vote blue no matter who ism, whether the knowledge that the Democratic Party has that no matter what, it can coerce and shame its voters to doing the right thing and vote for the lesser of two evils, makes it so that every single year we get a more evil Democratic candidate. And my question is, okay, Donald Trump, let's say he's the worst president ever, but what if he replace him with Bush, replace him with, Bush 1, let's replace him with.
What are they talking about the more evil candidate? Because I thought they loved Obama. What the hell?
no, she hates Obama. She says,
Oh, really?
because-
Okay.
yes, the communists hate Obama because
Okay.
basically they feel like Obama was supposed to be the boy,
Mhm.
the boy bringing in the communist utopia. And then he didn't and turned out to be just a very middle of the road, mainstream Democrat.
Centrist. Yeah, basically.
Centrist. Yes, basically. And then they basically felt like they've been lied to and tricked and their whole world has been topsy-turvy and they got punched in the dick. And now they're like, never again.
Yeah.
So
Oh, good for them.
Reagan, replace him with whoever you want, who arguably you could go fact by fact and say that they were just as bad or worse than Trump and
but also, I mean, this is so divorced from reality because I would make the argument. So since Reagan, you've had 2 Democratic presidents.
Mhm.
Okay. You've had Bill Clinton and Obama. So first of all, that's not even enough to establish a pattern. Two things are not
No,
enough
no
to establish a
shit.
pattern. Okay. And then I would say, but on the top of that, you'd say, well, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure if you were to go policy by policy, Obama was more progressive than Bill Clinton was.
Definitely. Yes.
I would imagine that's true. I don't know 100%.
I mean, he evolved on gay marriage, at least.
That's right. But my gut intuition is telling me that Obama was probably more progressive than Bill Clinton. So this idea that the Democrats keep becoming more right-wing is like a total fucking fantasy.
Well, anyone who's not a communist is bad. So that's where they're
I
starting
guess.
from.
Right.
If you're not
That's
actively
true.
seeking to destroy capitalism, you're part of the problem.
Right. But she's not saying that. She's giving a directional argument, which is unfounded
Okay.
completely.
various respect, pretend that Trump is somehow unique here among Republicans. If it were any of them,
Isn't Trump unique? Everyone says that.
Yeah.
Even people that support Trump. Everyone says Trump is unique among Republicans.
Yeah,
we've
very
had-
much so.
We've had Reagan, who is a neocon,
Hmm.
and was very, what's the word? I don't know. He had he kind of basically changed the entire economic structure of America,
Yeah,
or how
with
it's viewed perceptually.
he's the one that
made it all-
got rid of the top tax
Right.
bracket, which was giant.
Right. Right, and really push the idea of small government, cut welfare programs,
And
et cetera, et
supply
cetera, et
side
cetera.
economics, which is
Supply side economics, destroy unions. A lot of this stuff was kind of like around the Reagan era. Okay, so we had, I forgot what my point was.
yeah, me too.
Totally,
Who
but whatever.
cares?
Doesn't matter. Oh no, it was I was gonna say,
Establishing
so we
the
had so
pattern,
okay.
yeah.
So the pattern. So we had that with Reagan. We had Bush Sr., who I think was actually more to the left than Reagan was, in some respects.
He
I'm
was
not
definitely
100%
anti-war.
sure, so
he didn't
don't-
want to make
Right,
a
so
big
don't quote
deal
me
in
on that.
Iraq. Yeah.
But then you had Bush Jr.,
Mm-hmm.
who definitely did continue that trend.
Yeah.
But then you had Trump, who was a populist. So he's sort of continuing some aspects of the trend, but he's also bucking some aspects of the trends.
Yeah.
Because right-wing populism doesn't fit into the mold of neoconservatism that had been the previous two or three Republican presidents.
Yes. I mean,
But she can't see that.
no. Well, she's like politically blind. Come on. She doesn't.
She's
see much.
living in the simulation, the bubble.
Yeah. Information bubble. Let's hear the rant.
My concern is the exact same argument. So what is to stop us from ratcheting the entire country right and right and right? Because the left will never take a stand, and the way that right-wingers, the way that Tea Partiers will draw a line in the sand and say, no more. You have to offer us a candidate that actually meets our needs.
Well, Bree, that's not the.
The right wing though understands electoral politics. They're like, the Tea Party's here. We're going to deliver you this many. Like they literally got Congress people, not like elected.
Well, it's funny that she uses the Tea Party as an example because I'm assuming if you asked her, she would say that Trump is indicative of racism and white nationalism, and that the Tea Party are a bunch of racist bigots. So she's basically saying, why can't the Democrats be like the racists?
Oh, yeah.
And get their version of racism passed? That's basically what her argument is.
Oh, that's so sad.
The consideration is spending 10 minutes on November 3rd to vote for Joe Biden.
Virgil. I know you're making.
Hear this laughter? That's not Sitch laughing in the background, guys. That's her laughing about voting for Joe Biden.
Well, she's laughing about mocking. She's laughing that Virgil's mocking their Lord and Savior Noam Chomsky.
Oh, okay.
Which is
A
such
joke,
a taboo.
but like I also like that's an important point. Like I was frustrated. I was admittedly frustrated that he wouldn't even seem to acknowledge that voting does not take 10 minutes. That voting is as famous.
Told you that in 10 minutes triggered the fuck out of her. Noam Chomsky. God, don't say 10 minutes 150
Don't say
times.
10 minutes. Yeah.
An onerous process, particularly for historically disenfranchised
yeah.
people.
Especially right now.
Right, we're in the middle of.
If that was anyone else than Noam Chomsky, she would have said, I can't believe how privileged and racist you are to say that it only takes 10 minutes to vote.
Yeah, it is kind of privileged.
A global pandemic and this idea that people are cavalierly voting. Heck, I'm like twisted in knots trying to figure out how to get my absentee ballot because I'm not sure if I'm like trying to move back to New York this month and like what state am I going to be in and yada yada yada. Like, obviously I respect.
She's not voting.
Noam Chomsky deeply, and I really appreciate him taking the time with us. But it is frustrating that at no level can I seem to find someone who's seriously willing to engage with the question. I will vote for Biden if you can explain to me. I mean, like hypothetically, I'm just like
hypothetically.
framing it this way.
This
if
is
you
like
can
the
explain.
I'm just framing it this way.
Oh my God. This is like the best thing. This is so perfect. Okay. She accidentally lets the mask slip and then she tries to like course correct. Okay. Let's go back. Like that was so fun.
Yeah, we want to hear it again? Here, I'll back it up.
She's so averse.
Especially right now.
Right, we're in the middle of a global pandemic, and this idea that people are cavalierly voting. Heck, I'm like twisted in knots trying to figure out how to get my absentee ballot because I'm not sure if I'm like trying to move back to New York this month and like what state am I going to be in and yada yada yada. Like, I respect Noam Chomsky deeply, and I really appreciate him taking the time with us. But it is frustrating that at no level can I seem to find someone who's seriously willing to engage with the question. I will vote for Biden if you can explain to me.
I will vote for Biden if you can explain to me. And you can hear she's very upset. This is this is real. This is the real Joy Gray. Okay.
I mean, like hypothetically, I'm just like framing it this way.
No, I mean hypothetically. I didn't really mean it. Hypothetically. Okay. I didn't mean me. I meant like me, like symbolically. I metaphorically.
None of her audience is voting for Joe Biden. She could not deliver any of her audience to Joe Biden.
Well, it's weird
That's why
because-
Chomsky's totally wasting his time. Chomsky
Right.
went on this podcast to try to drum up votes for Joe Biden. He did, and he
Right.
fucking crashed and burned.
Yes,
like
it's true. But I don't know if there's an answer. I don't know if he could for these people.
no, there is no answer. They're not
I
going to
mean-
vote. They only vote for they're ideologues. They're only going to vote for a communist. They don't want to feel dirty
Right.
because I voted for someone who, only gave me a breadcrumb. Well, they're asking for so much
I know.
that anything,
I know.
like Biden could offer them a $50 an hour minimum wage, and they'd be like, scraps.
Throw us a bone, Mr. Biden, please.
Exactly.
Well, I have a steak here. Not that bone. I want a different bone. The bone in that juicy steak is much too small for me.
Yeah, exactly. Worker
Well, it's also-
co-ops,
Right.
nationwide.
Nationwide worker. It's also because here's the problem is that they've spent so much time shitting on Biden and shitting on the Democratic Party that they can't reverse course.
No.
Because then they'll look like punks. They'll look like chumps.
And they are. Look at these people. They're more worried about looking cool than voting.
Right.
Like voting
Exactly.
anyway.
Exactly.
If you can explain to me and guarantee me that we are not going to be in this exact same position or worse 4 or 8 years from now.
You're going to be in the same position forever because this is
Yes.
how it works.
Right.
Nobody explained this to you, I guess.
Well, it's so she didn't make this argument to Noam Chomsky either, which is what's so hilarious. She's like, I just want someone to explain to me how we're not going to be in this situation again. That she could have said
Sure,
that to Noam Chomsky. She
totally.
could have said, well, if I vote for Joe Biden and he has some climate change proposal, won't this be a continual problem where every 4 years the Republican won't want to do anything about climate and the Democrat will?
Mhm.
All right, so you're basically saying that for the next 100 years, I have to just keep voting for Democrats. She could have raised that. She could have totally raised that point with Noam Chomsky, and that would have been a valid point to bring up.
And
But
Chomsky
instead-
would have said, like, incremental, sure, it's going to work over time. Like,
Right.
He would.
Right. No, he would have, I'm assuming he would have some answer, but she could have brought that up. But instead, she decided to focus on how can you tell people who feel
totally.
like they've been attacked and disenfranchised? How can you ignore their feelings?
Yeah.
That was what she did for an hour.
Yeah.
50 minutes.
Sad. Very sad. I like to talk to Noam Chomsky.
I talk to these people.
Oh my God, that would be heaven.
Hey, Briahna Joy Gray and Virgil, Texas, have us on. Oh my God. I would love to talk to you guys about this podcast.
Are we
Oh
going
my
to get
God.
Caleb on? Is Caleb turning into a little communist? Are we going to get to talk to him?
I don't know. I have no clue where he's at, but I guess we'll ask him when he comes on.
This idea that we're going to activist our way out of this deeply entrenched two-party duopoly when we are at the peak.
Duopoly. You know what that means?
Yep.
She's talking about corruption. You know what's worse than a two-party system, Sitch?
What?
A one-party system. It's fucking awful.
Under
Putting this
communism.
framing it.
I know, exactly. They're literally advocating. They're communists, though. They're
I
advocating for a
know.
one-party system.
I know.
Which in,
Look, Adam,
I would
they're
love-
not advocating for one party. There can be two parties. They just have to both be communist.
I know,
parties.
exactly. That's why it's such a contradiction. Like, if we actually talk to them, I would love to ask, listen, you seem to be advocating for multiple parties, but isn't communism just a one party? Like, what are you advocating for here?
Right.
You seem to be disgruntled about the Democratic Party not being to your liking, and you have a second party, the Republican Party. What happens when you implement a one-party system and then that party is not to your liking?
Or
This way.
what if there's three parties? Okay, so you have Republicans, Democrats, and commies. Like, that's not gonna go any fucking way, right? Like, Like, you say seriously? You think you're gonna get to poach enough people from the Democrats? You think that's gonna go
The
somewhere?
libertarians get more vote than the communists ever would.
Yeah, come on, buddy.
If you can explain to me and guarantee me that we are not going to be in this exact same position or worse 4 or 8 years from now, and nobody, this idea that we're going to activist our way out of this deeply entrenched two-party duopoly when we are at the peak of American activism and Joe Biden doesn't give a damn is crazy making to me.
I wish.
So-
I wish
Well,
you
Bree,
would
do you want me-
finish why Joe Biden doesn't give a damn. I wish she'd like square that knot.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that's why I would be interested to have a conversation.
This is
with
why
her
I
to
brought up
see.
the money and politics thing, because that's what they believe, but it's not the truth.
Right. Because yeah, that's what I'm so curious about. Because you have one, the Republicans are saying Joe Biden's going to be totally beholden to the leftists. He's going to just be their puppet. They're going to shove their hand up his ass and
move his
control
mouth.
him
Yeah, exactly.
and move his mouth. And then the leftists are saying Joe Biden is ignoring the largest protest in human American history. Like it's like, I don't know, where's the truth here? There's got to be some truth there somewhere in this reality.
Yeah.
And it's funny to me that she's still conceptualizing. I assume she agrees with Chomsky's framing, but she never directly counters it.
Yeah.
Because what she just said is irrelevant. She just said, well, how are activists supposed to overthrow the two-party system in America during the largest protest ever if Joe Biden doesn't care? And it's like, okay, but if the framing was, what do you do when the meteor is hurtling down to destroy you? Are you going to worry about other issues? Are you only going to focus on the meteor? And she keeps saying, oh, I agree the meteor is coming, but fuck you. Like she doesn't give an answer. She never provides a response.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, to find you to engage in this argument with you, I could do that. Could be your Christmas present.
It's like, I want someone who disagrees with me, right? Like, I want someone to say,
Hit me up.
Yeah, hit us up. We'll disagree with you all day. We'll
Disagree with you all day.
We'll do it for
Okay.
6 hours.
I think we should vote for Biden for these reasons. And look, we just had this conversation with Marianne Williamson, and even though I don't, fully agree with her on
What? Sweetheart? Marianne Williamson?
New age psychic lady who's going to save the world with peace and love.
We love
Magical girl made real, Marianne Williamson.
We love Marianne Williamson.
Yes.
Why
How
aren't we
dare
talking
they?
to Marianne Williamson?
There you go.
every point. Her position. She's not, I understood her position to be like, yes, Trump is uniquely bad, but I swear I'm not doing this again. Like next time around, we're going to take this third party stuff, the People's Party seriously. We're going to, but that didn't feel to me to be what Professor Chomsky was really saying here. And it felt like he wasn't really acknowledging the extent to which our voting behavior, even if it's not the be all end all of politics,
She's getting
Here's a
closer
question.
here talking about the voting behavior, though. She's on the verge of understanding how politics works.
Well, but she's not.
Mhm.
Okay. Because here's the question that I wonder what the answer is. What is the president supposed to do about local police forces under state control?
Oh, yeah. Don't ask her that. Come on. We'll be here all
Okay.
day.
I mean, they still get federal funding. And so I assume the federal government could say, well, we're not going to give you funding unless you do X, Y, Z. But they're acting like this is something the president solves.
Yeah.
But it's not really like this is something and this is this is part of the issue with the police department too, is that it's not even, it's further fractured. There's state police, there's
local.
county police.
Yeah.
Like
And they all hate
there's
each
so
other.
many. Yeah, they all hate each other, but they're all governed by these smaller and smaller and smaller, more local independent bodies. So it's not like you can have some national reform for police. Each place has to make that decision on their own.
Yeah.
Presumably.
Yeah. It's a technical impossibility what she's advocating for. On the police front.
a little bit.
Right.
And on the communist front. Let's
Well,
just be honest.
Well, yeah, obviously. But also like the whole, and it's so ridiculous because it's like, how many people are killed by police each year?
Yeah. It's frightening.
1,000 people. Like
one
there was this
person is too much, but if you're talking about spending all
talking about spending money and where to focus your political will. And there was a great tweet I think I retweeted it, and it was like this visual graph, and it showed like what kills people per year.
Oh my God.
And it starts with like the amount of people that are killed by like, I don't remember, it's like sharks and bees, and it's like super low, and lightning, and it keeps going up and up and up and up. And then you see it's all like super low, and then it's like traffic,
Yeah, exactly.
cancer, heart disease, like just like
Yeah.
dwarfs over everything else.
Yeah.
And it was funny because I was like, oh, what I wouldn't give for that chart to include like
Police.
killed by the police.
Yeah. We should slip it in. We'll figure it out.
You should flip it in,
Edit
because it'd
it
be
up.
so. Yep, because it'd be low too. It'd be super low.
Well, and if you're talking about doling out $2 trillion, like, look at those bars, man. Fucking heart disease, cancer.
Well, but at least the idea with climate change is that they're saying it's going to, in theory, be a huge factor. With the police thing, it's like, what are you even talking about?
Oh, I know. Yeah. That's,
What are you even talking about?
you're talking with insane people who just don't
Right.
take facts. Well, they have
hey,
a perception. So
Joe Biden wants to say that you shouldn't go to jail for drug use. How is that not helping the police issue?
yeah, I love it. I'll do
man
more
that I was
drugs.
frustrated with. No one here is arguing that voting is the be all end all of politics, but to ignore that it is an extremely powerful tool in our arsenal, to me seems deeply.
It wasn't a straw man. She literally used the word. That's their only tool.
Yeah.
She wants to correct herself and say I misspoke. That's fine, but it's not a straw man.
Myopic.
Well, if it didn't matter, why would we do it?
Right.
I mean, I wanted to ask him.
You make $28,000 a month on Patreon. I think that's enough of incentive for you to do the activism. Like, activism seems to be a decent payday for you guys. So
Right.
I mean, we don't make that much, and we do it. We're not even activists.
No.
Why he's mad at Zizek. I'm upset we didn't get a chance to, like prod that beef.
Well, I apologize for that. I know that I
I don't understand how you do a podcast with Noam Chomsky and you don't have a list of like 8 questions that you want to get through. Like, I don't
Well, they might
understand how
have,
they
but
could
they
waste
just-
so much time on that.
They couldn't get through one question.
Yeah, but then you move on. Okay, if we're not going to see eye to eye on this, let's move on to the next question.
She was triggered at him. You could hear it in her voice.
I know.
She's been peeking her microphone this entire time. Okay.
It's just sad. It's totally sad. Such a wasted opportunity.
I hope not for us.
Oh, I know. For us, it's great, but
For us, it's a gold mine.
wasted opportunity for them.
Right.
I don't know. I'd like to talk to Noam Chomsky. I feel like we could have asked him more interesting questions.
We 100% could have asked a more interesting question.
Yeah.
like a
That's
dog with the
fine.
bone, but
It's fine, but I mean, that'd be a good way. I mean, we could just tell people. This will be a premium episode. We could just tell people that, oh, Chomsky was talking shit about Zizek. He was going off right there. He was saying Zizek wouldn't take the 10 minutes to vote for Joe Biden, even though the plan is at stake. And that's
That's a fantastic point.
Mhm.
Okay. They offer most of their podcasts for free on Spotify.
Mhm.
And yet, the communists decide to pay gate what they think will be their most popular episode of their quote unquote political podcast. What does that tell you about their ideology?
Go capitalism.
Yep.
a good way we could get back on. And maybe he'll argue with
I
you.
confess not to be. I mean, this is part of our charm, right? That I'm not as deep in the lefty public figure realm as you are. So I don't know anything about Zizek other than that there was that like debate a year or
he's
so ago
great.
and everybody was talking about it.
He
Doesn't know it's with Jordan Peterson.
Well, probably she does, but he shall not be named.
Oh, really? Is that what's going on here? I guess
I would
so.
imagine. If we ever talk to Noam Chomsky, I would ask him about Jordan Peterson because Paradox and other people have been sending me clips. Apparently, he has a very negative opinion about Jordan Peterson.
Really? Fascinating.
Yes.
We should EFAP one of those. We should
Yeah.
definitely EFAP one of those. It's so weird. This guy, I mean, Noam Chomsky, I think of as, obviously he's a very smart, intelligent person, but he's just he believes things that are terrible, like terribly untrue. And I know it's weird for me because I'm the metaphorical truth guy, but You can believe untrue things and get far better outcomes, and you can believe totally true things and get worse outcomes. But you can also believe untrue things and get terrible outcomes. It really depends. I mean,
Of course.
I would argue that he's believing untrue things and getting terrible outcomes by believing those untrue things.
So here you go. Here's some more bones for her. It says Biden wants to support the repeal of all mandatory minimums for federal crimes, and would try to incentivize states to repeal their mandatory minimums for state crimes.
Isn't that undoing Clinton? Didn't Clinton do the mandatory minimums?
I don't know who did the mandatory minimums. I think they've been building for a long time now.
Right.
He also saying that he wants to get rid of the discrepancy between crack and powder cocaine, which is what they always bring up.
Oh,
as
yeah.
their example of systemic racism.
I think it's already been taken care of. So
well, no, it's been lowered. I don't think it's been
completely
100%.
annihilated.
Yeah,
politicians love to do things that have already been done because it's easy. You just put out the press release.
He also says he wants to decriminalize cannabis use and automatically expunge prior cannabis convictions.
Man, I'm going to vote for Biden. This is my guy.
He wants to reschedule cannabis as Schedule 2 instead of Schedule 1. So there you go.
This is what another thing Scott Adams was complaining about, how Obama went after the cannabis growers in California, which I was pissed about
he
too.
Did. Yeah, that's true.
He said he wasn't going to do it, and then he broke his promise.
Let's see. Biden will require federal courts to divert individuals accused of drug crimes without violent offenses to instead receive treatment instead of going to jail.
Nice. Free drugs. I love it.
There you go.
Give me the
he wants
treatment.
to eliminate the death penalty. There's so much on his platform that these people would fucking eat up, and it's just so funny.
It's all based on, looks and stuff anyway.
He wants to end cash bail. Wow.
Biden looks like a Republican. They're not going to get past that.
You think they just look at him and they say it's a white old guy, an old white guy in a suit?
Totally. Republican. That's what they think. They're like,
yeah, you're probably right.
You couldn't tell like if you put an R by his name and you didn't know, you'd think, oh yeah, that works.
Yeah, if I was racist.
Well, yeah, they all are racist. So we know
that's true. That's true. That's true.
He's great.
And I think Robinson's right up on the thing, and that's about as deep as I got.
Nah, don't read that. Just read anything he wrote or watch any video of him. He'll come on and he'll talk to us about movies. It's great. He'll just describe the plots of movies that he's seen, and then he'll leave.
Maybe we should have asked Professor Chomsky some of those kinds of lighthearted questions. I'd like to know what he watches on a Saturday night.
That'd be a good intro, man. Warm him up. You guys are learning. You guys are getting better at this.
What is your favorite Marvel movie?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'd start there. You might not know that. Like, maybe
Noam
what is
Chomsky,
your favorite movie? He's probably got a favorite movie. It's probably
Noam
in
Chomsky,
black and white, but he's got one.
How do you feel about Disney movies? Specifically musical.
Ask him if he likes musicals. Sure. Soften him up.
Right.
I mean, we do that shit. What are you talking about? That's fucking...
There you go. That will be what we have to make sure whenever we have a guest on, the first thing we have to ask them is what do they feel about Disney movies and musicals?
Well, I usually ask them some question that is like trying to be...
I know. And then I immediately say, yeah, see, this is the difference. We have someone on, Adam comes on, he's like trying to soften them up. And I'm like, so why are you a white nationalist?
Yeah, you don't get how... It's so bizarre because you do know how the psychology works, but you just
I just don't care. I can't bring myself to care. That's the problem.
I like to win.
I know. I don't care.
Part of winning is being methodical.
I don't have the energy for it. I just go, ugh.
Yeah.
I hate the game.
That's why you're a loser.
I don't want to be this too much, but I will say that.
Wow. Come on.
Someone dare call me a loser. He wouldn't even play Among Us.
People
the other night. Okay.
People
Last
tune
week,
in.
Adam was like, I'm gonna play Among Us with you guys, and he fucking.
I never said that. I will never.
Totally did.
I will never go back on a promise. I didn't.
So
say
sus,
that.
Adam. You're so sus right now.
I'll go back to the DMs. I said maybe.
Look at this.
I said
guy.
I typed maybe, but I thought ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, so sus.
Sus. Is that the new lingo for suspect?
That's the lingo.
so sus.
Suspicious behavior. Okay, Adam's very sus right now. Yeah.
I'm so man, I was so baked. I couldn't play Among Us.
Well,
I couldn't go
actually,
in there like that.
what I wanted to do, what I wanted to plan was, first of all, that would be the perfect time to play. You're just wasted. But actually, what I want, because since we were planning on talking to Caleb this week, I thought we were going to do this podcast next week. And so what I was going to convince Adam to do was that we were going to play Untitled Goose Game this week and stream it on his channel. And then we would use that as the visual while we listen to this podcast. It was us being geese running around causing problems. So
I couldn't do that. I got to pay attention.
Uh-huh.
Virgil might say something important.
That's true. He said sarcastically.
Preparation for this interview, I reread, the article that I wrote about litmus tests that was basically laying out this argument in defense of litmus tests in current affairs.
Yep, we're on it. What the fuck? We have to read this article. In defense of litmus tests. She's like, in order to prepare, I didn't read any of Chomsky's stuff. I read the article that I wrote fucking 6 months ago.
Wait, is that what she just said?
Yeah. In defense of litmus tests. You're not looking it up yet?
I am. I'm typing in. But
July.
she wrote the article. Oh my God, you're right.
I know.
She...
Dude, we're talking about egomaniacs here, okay? If you're interviewing Noam Chomsky and you're reading your own article, you definitely got
died.
Yeah, you definitely got something going on.
Thinking about developing some of those thoughts in light of how dismissive Joe Biden has been recently of the left broadly. And
he's dismissive because you guys don't have the votes. Just fucking nut up. Just admit it to yourself. Go, listen, we're fucking nobodies. We've got no votes to deliver to politicians, and politicians suck dick for votes. Okay.
Well, this is how detached from reality she is. Okay, because I know what's triggering her. What's triggering her was during the debates when Trump would be like, you support the Green New Deal and the socialists, and then Joe Biden would say, I don't support the Green New Deal or socialists.
Oh, I know. That was brilliant.
You just lost the far left.
That was brilliant. Pat Trump on the back. That was fucking brilliant.
I don't know if it is brilliant because this is a tiny minority of people.
I listen. Okay. After the debate, I listened to a commie YouTuber that had.
Yeah, of course. A commie YouTuber.
I listened to a commie YouTuber and they had, Jimmy Dore on. Jimmy Dore was on.
Of course.
And they were talking about not getting the Green New Deal and not getting getting the defunding the police. And they were saying, I don't think I can vote for Joe Biden.
But here's why I say I don't think it was smart. Because, you kick all the commies off, but then you bring in all the non-commies who say, oh, okay, he doesn't support this communist shit.
Oh, you're right.
Which one of those is a bigger amount of people?
Okay, you're right. God damn it, it's always. Now I know why you're the smart one. Totally.
No, but but this is what
totally.
Because so funny.
Never mind.
You're correct in that. I remember after the debate, I saw so many fucking leftists and commies on Twitter.
Right, you're right.
Like Trump says X, and then Joe Biden runs away from it instead of saying yes, I fully support the fucking shit. And it shows how detached they are from reality. It shows how detached Briahna Joy Gray is detached from reality. Because even if Joe Biden really was the secret leftist, communist, blah blah blah, whatever. Okay.
Right.
He's a politician. He wouldn't fucking admit
totally.
Okay, he knows what side of the bread the butter is on. Okay, he's seen the polls. He knows what's up.
He's like, commie, I piss in your face, and none of his voter turnout doubles. No wonder he was up after the debate.
Exactly, but Joy Gray and Texas and these people are so fucking out of touch with reality that they actually think that there's some sizable amount of fucking commies running around in America that are worth capturing to vote for.
Yeah, crazy.
False.
And
litmus test?
Yeah, so this idea that is there any low point for Democrats? Like how Chomsky said he would vote for Bloomberg. Like
how far to the right you're willing to go.
Under this logic, if there's a Donald Trump.
Does she mention Freddy Krueger in the article? I am curious.
Well, it's so weird too because it's like, what if Bloomberg was the candidate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what if Donald Trump said that he was going to forget the Supreme Court. They said that they were going to try to, make abortions illegal. And Bloomberg said he wanted to make, pro-choice enshrined in law, not in the courts. Was she going to throw that out and say, well, that issue's not important to me as a woman because, stop and frisk happened and existed? Like she's making these like weird arguments where like that no one votes this way. She's making these arguments that like, well, if you've done one thing in the past that I don't like, everything else you do at the wash.
Yeah,
doesn't matter
they're
anymore.
total ideologues, man. It's utopia or nothing.
Right. Yeah, no, and that's very indicative of communism. Utopian or nothing. It's utopian or destruction.
Yeah. We'll take either one.
It has to be perfect or I'm going to destroy it all. That's basically the mentality. The communist mentality. Yep.
You can just see him like at the birthday party. My birthday wasn't perfect.
Throw the cake on the floor.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted this cake to be in blue, not lavender. Patrus throws it on the floor.
Yep.
Who is horrible in every single way, but would commit $1.7 trillion over 10 years to climate reform, then we should all vote for him and ignore kids in cages and hysterectomies and everything else that's leveraged
if Josh Hawley were running and he were Trump's opponent and he said, Josh Hawley said he'll spend $2 trillion on climate change, so gotta vote for him.
We gotta vote for him.
That's the existential issue.
And what does that mean for you if you are one of the people who's being directly affected by some of the horrors that these politicians are inflicting on people? This is the one, like probably the most significant change that's happened since I wrote the article, which is that it doesn't feel anymore that Biden is running indifferent to whether the left votes for him. It's starting to feel like he's running at the expense of the left, so that the left is being attacked. Our ideology
Wouldn't it be great if it did trend that way? Like, how they force Trump to denounce the white supremacists.
Mm-hmm.
So he basically has to, piss all over them.
Right.
Are we trending towards, as soon as the electoral math looks good, you can see Joe Biden like doing that kind of stuff. Like, of course, I condemn the communists totally.
Oh my God, that would be the dream. Wouldn't that not be the dream?
Totally.
Oh, my God. Oh, it'd be so beautiful.
They're evil. They should be ignored. They should totally be ignored.
Fuck commies. I hope that happens. It could happen.
It's trending that way. You made a powerful argument that if Biden did some punching him in the face in that debate, and he was rewarded for it. That's how it works. That's politics, baby.
Is being down. He keeps talking about healthcare as a human right when everyone knows that he doesn't support. Well, the problem is everyone doesn't know. People believe that he believes healthcare is a human right because he says it, but it's diluting the message in the same way that Medicare for All who wants it was intending to dilute the message. And at some point, his victories.
What is what is diluting the message mean?
Okay, if someone says that they believe healthcare is a human right, and then they're in favor of having a public option available to every person, how does that not completely make sense?
They want the communism. They want to make private health insurance illegal. That's the ultimate goal.
Right, but she's acting like him saying she just claimed that he's lying when he says healthcare is a human right, but he's advocating for something that completely goes along with those lines, and she doesn't explain it.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. She doesn't explain why she thinks he's lying. She doesn't explain why she thinks his plan is a bad plan. I've never heard any of these fucking people explain why they're so against the public option if you want it. Why that's so inferior to illegalizing private healthcare.
Do you really need me to explain it to you?
Well, I know why, but I'm saying they've never put it into words because
Do you know?
They can't just make the argument.
Such, do you know that the employer-employee relationship is like fucking slavery? Don't you know that?
Don't you know? Oh my God.
The employer-employee relationship is the downfall of Western society. It's feudalism.
It's so funny that you say this in this horrifying voice because I literally watched earlier today the Gravel Institute.
Oh, I know.
Tommy PragerU, they had this video that was like, what you haven't been told about the Civil War. I'm like, oh, haven't I been told about the Civil War? I'm like, that's interesting because Like if that was coming from a right-wing perspective, you'd be like, oh, they're going to make the whole it wasn't about slavery argument. But coming from a left-wing perspective, like I had no fucking clue what kind of argument they're going to make. And I watched a video and it's like just so disgusting. They basically make this argument that like the Civil War was actually the greatest uprising of labor unions and laborers against their, bosses. And they were basically conceptualizing.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah, and they're conceptualizing.
We have to
they're
do this video.
conceptualizing- No, maybe we will. They're like conceptualizing like literal slavery
As
like, in the same
capitalism.
vein as capitalism and as like an employee-employer relationship.
Yep.
And I'm just like, this is if I was black, I would be so fucking offended. Like,
Yeah.
that they're conflating chattel slavery with like, oh, my boss is a dick. Like this is so my God.
Oh,
it
it's
was so
evil. That's
horrifying.
straight up
Yeah.
evil. Are you kidding me?
Crazy.
You're
crazy.
appropriating the historical suffering of a definitely marginalized group to make some fucking
Right.
pot shots at capitalism.
Right.
How
And they-
evil is that?
They kept trying to frame it so like, oh, did you know that only like 1% of the people had slaves and we were fighting like the South is fighting for the 1%. Like they're trying to make everything in like
No.
this
Oh
terms that
my
apply to today's
God.
politics. I'm like, this is so fucking wrong and disingenuous.
We made
It's
a lot of
crazy.
fun of PragerU, but at least the conservatives, I mean, they understand on some level the left arguments. I don't know. The people on the left, I don't know if they even understand the arguments.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
They start to come at the ends of the left's ability to advance its own interests. And what is our obligation to stay silent? I agree. Let's call it truth. Let's stay out of it. I won't say anything until he wins. But if he keeps attacking all of the foundations that we fought for and won over the last 4 years in terms of these ideological battles, he's setting the clock back in a way that is arguably, I'm not going to say just as dangerous as Trump, but is also very dangerous in a way that shouldn't be ignored. And how much are we saying that he's willing to take from us?
I mean, it's really weird. What she's talking about wins. What did they win? They rioted and burned down some businesses. Like what? They haven't turned that into any
She said
electoral gains or anything.
Yeah, she said that they're turning the clock back. Like, how? What is he advocating for that's turning the clock backwards? Like, what are you fucking talking about?
Out of nothing substantial is coming out of any of these protests, to my knowledge.
No.
I mean, nothing. Which is, I mean, a crime. Normally, you get something for that. People were willing to bend over backwards for all kinds of stuff, but I mean, they just basically wanted hang the people that did this.
The problem is that it's the same problem we always have, which is that for certain protests, they had very easy things to advocate for. So, so Vietnam War, get out of Vietnam.
Yeah,
right?
leave.
Simple. Okay, leave. For civil rights, it was like, oh, we want to, get rid of separate but equal, right?
Yeah.
We want to have the same rights.
We
as
want to
white
be able to
people.
go anywhere you go.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we want to end to legal discrimination. Okay, it's a very specific policy point that you can just say this is the exact thing that we want. Okay, but with this protest, with the Black Lives Matter protest, what's the policy? There's no specific one policy they're advocating for that you can point to and politicians can implement.
1,000
That's
people
why
die a year in police
Right.
interactions. We want it to be zero.
Well, that's
Yes.
bad news for you. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Before we raise a hand and say, okay, dude, I don't want you not to win, but leave us the hell alone.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't win on your own terms. If you're a moderate and America loves moderates and that's why you're the one who should be president right now, you should be the candidate right now, why do you feel the need to appropriate left language? If you're
Oh, now he's appropriating their language. This is getting good. This is juicy.
I've heard of cultural appropriation. I've never heard of political appropriation.
Well, now he's in big trouble because he's using their language, and that's not
How
even.
dare.
Yeah, you got to speak
How
French,
dare.
motherfucker.
How dare he
Find
try
your
to
own
appeal to
language.
people. Oh my God, this lady's
so
fucking
if
insane.
you're so invulnerable from attacks about being a socialist, and that's why Bernie Sanders shouldn't be, the nominee, why is it that you can't answer a simple question at a town hall about whether or not you're a socialist without undermining the considerable percentage of your party, the majority of people under 30 who think that socialism?
Oh my God. Is that real? That's not real.
Wait, I didn't.
She's saying
hear
the
that
majority of
end
the Democratic Party is socialist now.
Well, no, she said under 30.
Oh, okay.
So wait, go back a sec and see.
Is better than whether or not you're a socialist without undermining the considerable percentage of your party, the majority of people under 30 who think that socialism is better than capitalism.
I beat the socialists. That's how I got elected. That's how I got the nomination. Do I look like a socialist? Look at my career, my whole career. I am not a socialist.
Why can't?
What a fantastic answer. What a wonderful answer. But I hope that can't be true. The majority of Democrats under 30 are in favor of socialism. That can't be true.
Well, if it is true, they're in favor of what the right is calling socialism, which is just like, universal health care.
In favor of if that's true, that's really scary. That's super scary.
They don't know it. I hate the fact that the right constantly calls like universal health care socialism, because socialism is, like we said, dissolving the employer-employee relationship. That's a whole hell of a lot different than universal health care. And it's a whole hell of a lot scarier because you realize that's actually what these people are advocating for.
Fix your words and advocate for yourself without tearing down people around you who you're.
Yeah, she's pissed because Biden said I'm not a socialist because socialists are idiots. And she's like, how dare you?
She's like talking like she's like a child. Fix your words. Yeah. How dare you not say that? How dare you criticize socialism? Like this fucking lady. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
This is what triggers her. Joe Biden said socialism is bad.
Well, Joe Biden has come out and said, "Oh, well, if you don't like my policies, don't vote for me." Like,
right.
I wouldn't say that. That's not necessary. There's more artful ways to say that. You are a politician and all, but
here you go. Here's the survey. See, among Democrats under 30, our survey found that socialism favorability is now the majority of you. That's dark as fuck. 19% said very favorable. 39% said somewhat favorable. Oh,
okay.
I don't know what somewhat favorable means.
That means they're for universal health care.
Yeah, that could.
They're like, I want to own a business, or I don't want everything to be co-ops. I want some opportunity. This is what they keep giving Shu a hard time. I'm like, Shu is not a communist. Shu wants universal health care. It's pretty obvious.
Well, but the next question is more troubling.
Oh no!
I'm curious to see how many people were polled in this, and I'd want to see this repeated.
It was college students. It was in the gender studies department. 40 kids.
It was people under 30, or I think even this next one might be 18 to 29. I can't tell, but it says, if the United States had to become mainly one economic system, would you rather be mainly capitalist or mainly socialist? So 44%
can't take
said
it.
Mainly socialist, Adam.
44%?
Yes, so mainly socialist, and only 27% said mainly capitalist, and 28% said not sure.
That's
the problem.
Wow.
This is good. Hey, we can bring this up in our conversation with Caleb, because he's going to say that there's no threat. He's going to say the threat is, I'm assuming he's going to say the threat is mostly one of fascism and white nationalism.
That's got to be teachers painting socialism as a rosy alternative to capitalism.
100%. Yeah. I don't know if it's teachers or if it's just, I think a lot of it is, I think it's two things. I think unfortunately critical theory, which is basically, I think James Lindsay is saying, is it's an industrial based solvent, just dissolves and deconstructs everything. I think you have that infiltrating academia. And then on top of that, you have people constantly conflate UBI, they conflate healthcare, with socialism.
UBI is super capitalism.
No, I know, but it's almost like the Republican straw man, because Republicans since Reagan have been calling all forms of government assistance, government programs, socialism, and they did it for their own. It's like the left calling everything racist.
Yeah,
it was
same
just a political
exact thing.
tool, right? A political tool that was very effective. However, it's going to backfire because now it's going to be like, well, you have a bunch of stupid kids who say, well, I like those things that you're calling socialism that aren't. So I'm going to start identifying as a socialist. And then what that allows is that it allows the actual socialist to use these stupid kids to their advantage and to push actual socialism into play under this guise. And that's the danger here. That's the danger.
Yeah, the socialists are like the mad scientists that like they've tried this experiment over and over again and it's always failed, but they're like, just this one more time. This time will be different.
Right, exactly. This time will be different.
Yeah. Oh, so scary. Can you imagine like living in a world that it's just it immediately devolves. He even called it state capitalism, but it immediately evolves to state capitalism is not the right term for it. They need to call it crony capitalism because that's exactly what it is. It's like the market doesn't function on efficiency. It functions on politics, who you know. You're loyal to the Communist Party. You get to make the decisions at the bread factory. Yeah.
So it says this is a survey that was done by Zogby, which I believe they like a credible survey institution.
Sure, they're good.
Yeah. This was done for 1,000 a little bit more than 1,000 likely voters of 18 to 29.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see this. See, to me, this is a super important question, and this survey needs to be repeated many and many times to try to see because if this is a consensus that the majority of young Democrats under 30 view socialism as more favorable than capitalism, I think we have a big fucking problem going on in this country that no one's talking about. Or at least no one, the mainstream's not talking. Obviously, the right's been talking about that. But.
Yeah, maybe we're talking shit too, because maybe they do have a lot more power than we're giving them credit for.
Well, to be fair, this is only people 19 to 29, the worst voting bloc.
Oh yeah, they never vote.
Ever.
Never mind.
Yeah,
we're totally safe.
Because my concern isn't that they have power now. That's never been my concern with the socialists. My concern is, are these 44% of young Democrats going to grow out of it or not? Yeah. That's my concern.
People don't grow out of it. They actually start voting.
Well, I think the number will shrink because I think generally I think it's generally true that people become more conservative as they get older.
That is true.
To some degree, but it's still, I don't want to live in a future where 15 years from now, or 20 years from now, 30% or 40% of the Democrat Party is openly socialist. That's a dark future, I think. And so that's what I'm more concerned about the future than the present.
You'll finally be forced to vote Republican.
Yeah, I would. This is why I want so desperately for Joe Biden or someone like that to be president, and then for the media to turn on the socialist, because that's the only way they will turn on the socialist.
Oh God,
they're not going to turn on the socialist as long as Trump is president.
I feel bad for you. We're never going to be able. My gut is telling me Trump in a landslide. And my gut is never wrong.
That's bad news because that's just going to help the socialists, unfortunately.
Well, we won't get to see your experiment. I need to take a break. I'll be right back.
Okay, that's going to be 2024. 2024 is going to be, if Trump wins, is going to be all the socialists saying, "See, we told you. If you would only listen to us, we would have defeated Trump. But you just had to pick the centrist candidate, the moderate, neoliberal shill candidate." That's what they're going to say.
Yeah, they do it every time, and they go further and further left, and they always lose.
They always lose. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Counting on to vote for you. And if you honestly think that you can win without the left vote, why are we under all of this constant pressure to fall in line. It seems like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too.
Absolutely, especially it's especially grotesque when you have Bernie Sanders flying across the country to campaign for Joe Biden,
Yeah.
putting himself at grave personal risk.
When none of the
I love how everyone that these people look up to, okay, they look up to Bernie Sanders. This fucking lady worked for Bernie Sanders. She wanted Bernie Sanders to be the fucking president, okay? That says a lot, that you're going to put your time and your energy and money and dedicating to someone to be fucking president. All the people that these guys support all say the same thing, and yet they're still so high on their ideologies they can't accept it.
other people in the Beto and Kamala and that t-shirt, none of the rest of them are putting their lives on the line, even though they're not 78-year-old men.
Yeah, Mike, what's Mike up to?
Yeah, what's Mike up to? Anyway, look, people are going to be upset about this, and I don't want anything to be misconstrued.
What about this episode?
Yeah, I mean, like even just this little rant in which people are going to take as, oh, Bernie's national press secretary is telling people not to vote for Joe Biden. No, all I'm saying is that I think it's
That is what she's saying. That's exactly what she's saying.
irresponsible of us not to protect our interests somewhat. We're supposed to just take this beating. Like,
What does that mean? What is, quote, our interest? Whose interest? The black community's interest? The communist community's interest? Whose interest is she referring to?
the left believes in things. It has its own program. It's fighting for them. It's fighting for things that are widely believed among most Americans and that are fundamental rights and interests. And I think it is perverse. I'm sorry. It's perverse to say you're not allowed to speak up when the party that's supposed to represent you is trotting of those interests. Biden is this close to saying Black Lives Matter is hurting my election chances.
This woman is insane. Just on the basis, not on the basis of any policy, on the basis, this is a podcast, right? And they edited a clip. They edited that clip of Joe Biden giving that answer on the town hall about socialism. They edited that clip into the podcast. Okay. So they could edit in whatever the fuck they want. They could bring up arguments about the types of policies that Joe Biden is pushing for that are so negative that she's talking about. But did they do any of that? No. The one thing she focused on was that he said words that she found offensive. He said, fuck the socialists. And that's what's got her panties in a twist. It's very telling.
Michelle Obama released a video today that trended on Twitter in which she basically spends 5 entire minutes, yes, I watched the whole thing, 5 minutes basically saying that our ancestors fought and died for our votes. Voting is so important. Protesting is great. Our ancestors protested for our rights, but protest voting is wrong.
We cannot afford to withhold our votes.
There it is. Another, not going to edit anything to actions. No facts to support your case. It's just clips of people saying things that makes me upset because I only care about my feelings. Okay. You have to address my feelings.
Yeah.
Or
scary.
wait on a protest candidate. One of these two men will be president. And only if we vote for Joe Biden with power and with passion will our voices even have a chance at being heard.
Protest voting is throwing away your vote. And I'm really tired, and this goes back to the Marianne Williamson conversation. I'm really tired of being forced to make decisions that are completely separate and apart from our ethical, immoral, personal considerations. And I'm also, can I say, really kind of offended. But they
it makes perfect sense now that I think about it. Because you say, okay, so they're conceptualizing this as the trolley problem. Okay.
Yes.
You got Joy Gray has got the switch, right? And the trolley is heading towards the track and it's going to run over 20 babies. Okay. And if she pushes the lever, instead, it's going to run over 2 black people. Mm-hmm. But the 20 babies are white. Okay. So she's in
my God.
intersectional privileged Olympics oppression.
I don't
dilemma.
approve of this trolley problem at all.
You don't approve of this? Okay,
this
so let's
is
remove
terrible.
race. They're true. Let's remove race from this. Okay. It's 20 babies versus 2 completely innocent middle-aged people. Okay. Mm-hmm. And Joy's position is, why should I have to make this decision? I want to live in the utopia where there are no trolley problems.
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
Okay.
I don't want to make the decision.
Right. This is, yeah. And it's like, and then I come in there, or you come in there, or
Right.
even like Noam Chomsky comes in there and says,
Someone's
okay,
going to die. We have to make a decision here.
but guess what? We don't live in the magic utopia that you want to live in. We live in this situation that's happening right now. And right now, that trolley is hurtling towards those 20 babies, and you have to make a decision. There's no third alternative here. And she's like, no, I refuse to accept it. I want to live in the utopia. And I guess it makes sense, because if you're a socialist, you literally, or communist, you're literally engaged in utopian, fantastical, whimsical utopian thinking. So I guess it all makes sense.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
idea I'm supposed to go to my working class family members in Cleveland, Ohio and say, hey, I know you've been working at a $7 minimum wage and you're a 68-year-old woman who's bagging groceries in a Safeway.
This is what I don't understand. Like, I'm all for tamping down on the income inequality and, you know, the shit jobs that are like,
Right.
you never get ahead, and payday lending, and like there are all these different ways that poor people get fucked. But I don't get the connection how communism solves any of that. It doesn't. Like, it's just weird advocacy for nothing. It's almost like it's the same thing as the protest vote. It's like throwing your advocacy away. It's like we could be advocating for UBI or something that candidates are actually talking about. No, we're gonna advocate for worker co-ops. It's so ridiculous.
As is so ridiculous. And
But you should.
And, you know, Joe Biden has this whole thing on his platform that he's all about, like, trying to increase the power of unions again.
Right. Yeah.
And you think she'd be in favor of that? He has a whole thing about increasing the federal minimum wage to $15. Okay, so that's it. Like, so what is her argument? She keeps saying that he's not going to do anything, but she doesn't talk about any of the policies that are being levied here.
Or any of the things that she's proposing be done. It's just so
Right.
bizarre.
Should really, really take time off in the freezing cold Ohio winter and go and vote for Joe Biden, because, you know, an academic somewhere told you that climate change, which you're never going to see because the average black person only lives to like 65 anyway. So even black kids aren't. And my grandkids, I don't even have grandkids. I'm probably not even going to have children because my.
Yeah, she said it all right there. You can tell she doesn't care about the election either.
I love how. What a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what a piece of human filth you have to be to basically say, I don't care about the continued existence of my species
Because I'm not going to have kids.
because I'm not going to be around for it.
Yeah.
Is that just the height of like, fuck you? You're
Well,
like a
it's
terrible human
strange
being?
coming from the party of empathy, but
Yeah.
the
you know, the party that's supposed to be all about helping the poor, underprivileged people, that's not them, right?
well, this is the thing about communism, because I really think it's being driven by fucking catty status competitions,
Yes.
and they don't give a fuck about the poor. They're just hiding behind this poor and downtrodden. Like, one of the reasons why you and I are both where we're at, and other people as well, because they have similar stories to us, is that they actually want to help the downtrodden and dispossessed, and they just don't understand how any of these policies actually do that. Well, the policies aren't really designed to help the downtrodden and depressed and oppressed. They're designed to get even with the people who have been successful in this catty kind of fucking tear them down way. And they have to reverse engineer what they really want to do under the guise of being helpful. It's so horrible. It's terrible.
So true. So true.
I mean, there are all these things. This is why it's just mystifying to me that any of the YouTube bread tubers don't talk about UBI at all, because they don't give a fuck about helping the poor. They want to go after the rich. They don't give a fuck about the poor. They don't. They don't. Have you heard the argument that that so many of the communists are communists because they actually come from families where, you know, the family is pretty much taking care of them all through school and that kind of thing.
Right.
That
And
never
they
really
want that
worked.
for everyone.
They want that for everyone because they think, well, first of all, they're terrified by the idea that, okay, now things have to change because I actually have to get a job and support myself.
Right.
They're like, I just would like to continue on the same path. Like, why can't people just go from being, their parents taking care of them to the state taking care of them? So, but when
Why can't I be a child forever?
We're all living in a bubble to some extent. Like this
Yes.
this is the argument against UBI because, like I've had a job since I was like fucking 12. I've always been doing
Right.
shit. So when I think of UBI, I think of it as capital for all the shit I could have been doing when I had no capital to do anything. And but I guess there are these people who have had tons of capital because they've had rich fucking parents. They could do whatever they wanted to do, and didn't do anything. They didn't. They didn't do anything with it, and now all they want to do is be like, couch surfers or whatever. I don't know. They want to go from their parents doing everything for them to the state doing everything for them. Like, okay, those people are going to be probably fucked up by UBI. I don't know.
But it's better than like them leading the fucking communist revolution, destroying everything.
It is. I know. And I've been making that argument with UBI. Like at some level, you're knuckling under and you're saying, well, I'm just going to pay people not to become criminals. Like,
Yeah, or to revolt. Yeah.
Yeah, stay out of criminal enterprises.
Right.
I guess, there could be some schadenfreude off the fact that you're giving UBI to these rich kids that, really never do anything with their lives. Because I don't, it seems like there are poor people out there that if you did give UBI to, they probably could, at least some of them, escape their circumstances, that they're not going to escape without that.
Right. But we don't have the artificial intelligence machine that can figure that out yet. So
someday, hopefully. Let's continue.
I'm recording my studio apartment. My economic circumstances are such that even as relatively privileged as I am, it just doesn't seem to hash it out right. And so you're going to ignore
I'm dying to know how privileged she is. I forgot, I wanted to mention that she's talking about she could vote in Cleveland, Ohio, which is a huge swing state.
New York.
Or New York, which is not even remotely a swing state.
No, but she so someone who's making, assuming that she splits this with other guys, so she's making $10,000 a month by doing the podcast. And I'm assuming she's doing other work too beyond this thing. I mean, she's a fucking national press secretary to Bernie Sanders, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah,
okay?
that's
It's
a
not like
six-figure job. Dude,
Yeah,
they're making bank donations. She's
yeah,
getting
you
paid
put
out-
that on your resume and you can get a lot of jobs. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's amusing to me. And she said that she's relatively privileged, but still, she's in her studio apartment and she's thinking about moving back to New York, like one of the fucking like richest places to ever live, right? In New York City.
Yeah, I live in New York. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah,
And you don't have money.
Yeah, I was just like, oh my God, lady, you need to chill out.
all these material concerns and say, well, the environment is the be all end all, the Supreme Court is the be all end all. Half these people don't have the right to choose as is under the status quo. Half the people, the idea that Brown v. Board saved us, schools are as segregated today as they were in the 1960s.
Fight for those people while you choose between New York City and Cleveland.
Well,
and
it's so disgusting too, because she's conflating like you don't have a legal right to do something, and like there's some bunch of circumstances that have created like a very negative situation. Like these are vastly different,
hugely different
problems.
Yeah. You
But
shouldn't
she's like,
even
no, it's all the
compare
same
them.
thing.
Really, it's kind of offensive to compare them.
It's very offensive to compare them.
I really missed the framing that things are so great now. Everyone has turned into Steven Pinker all of a sudden.
I don't understand how you could divorce this complex, systemic, existential problem from people's immediate material concerns.
Right.
And say, yeah, I know.
I don't know how you can divorce the giant Godzilla monster that's about to step on us from the fact that like I'm living under the bridge right now. I don't know how you can divorce these two things. Like, I don't know how you can divorce me living to fight another day to make a better future versus like doom.
Well, there are plenty of places on the globe that are doom right now because
Yes,
of the
it's true.
political and
It's very
financial
true.
situation. That's why
Sure.
Americans making this argument is just crazy to me. Like there's so
Yes.
many places that you could live that your situation
You're in
will
the
be
doom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. I feel like these people don't read anything. Like I constantly just thank my lucky stars that we're American, man. That we
Yep.
have a chance. I mean, we have some problems that are concerning, but nowhere near the
Well,
kind of problems elsewhere in the world.
Yeah, of course. We have problems. They should be addressed. But they're acting as if these problems are on the same level as doom.
Yeah.
Existential
No, it's
doom,
crazy. It's
which
crazy.
is obviously not the case.
It's not healthy for you as a human being either. It really isn't.
Well, I mean, but maybe this is why these people are so like fucking unhinged and insane because they've convinced themselves that that's how bad it is.
I believe that. Yeah.
That there is the Godzilla monster. They're saying that the Godzilla monster is already here and is already destroying everything.
Yeah, it's racism. Yeah.
Yes. Only it's a racist Godzilla and it only targets non-white people.
Can you imagine if you were so afraid of the police that you like saw a police car and you thought, "Oh my God, I'm gonna get shot." Like, can you imagine that?
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible.
It's scary. That would be totally scary.
Of course.
I mean, it would be evil if the press spent a lot of time trying to convince people of that, so that every time they leave the house, they were terrified.
Well, this is what I don't understand. Like when I talk to a lot of people on the left, because a lot of my friends and family members, we would talk about before 2012 or 2016. We would constantly criticize the media pre-Trump about how the media was so focused on trying to fearmonger you and make everyone afraid of the world. And I always bring up that movie, Network. Network's literally about this, about the shift from journalism from being in the public sector to like being privatized and not privatized, but being profit driven.
Right.
It used to not be profit driven.
Outrage.
And everything had to be, and everything had to be about how to make money. And the way that used to be before outrage was it would make you afraid of everything. That used to be the technique before they'd make you outraged. They make you afraid of everything. And yet, for some reason, now that we're in current year, when it comes to the police shootings, and I try to say to the same people I had these conversations with, years ago, and say, look, all this stuff about the police just indiscriminately killing black people, this is just the fear mongering. This isn't happening on this wide scale that they're making out. It's just fear mongering. And yet, because it's framed as a race issue, it doesn't penetrate. They just accept it.
Yeah.
Because it fits the narrative that has been so entrenched, unfortunately, right now by the left. It's just so destructive.
Well, and I mean, you feel society right now is pushing you to believe it or be charged as a racist, which is
yes, it's the Kafka
which is
trap.
a pretty huge penalty. Yeah,
it's the classic witch
evil.
trial. If you're not with us, then you're the witch, or you're the witch's helper.
Yeah, scary stuff. I'm still happy we're in America.
No wonder Among Us is so popular right now. It's literally a game about sussing out the witches.
It's good practice. It's probably going to happen soon.
Exactly.
I know you're experiencing racism. I know you're out of a job and you lost your unemployment benefits. But hey, this is really important. This is going to kill everyone.
Yeah.
Like if things are going badly for you, you might as well think, fuck it, who cares?
It tacitly is saying you think that those people are.
I mean, I don't disagree with that point. So we're arguing over. I mean, they're making
That's a different point.
It's a totally different point because the
That's an
people that they're
emotional
talking
point
about are not in that situation. They feel they're in that situation.
Right.
So it's like.
But they're making a point about how people feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, I understand that people feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but that's not what they should do. Okay, we have to separate prescription and description, right?
Definitely.
And that's what they're not doing.
Callous, different, or stupid. People know that the environment is important, but here's the analogy I wanted to say, but I didn't know how to make it like not sound awkward, so I'm going to just try it with you. It's like knowing that you support a sports team. You support whatever, the Lakers, and I support the Pistons, right? And
The Heat.
well, I have, for reasons, long-standing affinity for the Pistons.
They're playing in the finals.
Okay, I support the Heat.
So it's
And
it's current.
if
That's called a
if
news
the
hook.
Lakers win, you win. Nice, you're a professional. If the Lakers win, you get to survive. If the Heat wins, I get to survive. Otherwise, we're summarily executed. Okay. We're each obviously rooting for our team to win. But if my team, I don't know who's better. I wanted more of an imbalance in terms of skill, so that this analogy
What
worked
happened?
better. But
The Lakers are better.
Okay.
The Lakers are going to win. Edit this out if the Lakers lose by the time this episode comes out.
But if your team very obviously inflicts self-harm, benches its 2 or 3 best players, and then says, "Hey, root for me anyway." Like, root for me anyway, and if you don't root for me, it's because you secretly wanted me to fail.
Okay, so like the Lakers make the finals and say we're benching LeBron every single game.
Yes. Oh, he plays for the Lakers.
This is a terrible analogy.
This
but-
is the worst analogy I've ever heard in my
Yeah.
entire life. But how can you compare this to some sort of zero-sum game where one side gets murdered and the other side doesn't? Like, what is she even implying here?
That's a bad part of it, and also they're implying that they're not they're saying communists are obviously LeBron James in this scenario. When they had Bernie wasn't LeBron James. Remember, Bernie couldn't score any points here.
Nope.
Who's I don't know sports. Who's the
sports.
shitty version of LeBron? Who's the anti LeBron James?
Talking to 2 fucking nerds that don't know shit about sports.
I can't believe
don't
these
know.
guys know this much about sports.
Yeah, it's true.
That's rough. Well, I'm glad I didn't make myself the Cavaliers. Look, the point of the matter is, it's like, why is the onus on me as the fan when all the power and control is on Lakers management to make sure they have a winning team? Why is the onus? Why isn't?
Okay, this is actually very enlightening to why this lady's insane. Okay, she worked for a presidential candidate.
I know. She's supposed to know this shit.
She's supposed to know how this works. She's saying, like, she's basically acting like the DNC, which obviously has power, sure. And the assassin has power, sure. But she's saying, why didn't the DNC just deem Bernie Sanders the choice?
Yeah.
Okay, so she's basically making a very undemocratic argument. She's saying,
Yes.
why didn't the DNC just choose my candidate to be the one who's victor, and people shouldn't be able to vote on it? Okay, that's why the fans matter, because the fans, in your stupid analogy, are the ones choosing the fucking teams, dum-dum. It's not the coaches.
Totally.
Okay.
Yes.
And, you know, there's already the perfect example of this. His name is Donald Trump, the current president of the United States.
Yeah, perfect
Okay?
example.
We talked about this earlier. The RNC hated Donald Trump in the beginning.
Yes.
They did not think he was going to win. No one thought he was going to win. They thought he was a joke, and they were doing everything they could. The Republican mainstream was doing everything they could to
Right.
defeat him. But guess what?
The fans stepped up.
The fans stepped up and they said, we support this guy, and they voted for him. You know what happened with Bernie? That didn't fucking happen.
Yeah, that
because he
didn't
didn't have the
happen.
support of the fans, did he?
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking grow up. Get over yourself.
Well,
Okay?
I
Tried
don't
and
understand.
lost.
I don't understand how you turn an electoral failure in the primary into an electoral win in the general.
Because they're like, well, you know, they're out because all those other candidates dropped out right before Super Tuesday. It's a conspiracy theory. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, wait a minute. Even if that's true, which I assume that they were strong-armed into dropping out by the DNC or the Biden campaign, obviously, it doesn't matter, because that means that 70% or 80% of the people wanted the moderate candidate and didn't want Bernie fucking Sanders. Okay, that means he was not popular at all. Like, it's the dumbest argument on the planet.
Yeah, big time. He wasn't LeBron.
No.
More people asking, why is Joe Biden undermining his own chances at victory? Why is
She literally thinks that Joe Biden coming out hard against socialism
Is
is undermining his own chance on victory. This is how This is how detached from reality. This is the problem. This is what's so dangerous about internet politics. People think that what they see, this is why science is important. Okay?
Yeah,
This is why science
exactly.
is so important. People think that their lived experiences are somehow indicative of reality.
Yep.
They're not. Your
No.
lived experiences don't mean jack shit about the rest of the world.
They're supposed to
At all.
fool you into doing shit that you don't want to do.
Exactly.
That's exactly what they do.
Exactly it. Your lived experiences are not indicative of reality whatsoever. This is
Nope.
why science is so important. This is the whole point behind why you try to get polls and statistics and all this other shit.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
To try to create an accurate assessment of reality.
We're
And
try-
she knows this because there's a reason
She doesn't
she
know it.
said
She never learned it though.
no, because there's a reason. This is how she's deluding herself. Okay, she's seen the polls. There's a reason she said the majority of Democrats under 30 are in favor of socialism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's a reason she said under 30. She knows that, first of all, there's one poll on this. Okay, so I like to see this repeated, but she knows that number doesn't apply to older voters, and it is probably sharply the opposite. That
Right.
The older the voter is, who are more likely to vote, they're very against socialism.
Totally. For good reason.
And yet she's right, for good reason. And she keeps acting like Joe Biden keeps shooting himself in the foot coming out against socialism. What's wrong with him?
He really has to court the voters that never show up. That's really the winning strategy. He should do a college tour.
Isn't he doing together a winning coalition? Why is the only response from our former first lady, who I have a good deal of respect and admiration for, residual respect and admiration?
Residual. Notice it's like
Residual.
a little left over, but fading fast.
Yeah.
Why isn't the conversation, at very least, about what Joe Biden does in fact offer? Because there are some things that he's got that are good. But the conversation isn't even about, hey, Americans, I'm going to double the minimum wage. Hey, Americans, I have some progress on environmental reforms. Hey,
Wait, I thought he wasn't throwing any. This is, oh my God, this is insane. She was earlier claiming that he was throwing no bones, and now he's like, oh, he's doubling the minimum wage.
Is he
He's
doubling the
doing-
minimum wage? That's crazy.
Yeah, because it was, if it's $7.50 and it's 15, that would be double, right?
Yeah.
So she knows. She was just totally lying before, or being deluded by her ideology.
We'll never know.
Americans, here are these sections. Here's stuff that actually matters to you. No, all we get is a 5-minute track, literally 5 solid minutes of, you must not understand the severity of what America is like if you're not going to vote for Biden. Well, honey, everyone, I think that a lot of the people.
Like how she said honey.
America's not that bad, is what she
He
said.
called Michelle Obama honey in a disparaging way.
Well, okay.
No, but this is so funny. This is so indicative of this individual psychologically. All she's talked about is the way people feel.
Yeah.
And then when she brings up examples of things that are the problems with the candidates, it's not anything the candidates support. It's the things that they said. Joe Biden used the wrong mouth sounds to describe concepts that made her
They
upset.
do the same thing with everyone. That's all they care about is
I
policing
know, but
how
then
people speak.
and then with this
Honey!
is so funny. with Michelle Obama, she's like, I actually agree with a bunch of policies that Joe Biden supports. And you think, oh, well, for the rational, sane, logical person, that would be enough, right? You support whatever candidate has the policies you support with, right? But she's not rational and sane, and she's getting focused on, but even though I know all that, I'm just so bothered by Michelle Obama's rhetoric, the way in which she spoke. Those words just upset me so much so that I can't support what she's talking about.
Yeah. Elephant and rider all the way. She's not even fake about it. I mean, she's all elephant.
All elephant, baby.
People who aren't voting too well the severity of what America is like, and they're trying to tell you that you got to do better than the malarkey that you've been shoveling toward him. For generations since the third. You are living in the consequences of third wave triangulation, and at a certain point, it's going to stop working, and it's not going to be the voters' fault. It's going to be the fault of politicians who forgot that their job is to actually persuade people things by offering them stuff.
I did see, to the Biden campaign's credit, I did
Is that a nonsensical statement? It's a politician's job to persuade people by offering them stuff. Is she saying that she wants politicians to bribe people into socialism?
Well, I've been saying it's transactional. So, I mean, it is transactional.
But it's not a politician's job to persuade people of shit by offering them stuff. That's the ideologue's job. The politician's job is to listen to the people and try to get elected.
Yeah. Well, I mean, normally the people are telling what they need, but I guess politicians do offer stuff. I mean, healthcare is an offer.
But she's sort of reversing the flow.
Mm-hmm.
She's saying, I want the ideologues to run for office and to persuade people of their ideology, is what she's basically saying. Which to me is like the opposite of what you would that's what happens, but ideally, wouldn't you want the opposite?
I'm total dictator's handbook guy. Like, politics is completely 100% transactional. People fool themselves into thinking it's ideological, but bottom line is people vote based on their what's good for them. Even, I mean, if they're voting, if like say you're a 100% like abortion's your issue, you're only going to vote for candidates that are pro-life. You're still voting your moral interest. I mean, it's not your financial interest, but maybe your moral interest is more important to you than your financial interest. But it's still, politics still is transactional because, you know, candidate X is going to say, listen, we're going to get you more pro-life judges on the Supreme Court. You can hold on to the idea that abortion is going to be made illegal someday. Yeah, we're offering you this. The other guys are offering you that. It's transactional. The thing that's crazy about our system, though, is that we end up spending twice as much on everything because so the Republicans get into office and they spend on their voters for policies that their voters want. And the other, like it's famine for them for however long. And then the Democrats get in and they spend for their policies, and the other policies like go by the wayside. So it's like when the Republicans get in office, they want to spend so much on the military because the military's been, I mean, Clinton, I think, cut the military budget in half. I don't know, maybe that's a good thing. But
probably
you understand the situation where this is why people get so triggered about it, because politics is transactional and you're basically rewarding your constituents at the expense of the party that's out of power, because they're still paying tax dollars for the 4 years that you're, nominating whatever programs you're nominating, getting through whatever programs you're getting through.
Did see ad recently on TV, a national TV ad that was it was like those trial lawyer ads, where you exposed to asbestos, you might be able to.
Just on the transactional part, this is why the politicians fucking love identity politics, because like offering somebody, I think people should be forced to use your pronouns literally costs nothing. Like, right. That's easy. Yeah, they love that shit
so much. Yeah. It's like with Obama's near the end of his presidency when he signed the executive order that says that you have to pay women the same as men. It's like, okay,
yeah, it's already happening.
Great. Yeah.
What was I brought up the one before, the crack cocaine and I think it's already done. It's like, yeah,
I don't think it's done though.
Okay,
it's been lowered. I don't think it's done.
So, but theoretically, if it has been done and they don't know it's been done, oh yeah, that we offer you that. It's like, of course.
Yeah, exactly. But that's so much of identity politics is around these vague, these ideas that you can't bear out in facts. So how are you going to show if you actually did the policy or not?
We'll respect the LGBT community. Oh, okay. Well, that's free. Why am I paying tax dollars for that?
Right.
I don't need to pay my tax dollars so you can respect the LGBT community. That's free.
Entitled to a statement of $100,000. It was like that. And it was just dollar figures. It was just straight dollar figures. I said, if you make. If you're a wage employee, you might get up to $17,000 a year. If you're a senior citizen on Social Security, you might get $3,000 more a year under Joe Biden. And we're going to make the rich and we're going to make the corporations pay for it. That was it. Just straight vote yourself some money. And it was the best Democrat ad I've seen maybe in my whole life.
That sounds good.
It was a good ad. I mean, it's better than all the bio ads. I mean, the real answer to all of this is Joe Biden thinks he can win just by showing up, which might be true.
Which might be true.
I mean, Trump is imploding. I kind of think it's the case.
Look, so then it becomes a lose-lose for the left. We have not protected any of our interests, any of our branding, any of our rhetoric. Biden wins anyway.
How do you protect your rhetoric? I don't understand.
Because she doesn't like. Remember, this is political appropriation. Joe Biden's saying things like healthcare is a human right. He's stealing their rhetoric.
That's a tall order if you're going to enforce these people are the word police, aren't they? They're like, say this, don't say that.
We are in a weaker position than we were before the election to actually advance our interests and prove ourselves as distinct and better than the Democratic Party agenda. Democrats now believe that they can win without us because even though the overwhelming majority of Bernie's voters are going to pull the lever for Biden, they are going to pretend that any resistance, they're going to point to me and say, you guys didn't vote for Biden anyway, so we don't have to listen to a word you have to say. Any activist efforts are going to be completely undermined as a consequence. If Biden can win without us, that's even more reason to continue to do the work of activism, which includes saying things which frankly reflect poorly on Joe Biden.
See, this is what I've been trying to tell you guys.
Yeah.
They're going to be so much more pissed if Biden wins instead of Trump wins.
Yeah, it's going to be all stick. It's all stick.
She just gave 30 seconds of why she's going to be more mad if Joe Biden, the candidate who she agrees with more, wins over Donald Trump, who she probably doesn't agree with on anything.
Yeah. They're coming for him. It's going to be all anti-Democrats.
This is your brain on ideology. Okay? On tribalism.
Well, catty tribalism more than I.
Well, no, you shouldn't dedicate yourself, I don't think, to just some sort of strict ideology.
I agree. Yeah.
That's always a dangerous road. And that's what's happened. She's dedicated herself to some. Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not even that. Maybe this is purely just elephantism. This is pure emotion. She was the press secretary of Bernie Sanders, and he got a raw deal, so she's mad.
Yeah.
I'm angry. They betrayed me. My guy lost. Wah. I mean, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like she's a small child going, meh.
It's
I
true.
don't want it. I don't want chocolate. I want vanilla. And then they throw the ice cream on the floor.
Well, they're going to be
Say no.
They're going to be anti-Biden all the way through.
Yes, 100%. But isn't that so amazing? Because you wouldn't think that normally. You wouldn't think, if you were to say, okay, as a communist, as a woke leftist, woke communist, are they going to be happier if Donald Trump wins or happier if Bernie Sanders wins? You would assume they'd be happier if Bernie Sanders wins.
No, equal.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Joe
wins.
Biden.
Yeah, but no.
Oh, they'd be over the moon if Bernie Sanders won. Are you kidding?
Yeah, no, but
he wouldn't get anything done, and after 4 years, they would fucking hate him as much as Joe Biden because no one would work with him.
No, but they're gonna be happier if Donald Trump wins, because then they could stick their fingers in their ears and their tongues out and say, "This is what you get for not choosing Bernie Sanders."
Totally, that's exactly what they're gonna say. Yeah.
But if Biden wins, then they're fucked. They're out in the cold. No one gives a fuck about them.
You make a compelling argument, Sitch. I can't. I don't have a. I mean, I hope. Well, this is the thing, because I'm fascinated by your argument to the point where that's exactly what I'm going to be looking for if Biden wins. But there's this image that I have in my head that I can't get out from the presidential debate of the shot from behind both of them. And Biden just looks like this fucking tiny little man. This just itty bitty, tiny.
That's not fair.
little.
Trump is obese. Of course he looks bigger. Okay.
No, but he looks like a little like gnome. Just and his posture is just so bad, and he's like just standing there, I was thinking, oh, it's all in the looks, dude. This guy and people, the Democrats have a lot of power to delude themselves. They really do. I don't know. I can't see this guy winning.
It doesn't matter, Adam, because he's going to die in a year or two anyway, and Kamala Harris is going to.
I think the polls. I think the Democratic establishment, the left-leaning establishment, has powers over these polls. I think they can get the pollsters to deliver them whatever they want. I think they're using those polls to raise money, but I don't think those polls are accurate.
I disagree with that so much, because I know Scott Adams had this whole theory about why the polls would be so unfavorable to Trump. Yeah, and to me, it's the most backwards logic ever.
Okay, well, explain to me how it is, because all I ever see on YouTube is ads for fundraising for the Democrats.
Well, I mean, I've been seeing nonstop Biden ads, like on everything.
Yeah.
On every time I'm like on my phone, or if I'm on like YouTube or something, just like nonstop Biden ads.
Yeah.
But that makes sense because he's been raising so much more money.
Well, Wall Street wants Biden all the way.
Right. But it's very interesting. It's the question about why that is. But if Trump is so good for the economy, but
because Trump will do. Trump is you don't know what Trump is going to do.
Most. Yes, he's the thing that every
uncertainty.
Financial
That's
person
the word
hates
I'm
the
looking
most.
for.
He's an uncertain factor.
Yes. Yeah. You don't know. Like tariffs today, no tariffs tomorrow. Business as usual, I guess. Yeah, but, business people hate that.
Right. But to Scott Adams' argument, which to me is completely backwards, was that he was saying that the reason the polls show Trump lose. Well, first he has two arguments. Both I think are completely insane. The first is that the reason. He said there's two reasons he thinks Trump is behind in most of the polls. And the first is that there's a bunch of people that are intentionally pretending they're voting for Biden because they want to trick the polls as a joke, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Okay. So that's the first one. And I know you're not making that argument.
No.
The second.
But I mean, I would lie to the pollsters just for fun. So, I mean, I understand the argument.
The second point was that he was saying this is a fundraising tactic, where he's saying if the polls show that Biden is crushing Trump or winning by a hefty margin, this is going to promote that people donate more money to Biden because they think that they just need to get over this hump and then Trump will be gone forever.
Yeah.
Okay. This to me is completely backwards of how reality would actually work. What would actually, if there was actually conspiracy to make people donate more to Biden, you would show that the polls are neck and neck so that you could keep saying, oh my God, guys, this is like, we're on the line here. Okay, we're on the razor's edge here. You got to give us money if you want to defeat Trump. Like, it's just so close. It's so close, guys. We need the money. We need the money. That's what you would say.
Yeah, that is a great point.
That's what you would say if there was a conspiracy theory to try to give him more money. Because I would assume that if people look at the polls and they say, oh, Biden's crushing Trump, that you're not going to give money because you're going to say, oh, well, he's fucking destroying him. What do I need to give money for?
I'm not giving money to any of these freaks. They take enough money from me in taxes.
Well, exactly. I mean, and also the media, who a lot of these polling companies are owned by large media corporations, they're always constantly bragging about how Biden has outraised Trump by like so much money. Yeah. Which you wouldn't do if there was some conspiracy to try to get Biden more money.
Yeah, true.
So.
All right, maybe it is bullshit. Everything's bullshit now. I can't trust anything.
Just trust me, Adam. Just trust me.
You're voting for Biden, the tiny little midget.
Whatever, you're voting for a fat guy.
Allowed to do that. Where's that?
I'm not voting. I'm voting for Kanye. What do you think?
That's true. You're voting for.
Is Kanye fat still? Maybe I won't vote for him.
He gained some weight. That's true.
Supposed to sit down and completely new.
That's another thing. Like if she really cared, she'd be voting in Ohio. What the fuck? It's like hands down.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Why would she? If she's some huge activist or some huge political person, why would she be wasting her vote in New York?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yep.
Our move. Biden literally, he won't stop tweeting healthcare as a human right. I didn't ask him to tweet healthcare as a human right. If you wanted me to shut up, all that Biden would have to do was stop lying about himself. If he said, hey, I'm a milquetoast neoliberal, but I'm going to give you a $15 minimum wage and lower the Social Security age to 60, I'd be like, yep, he's going to do that. And if you want those things.
So the healthcare as a human right is a Bernie thing. So that's why she's pissed. It's probably the one thing she came up with for Bernie. Like, let's call healthcare a human right.
Biden stole her fucking marketing.
But it's not even original. That goes back for fucking 40 years, for heaven's sake.
Well, also she did the thing.
What?
That triggers me. She called Biden a fucking neoliberal.
Oh,
she
yeah.
incorrectly used the term neoliberal again.
Oh my
all
God.
These fucking communists do. They all use the term neoliberal completely fucking wrong.
Yeah. Is Biden a laissez-faire capitalist?
The
No.
guy who wants to double the minimum wage is a laissez-faire
Yeah, exactly.
capitalist.
The guy who wants to make healthcare a human right is the laissez-faire capitalist.
Things you should vote for. That makes sense. But no, he just can't leave well enough alone. And somehow it's like he's coming to my house and like kicking my dog, and everyone's mad at me for bringing up the fact that Joe Biden's abusing my dog. Like,
See, it's abusive. I'm telling you. She's
I
telling
think
us
you're right.
everything right here.
I think you're right about the term healthcare as a human right or something, because she just equated Joe Biden using rhetoric that she doesn't think he believes with coming to her house and kicking her dog. Like,
Yeah.
What a weird comparison.
Oh man. That's what the elephant is saying to her. He's kicking the dog. You gonna let him steal that line from you? That neoliberal shell?
And the argument doesn't even make sense. She's saying, I actually support his positions, but I think he's lying about his other positions. But I'm not going to vote for him on that.
Well, I
ground.
think
You just said you thought he supports your positions that you agree with. So.
Well, no, she's saying he's lying about the healthcare. I thought that's what you meant. That he's
But
just
she's
tweeting
saying
it, but he doesn't mean it.
she said if Joe Biden came out and just said, I'm a neoliberal shill who here are the things I'm going to throw a bone to you, that she would be on board with that.
Not true. Not true.
Yeah, it's like, what an insane argument to make.
Not true. This is the move that Joe Biden should make. He should come out and say, listen, I'm a liar, but just to get the votes of these far left communists, I'm going to tell you I'm lying about everything. That's the good political move.
Exactly. Look,
that's a solid political move right
we
there.
can see why Bernie Sanders won. Okay. He had the brilliant minds of Briahna Joy Gray really helping his campaign, really telling him the right moves to make,
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, not definitely. These are.
There's a limit to how much I think people can be expected to take, especially when it has implications for the movement in the long term.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I think we have to do a pop culture episode like 100% soon, because we've been in the electoral muck and it's been kind of heavy.
I want to do an episode where we talk.
Okay, that's it. They just talk about the Matrix after that.
I know, it's so sad. That part really depressed me.
The Matrix?
What's our movie? The Neo. These guys are talking about fucking Neo. They don't understand the Matrix.
They don't understand them. They're living in the Matrix.
They don't get it. They just
To
don't
be
get
fair,
it.
I don't think the Wachowskis understand the Matrix either. But
Of course not. Death of an author. Come on.
we're taking the Lindsay Ellis. We're taking the anti-Lindsay Ellis approach. Okay, death of an author. There you go, 100%.
The Wachowski siblings
Wachowski
are dead
sisters.
to me.
I said brothers, didn't I? Yeah, the Wachowski sisters. I'm sorry. I just
Well,
misgendered
technically,
them.
the Wachowski brothers directed.
That's true. Originally,
Yeah.
yes.
In that point in time. But we don't want to
Right.
misgender anyone, obviously.
That's true.
Wachowski siblings has a nice ring to it.
Mhm.
Anyway,
Anyways,
that was fun.
I just love. This is, to me, is just the perfect encapsulation of the suicidal death cult that is current far leftism, or whatever we're going to call it, wokeism.
Mm-hmm.
I think what I'm going to do is that if the stream is demonetized, because they're always demonetized instantly, and then I asked for them to be reviewed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Once the review goes through,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm going to change the title. The Noam Chomsky exposes far left as suicidal death cult.
Okay. I'm 100% in favor of that.
Okay, good.
Although
Anyways,
we're killing it on views, but that might hurt our views, but it's okay. I don't care. I don't care about this
I
stuff.
think once it makes a determination whether to monetize or not, I don't think you changing the title has a big effect on it after it makes that decision.
It's whether or not it gets into the algorithm. I think it does, but I don't know our situation, so I only work here.
That's true. We'll see. I'll think about it. Adam is saying he's on board with it, but he did it in a tone of voice that means he doesn't want it to happen.
100% on board with it.
That's the I don't want you to do it voice. Yeah, okay.
I am 100% on board and in favor of changing the title to "Communists are a suicidal death cult," and they need to nut up and grow a dick and a pair of balls. Okay, I want that to be the title. What do you guys think?
That's gonna be the title. He's saying.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
It's gonna happen.
You can't put dick and balls in there.
Ask and you shall receive.
You can't put that in.
I'm doing it. Fucking doing it. He thinks he can push me. Adam thinks that he can call my bluff. Do I look like a clown to you? Who do you think I am? You think you can call my bluff? I'm gonna do it right now. I'm doing it right this second. I'm gonna type those words in right this second. Okay.
The viewers are gonna drop to 0. That's hilarious.
Anyways.
We have
a lot
anyhow. Anyways, we have a lot of awesome art. Do you have it, or do I have to send it to you? I know I have art.
Okay. Cool.
I have art. I have lots of art.
I have lots of art. People say I have the best art.
One reminds me of Super Jail. Did you ever watch Super Jail?
Of course.
Of course.
That's someone said that in the comments.
They did us. Yeah, they did. They did us in a Super Jail style, and the fucking.
I don't know if that was the intention, but it kind of has that same. I don't know how you describe it. That same feel to it.
Tab Salad is the Twitter account, and they asked me for a shout. I don't know if it's he or she. I really blew it with Zara. Zara. But here it is.
It was Contrast, fan of the show Contrast, who said, getting some Super Jail vibes here.
So I'm going to go up slowly just for the fans, because the shorts I'm wearing are totally inappropriate. I do like it's like us. I love the buddy cop vibe in this. It's like Sitch and I after work. Sitch has his tie loosened up.
A hard day of beating up commies.
I can't tell if I'm wearing boxer shorts or these shorts. I would definitely not wear shorts this tight because that looks fucking uncomfortable. And I never do this. I think it's funny that people just have me nailed as a hippie. I would never wear Birkenstocks with socks, but it's like the
socks with sandals. You don't like it?
Yeah, socks with sandals is not my jam, but I have socks with sandals on.
This is from Tab Salad.
Tab Salad, yes. But
I even got the soda bottle.
Yeah, this is like a home run. This is like I love this piece. This is
it's great.
Crazy. I don't think my legs are actually. I don't think my legs are actually that hairy, to be honest with you.
Got the look how long your leg. You have your super long legs.
Somebody else mentioned that
right on display. Yeah.
Somebody else mentioned that you guys don't have any torsos, and I was like, yeah. I think you have 8 ribs and 3 floating. I think this is more like the 3 rib cage. I don't know.
Awesome.
I like stylistic stuff like that.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
Stuart King for 5 Olsies says, did you see Trump and Biden's town hall? To me, the difference between their conduct and substance was astounding. Curious about your thoughts on them. I was like, someone's going to ask this on Sunday, and I should have an answer.
Right.
So I should watch. And I swear to God, every time I tried to watch either of them, like in 5 minutes, I was just completely zoned out and didn't care. So unfortunately,
I did watch the Trump one. We do a Thursday stream, and Ethan Van Sciver came on and was totally down about Trump's performance, said Trump did a terrible job. And so I watched it thinking that Trump did a terrible job, and I honestly didn't think Trump did that bad a job. So, but I never watched Biden's thing because, oh God, Biden bores the shit out of me. Trump is at least funny, and there's like controversy because the left-wing media is attacking him, and you're wondering like how he's going to respond. And
that's what I was waiting for. I thought like, oh, at least he'll say something creative. I don't know. My brain was just like,
there was an interesting exchange on obviously the white supremacy stuff because it's just this weird thing where they're like, do you denounce white supremacy? And he's like, yeah, sure, white supremacy. Fuck those guys. He's like, but you didn't really do that before. And it's like, what? I just did it. Want me to do it again? Here. Fuck white supremacy. How's that?
He said fuck white. I don't think he said
obviously not. But he did like 8 times, and they keep coming back and asking, but do you really mean it? It's just so weird. It's so weird. It's weird.
Well, because that's the ploy, he's racist, blah blah blah. That's the cudgel they beat everyone with. So
yeah, it's super stupid and lame, and I don't know.
But then again, it is his fault to some degree.
I've listened.
His answer at the first debate was so god awful on that question.
I'm doing a lot of drawing on the comic now, so I put stuff on, and I put on a few Trump rallies because Trump is pretty fucking hilarious. Like he doesn't do the rally the same every single time. He definitely freelances. And I mean, I'm super curious. He does one thing rather regularly. He talks about the in office for 12 years shit, like, which totally triggers everyone on the left because it plays into he's this authoritarian dictator that's never going to leave office, that kind of thing. But he is so obviously joking about it. And it's a little scary because I think people in the audience, like, they're not joking as much as he's joking.
That's part of the.
But I honestly think, like, it's kind of fascinating for me as a person who's interested in moral psychology and political psychology and just psychology in general. God, it's fucking fascinating. It's totally fascinating the way he wields power. If any of that stuff comes to be, like if Trump in 2024 is thinking maybe I will run for another term, I'm gonna fucking, like, obviously that's like, oh, you're like, what? Right now it's easy for me to say it's a joke. It totally is. I don't think any of the people on the left think it's a joke. They all think it's dead serious. So he's just joking, but really he means it.
I think I agree with exactly what you said.
I
think he's joking. Agree. I think he's joking 100%, and he's doing it to trigger people.
Totally.
The problem with doing that isn't that it trigger. Well, I mean, I would argue that the president should obviously not be trying to intentionally trigger half the country. It's a bad fucking thing. But
sure. What if it's just Eric Weinstein though? Is it that acceptable? Because I think triggering Eric Weinstein.
If he's just triggering Eric Weinstein, then yes, that's fine.
Okay, good.
But as you said, I think another issue is that a lot of people who are his fans would be 100% in favor of that. And
that's the scary part.
That's part of the scary part.
That is really the scary part, yeah. Because that's like, for the people who talk about the Constitution and carry it around in their pocket, that's a pretty fucking big departure from the Constitution.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyways,
moving on.
John Smith for 199 says Chomsky is still a C word. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube. A cut. Also, Adam, go on FNT. Heart. What's FNT?
I'm not sure. I'll check it out.
Face the Nation, but Face Nation the?
I went on the kill stream and Sitch
That's
was
not
like,
FNT.
I know, but
What's FNT?
Sitch was saying that kill stream is super. I mean, there's a lot of Jew jokes, and there is a lot of Jew jokes. Holy cow!
Yeah, I was just okay. I like how you present this. You always do this. You always present this like I was trying to tell Adam not to go on the kill stream.
You
I was
weren't.
just letting
No,
you
you
know.
didn't. No, you
that
didn't.
I was
No,
just,
not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just letting you know what you were walking into because I knew Adam wasn't familiar with them. So I'm just preparing you.
Honestly, it wasn't that bad, but I mean, I feel comfortable
I
making
was
those
just
kind of.
letting you know.
I feel way more comfortable making those kind of jokes in the presence of Sitch because I feel like some of his immunity rubs off on me.
Exactly.
That's
just letting you know.
That's just the state of things. But I don't know if what the FLN thing is, but
FNT. I'm assuming it's not some crazy thing. So FNT YouTube.
Well, I'm just saying that
that's coming up. I don't know.
I'm just saying that the kill stream is about the extent of my craziness. I didn't feel it was that crazy, but like I don't want to go on anything that's super crazy. More because I'm lazy than anything. But
Thug Life Bear for $5 says 4chan just discovered a massive bug in mail-in ballots for Oregon. All you need is someone's name and date of birth, and Oregon's votes are compromised.
Oh my God! You know Antifa's all over that shit.
So I saw someone, I didn't see the mechanism. I saw people on Twitter like talking about it. I typed it in just now and I'm not seeing any articles about it, which makes me
suspicious.
Because someone, not even articles from like Breitbart or, like something, maybe unless Breitbart might be blacklisted from Google. I'm just not seeing anything come up. So I'm a little suspicious of what I'd have to look into it because I'm not exactly sure what's going on here.
We have amazing
But that's
artwork.
obviously terrible if that's the case. Though, I mean, does that matter? Isn't Oregon like always blue anyway? So
yeah,
it's not like a swing state or
super
something.
fucked for Biden since Biden. It's like a Biden state and Biden's
no, it's
lose,
not.
So.
It'd only be a problem if it's like a swing state because you know how the other states are going to go basically.
Yeah, but if they can't get their electors in shape, what do? It's like a thrown election. Come on.
No, the question would be even if you had a very blue state, even if they threw out all the mail-in ballots, which is terrible, you'd presume enough people would show up at the polls anyway that would have the same outcome.
Right. Okay.
But obviously, if that is what's going on, that is terrible. Evil Hero Diamond Cat for $2 says, Adam, do you have any podcast recommendations?
I listen to Scott Adams pretty regularly. I listen to Michael Shermer's podcast. He interviews science people. I listen to that's about it, I think. I listen to one other podcast, but I can't remember what it is at the time. at this moment. You're gonna have to help me out with this piece of artwork here. So Sitch and I had a lot of contentious conversations about the look of the comic. And I always want to go in one direction. And
what does it have to do with what podcast you listen to?
Oh, I moved on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you want me to look up? I mean, I gave 2 podcasts.
No, that's fine. I was so confused by the sudden change of topic. But
Making Sense podcast, the Sam Harris podcast, I listen to occasionally. Blogging Heads TV, I listen to a lot. I listen to the Ezra.
That's fine. I don't care. But
I listen to the Ezra Klein show because
it's
totally fucking triggers me. Brett Weinstein has a podcast that I try to listen to and always stop listening to as soon as Brett's wife interrupts him. And it usually only takes about, it usually happens within the first couple minutes. So I'm out of there. As soon as she interrupts, as soon as Brett is in the middle of
What a
dispensing.
Can you believe this Adam guy? What a terrible sexist.
Don't interrupt me.
Oh my god.
Don't interrupt me, bitch. I'm making a point
sexist.
here.
He's like, a woman dare speak over a man. Oh my god.
It's not. Hold on.
I know. I'm just fucking.
It's
with you.
not her fucking sex. It's the fact that the guy can't finish the fucking point. I'm trying to pay attention to the point, and then she interrupts and goes on for 8 minutes. I can't remember what the fuck he was talking about after 8 minutes. The only reason he can remember what he's talking about after 8 minutes is because he's been married to her for 20 years. Like, he's practiced at this, okay? I am not practiced at this. Like, their podcast does very well. Very well. It would do 3 times as well if she stopped interrupting. It would be Jordan Peterson level good if she stopped interrupting, but it's good for me because I interrupt Sitch occasionally. Sitch interrupts me occasionally. Like, we try to keep it to a minimum. So, but they don't keep it to a minimum. No, it's a one-way street. No. She interrupts every single point he tries to make.
I guess part of our the benefit is that since we stream for so long, there's no reason to interrupt because you're like, well, it's gonna go until it goes.
Yeah,
no
exactly. Totally. Yes. Yeah. You make your point.
Joe, you don't feel like you have to rush in there.
Joe Rogan, I listen to. Those are my all my podcasts.
Okay.
There's one guy. But hold on, the artwork story we got to get back to because you fucking interrupted me.
Story?
So you got to admit we had contentious conversations about the look of the characters. We would go back and forth, and I would always go in one particular direction, and you would go in a different direction. But then this piece of artwork came in that made me think, finally, Sitch gets it. And I don't know who did this piece of artwork, but it's obviously there's a delay of it coming up for Sitch, but this is Sitch.
Oh my god.
Sitch as like Thanos. Sitch. Oh, it's Joy Boy it's actually in the thing.
Yeah, it's Joy Boy. Let me open up my folder.
No, you want to look at it at the same time.
Sunday show art. Where is it? Joy Boy Slow Dancer. What's his full name on Twitter? And so here, it's funny. This is me as I feel like I'm Jiren. I'm like either Jiren or, even though it says super centrist, so it's obviously a Dragon Ball Z character. And I'm saying, that's not the correct use of the term neolib. Now please disappear. Is the legend true? The legendary super centrist? So there it is. There I am.
But you said you love this.
I do love it. I love it. I'm sorry, who's the guy that said disappear was oh my god, it's kind of someone from Dragon Ball Super was saying disappear all the time. Whatever. Anyway, I love it. It's like this amazing Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Super reference. And it's hilarious. And it definitely I think when they tweeted out, they said this is what happened. This is like the picture of Sitch triggered, and this is very apt. It's very true. I do love this picture.
I love it too. I wanted Sitch like this on every page of the comic, and Sitch was like, "No, it's just you like muscles too much. You're like everything."
That's it. Yes, I love this picture, and Adam's like, "I want every page of the comic to be Sitch as like the fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger." Like,
it's just hilarious. It's so fucking hilarious.
It is funny.
You wouldn't be able to stop laughing at this book. We didn't go this route. I want you guys to know that I argued for it very strongly.
There you go. But I love the picture. It's easily one of my favorite ones.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It is great.
Varen Getterix for $10 says, Sitch, are you still working on the Critical Race Theory video or the Kyle Rittenhouse one? I think it'd be cool if you did a play-by-play of either the Rittenhouse racism, Antifa, Mott, and Bailey arguments. I am not working on a Kyle Rittenhouse video. I have a video that's basically almost done that should be released this week at some point. And then I have a joke video I want to do that should only take 2 to 3 days to finish. And then I will decide whether I will go back and finish my social contract video that I was about halfway through. But I think I actually feel compelled to do the Critical Race Theory video first. So
gotta do
probably
that.
Be my next video. Will be Critical Race Theory.
Do it.
But yes, Luke of the chat says it kind of undersells my true physique. True, that's true. But
Oh,
I'm
we're gonna
humble.
do this in the comic.
Humble.
Like, there's gonna be some panel of Sitch with his shirt off, and this is this is basically what you're gonna get.
Expert Layman $5 says a player named the Real Sam Harris joined my Rocket League match. I immediately said pragmatic truth rules, and he promptly laughed.
What? For real? Hilarious.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's very funny. Immortal Mechanism for $5 says, have you guys heard about Mein Waifu is the Fuhrer? It's a visual novel about the invasion of Poland, but Hitler is a cute anime girl.
Wow.
What can't Japan turn into a cute anime girl? The answer, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
That's like their whole mission in life.
That is their whole mission in life. There you go. And you know what? It's a mission I can stand behind.
Yeah,
The
I
world
know.
would
It's
be
better than trying to solve racism. I mean, that's
It's
never
true.
going to happen.
If every bad thing in the world was visualized as a cute anime girl, I think the world would be a better place.
Yeah, that might solve racism. Come to think of it. Holy cow.
It would. I see you've posted a picture, another wonderful
Yeah.
picture from
Alagus.
Alagus Art. Yes. Alagus Art with another wonderful, seemingly JoJo-inspired picture of me and Adam.
Yeah, I like it.
Beautiful.
We both look very angry. I like that.
I was thinking about making that I feel like we should make that the thumbnail for the channel or something.
This one? Yeah, do it up.
Yeah, like the two of us instead of just me.
Boy, you're really, I feel like, what's going on here? You having some sort of existential dilemma or crisis or something?
Oh, I don't know. I just thought the channel should be more indicative of the streams.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I'm not an asshole. I'm like, no, this channel should just have mine. The reason we've never changed channel name is because I literally never thought of it. It didn't even occur to me.
He went too far. He did one too many of the S class is the best class, and now the guilt is setting.
The guilt is.
He's like,
yeah, it's funny. It almost looks like you're my stand, so I like it because you're coming out of me.
and I know it's almost like we're Siamese twins or something.
There you go. Varen Getrix for $5 says your objective morality argument boils down to Kant's categorical imperative, Adam, and hypothetical imperatives, Sitch. Evolution of morality too.
I have heard it compared to Kant's categorical imperative, but I don't know much about Kant. Other than that, he had autism. I'm serious about that, but supposedly he was way on the end of the systemizing versus empathizing spectrum. He didn't empathize much and had a lot of systemizing.
I assume he's bringing that up because it was so funny. You got into a Twitter argument with Sargon about objective morality, where Sargon basically just had my position and then you had your dumb position. And I was just like, that's wonderful. I get to see this argument from the outside for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, we're arguing definitions. We really are. He kept saying that, but that's subjective. And I'm like, okay. I mean, it really depends upon how you define subjective.
I know. And you define it incorrectly.
How?
Anyway, this wonderful picture, Halloween pictures by CT.
Yeah, it's great. CT did a Halloween picture last year too. I think I have that one.
I'm trying to make a little pumpkin, and Adam's like, my pumpkin shoots lasers. I'm like, oh my God.
Hell yeah.
Very cool.
There's lots
Derek
of
Drummond
that in the comics, so.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, the people who are afraid of climate change are the same people who get upset by memes on Twitter. Not according to this podcast, they weren't. Seems to be the opposite. Samurai Zenji for $4.99 says, so we have Asian John Oliver and discount Aquila, obviously. Oh.
Whoa. Whoa. Shots fired.
Shots fired. And not necessarily untrue shots. So isn't Sargon suing her for
defamation, maybe? I don't know.
Defamation? defamation.
Perhaps.
I hope so. Fuck her.
That would be great. Yeah.
She's like, talk about being controlled by your elephant. She has no control over her actions.
Well, you did see some of those SJW levels of awareness in this podcast. So.
No, but I just think it's so funny because she keeps getting into trouble because she can't act civil publicly. She keeps acting like a huge asshole, and it keeps fucking her, and she just won't stop. Just amazing. Anyway.
Yeah, it's sad. It really is.
I think it's funny. Render unto Caesar for 499 says, I didn't say vote for Biden. I said vote against Trump by voting Biden. Disingenuous. Oh, that was what Chomsky said in the beginning. The Opinionated One $5 says, I read/own Once and Future Liberal. I need to reread for a refresher, though. It's quite short, though. If I recall correctly, he blasts identity politics a little, but I could be wrong.
No, he totally blasts identity politics. Yes. Yeah.
What is Once and Future Liberal?
It's a book by Mark Lilith that came out right after the 2016 election where, I mean, in the book, he talks about the same things she's talking about in the podcast, but from the opposite perspective. Like she's saying, you know, we have our ethics stand in the way of us voting for pragmatic solutions. And Mark Lilith is saying, listen, if the ethical goal, like he's trying to construct an argument basically so you can get over that ethics hurdle because it's like a greater good thing. It's like if your ethics are you want to help the downtrodden and dispossessed, and as a liberal, I would say that's our ultimate goal is to help more people, then you have to be pragmatic. Otherwise, you will never win office and you will never help anyone.
Once and Future Liberal After Identity Politics is a 2017 book by humanities professor Mark Lilla, in which the author argues for U.S. liberals to emphasize commonalities as citizens in their politics rather than differences of identity.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
That's why I read it, obviously, because
there you go.
I'm fucking against all that identity crap. So I have another
for
CT.
$2 says nuclear. I know I always say it like a redneck. Yeah. Nuclear is a great option during the transition. Yes, that's what I've heard too. And I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Transition. Something happened to your audio, by the way. I don't know what it was.
What's wrong with my audio?
Sounds funny.
Like funny how?
No, there you go.
Like haha funny or sarcastic funny?
No, it sounds muffled.
It sounds still right now?
Yeah. A little bit.
My AC just went on. Are you hearing like airflow or something?
Maybe it's the AC. I don't know.
What about now? Is it still muffled? Do I have to shout? Adam?
No, it's okay. Never mind. Sounds a little weird, but maybe it's just me. CT, this is another piece of artwork.
Chat, how do I sound, guys? Do I sound sexy? Do I sound good?
He sounds funny, doesn't he?
Do I sound amazing?
Hot Fuzz was a great movie. I love Hot Fuzz.
You sounded underwater.
Yeah.
Do I still sound underwater?
Say the line from Hot Fuzz. Anthony will like it.
One of us.
Is that Hot Fuzz? I was thinking, yarp?
Yarp? I actually have a clip. I actually have a clip of
yarp.
People are saying I still sound weird.
I think your mic might have went out or something.
Well, I only had. Oh, really?
Something changed.
Huh?
Maybe a gnat flew into your mic and died, right there on the mic part.
We can still hear you, but you sound more nasally than normal. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know what's wrong with it. Sounds fine now. Thank you.
No, zero's incorrect, but
I actually have a clip of
I know, I've seen it.
Video.
I've seen your YARP clip in a video before.
No, I have the clip where he's confronting the townspeople, and he's like, none of this matters.
Oh yeah.
So anyway,
I only remember that because
the great Good.
My wife and I got on a tangent, like where we would say YARP a lot, like YARP, and we couldn't remember what movie it was from. So it drove us crazy for like months because we kept saying YARP and couldn't remember what movie it was from. But then finally we saw Hot Fuzz again, and we realized, oh, it's Hot Fuzz. Thank goodness.
I love Hot Fuzz. So
Fuck,
much.
I love Hot Fuzz too.
It's a hilarious movie.
I love the
Hilarious.
setup. I love the setup of the Bad Boys movies because you knew it was coming at the end.
Yes.
So good.
John McCann for $5 says, "You guys are great. Keep up the great work. I haven't heard any argument from either of you about how we can get to the point of lessering the polarization." That's a great question.
How do we get to the point of lessering the polarization?
Yeah.
We have to
answer is-
kill all of our political rivals.
That's the
Metaphorically,
Boom.
of course.
Got him. You got to be. The only answer to that question, I think, is to try to teach people to gain free will, which I think is not going to happen. So I don't know. Sorry.
We have to make
that's
it cool to understand your political rivals. We have to.
There you go.
This has been my angle. It's like I always pitch being able to understand both political sides as a superpower that liberals and
Not gonna
progressives
happen.
don't possess.
Not
And
gonna
then they
happen.
get very angry at me and call me stupid and fucking an
Yeah.
idiot, and it never
Yeah.
goes anywhere. So
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
it's
So,
been an utter
pipe dream.
failure.
It's a pipe dream. So this is a beautiful picture. CT drew. This is me and CT crying because Adam won't play Among Us with us.
Did you play? I didn't know if you played.
Of course I played.
Oh, okay. Well, you
I
didn't.
love Among Us.
You didn't bug me, so I thought I got out
There
of
you
it
go.
successfully because
That's the thing. I have to yell at Adam to get him to play. Right. CT says, no, it's fine. We know our happiness doesn't matter. We only love you and want to spend time with you, but you're busy on Twitter. Oh, so sad. Look at them shit. Look at those faces, Adam. Adam, how can you deny
I'm
those
gonna delete
faces?
my Twitter account right now.
Adam, how
I'm deleting my
Adam,
Twitter
how can you
account.
deny those? Look at those cute little faces, Adam.
CT
those
looks
faces.
suicidal. It's this.
Oh my
I can't.
God. So sad.
We're not gonna look at this one. We're gonna put this one over here.
Yeah, you're gonna blow it up. It's gonna be this side. This is the screen the whole time.
It does. It's very sad, Sitch.
So sad. It's
You
wonderful.
look depressed.
I know. It looks amazing.
Do some ecstasy. You'll feel better.
There you go. Render under Caesar for 499 says voting for a third party is voting for a third party technically and practically. I disagree.
Oh, your mic came back. What changed?
Nothing changed whatsoever.
Did the air conditioner go off?
Nope.
Okay. Well, your mic fixed.
I tapped my desk.
Okay.
Do I have a magic desk tapping ability that changes my mic setting?
You know mics don't last forever, right? Sooner or later they go out.
I haven't had this mic for that long.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. But
Get a new mic.
I disagree. Huh?
Get a new mic. Jeez.
I know. I should get your mic because it sounds better anyway.
My mic is great.
No, I disagree. I do think voting for a third party is technically voting for your opposition. Generally,
Yeah.
I think that argument is a completely fair argument.
But voting for your
I'm stuck.
opposition is like 2 votes because you're denying the guy that you want
That's true.
a vote
That's true.
and you're giving it to the other guy, which is like
Right.
that's the ultimate fuck you. Like if she really wanted to send a fuck you to Joe Biden, she'd vote for Trump. Because that's like 2 people sending a fuck you to Biden.
Lukov is saying it sounds like my bit rate went. I probably just internet was slowed down or something.
Really?
So
Oh, maybe.
that was probably just the issue. Maybe it's getting that time. Maybe it's the porno power hour in my neighborhood where all the neighbors are looking at porn, so it slows the internet down. So
Really?
maybe that's what's going on.
Do you want me to run some porn on here real quick?
I want you to run some porn. Yes, that will definitely go well for not getting the stream taken down.
I've already done it once.
Stuck for $5 says the issue is they vote massive changes which the lower classes can't afford. People can't make the choice, so I don't think rationality is the issue. Very true. Very true.
Yeah, they do that. It's awful.
Gemini 79 for $2 says critical race theorist or crit theorist. I get maybe call crit theorist, critical theorist. I don't remember what that was in context to, but I wouldn't be surprised if she is both. So
This is one of CT's friends. Her name is
Rena.
Rena, yeah.
who you know if you played
Among Us.
Among Us,
Yeah.
because she was playing with us.
I probably would have had the ability to kill her.
You could have killed Raina. Another a great picture by Raina
Yeah.
of
I like this
Adam.
one.
Shouldn't even. Raina, why did you draw him? You shouldn't draw him. He didn't even show up. You don't even know this fucker. You know me. You should draw me instead. Okay.
Look,
S class.
she knows the red shorts.
She knows the red shorts.
It's awesome.
I told Adam
Mhm.
that he needs to have in the comic the red shorts on constantly. And he was like, no, Sitch, I want to be in a suit like you. And I'm like, Adam. You got to be in the red shorts.
I gave into the red shorts. The red shorts
He
are
did.
awesome.
He did. I said, that's you. You're the red shorts. That's your thing, man. That's your costume. Oli Norwegian Capitalist for 50 knock knocks says, Jordan Peterson disciples unite. True.
Yes. That's us.
Yes.
Love it.
Seems like he's doing better, which I am happy about.
Me too.
Where am I?
Here's a
The only
painting.
problem with
Here's a painting of
with Dip-
Sargon.
who I was gonna DM that to Sargon at some point. 'Cause I don't know
Xenophobia.
if he saw it.
Xenophobia.
Yep, there it is.
Is
Beautiful.
Is the name of the
Picture.
artist.
Picture of Carl.
He looks.
Carl.
He looks like a Catholic priest or something.
Yeah, or like some sort of like Greek Senate guy.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
It has a very history
good.
vibe to it.
It does. I like it. Mike Gusler for $5 says it seems that a bunch of Bush staffers are all in for Biden. That's interesting. Seems like the globalists and their allies want back in the White House. I can't imagine that Bush allies would be related to Biden whatsoever. It could be Bush people who are neocons who don't want to see, are afraid that the right will be consumed by populism. Now that would make sense to me, why they'd be supporting Biden.
Zahan talks about this in the book Disunited Nations, the book that I'm reading. I'm almost finished with. And he talks about how American foreign policy has basically been dictated by America's business interests and the Republican Party, which matches up with the common narrative that you hear, because they want to make money, and emerging markets is where you make money.
Let's see. Zora Majora saying that I'm right about everything. Thank you. Danshi. I don't know how to say your name. I'm going to say Danshi Jargon for $5 says, I need Sitch to whisper his sweet, sweet gamer words to me. Gamergate. Today we're going to be talking about Among Us. Adam, I suss you. What were you doing in Oxygen? I didn't see you.
I was killing people right and left. I hacked into the cooldown.
Vote him out. Vote him out.
I hacked into the kill cooldown, and now I'm at 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I finally get to go on the murderous rampage I've always wanted to.
DJM Voices for $10 says, maybe I'm missing something, but if we remove the leftist nonsense angle, is it that crazy to think the best way for the DNC to see the need for reform is for their tactics to fail? No, I don't think so. It doesn't seem like that ever works.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like, because the thing is that people, here's the problem with that idea. That works if we're operating under logic, but you have to remember that when it comes to the DNC and the RNC, you're not operating under logic. You're operating under people want to protect their jobs.
Yeah.
And so no one's going to be the guy that says the thing I told you to do cost us the election, because that person then loses their job. So, I mean, it didn't work with the RNC that way. The thing that got the RNC to change was just that Trump was able to garner so much support that it was undeniable. So I don't know. I don't foresee them losing, because this is what's going to happen. If Biden loses, You think the DNC is going to say, okay, folks, we need to reassess our strategy of calling everyone racist? You think they're going to say that, or you think they're going to say Donald Trump won because America's racist?
They're gonna say
Which one of those do you think is the outcome
B.
is going to happen?
B.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they did that already. That's exactly what they did.
I know. So
like Mark, this is why I brought up the Mark Lilla book, because he's
Right.
saying, you know, that's not a good electoral strategy.
because here's the thing, you can't say if Joe Biden loses, you can't say the DNC and the left is not going to view it as Joe Biden lost because he became too SJW. That is not at all how it's going to be viewed whatsoever. The leftists are going to say Joe Biden lost because he's a fucking milquetoast
He
neoliberal
wasn't
shill.
SJW
Yes.
enough. Exactly. Yeah.
Right,
Be more
exactly.
SJW. Exactly.
Right. And the Democrat, the DNC will probably say something like he was too old, which he probably is. So
There are people that voted for Obama and then voted for Trump. You know what doesn't happen? If Obama comes out and calls people racist, they're not gonna
Right.
vote Democrat next time.
right.
So yeah, you can't do that. And that's the mistake that's been made already. Like, I don't know if the Democrats can ever win over people after calling everyone racist. Because I mean, I don't know that
It's
I'll ever
definitely an
vote.
uphill battle.
I don't know that I'll ever vote for another Democrat, to be honest with you. I'll just vote. I'm in a weird situation because I'm in California, but there are swing voters that I'm sure feel exactly the same way as me. Like, you're all a bunch of fucking racists. I'm not voting for another Democrat in my life.
Right.
Yeah. Those voters can vote in multiple elections. I don't know if you know this. Like, you're trying to get them. And not only that, they've shown proof that they actually like showed up and voted once. So they probably would do it again. It's like identity politics is the worst electoral strategy ever conceived of. Yeah.
True. Render to Caesar for $4.99 says Trump admin had pulled the U.S. out of nuclear deals with Russia. Oh, that is what Chomsky, I guess, was referring to earlier. That's not good, I imagine. Thanks, Donald Trump.
Terrible.
Well,
he didn't call me racist, so
That's true.
I'm more on his.
That's true. The opinion one for $2 says, but it's okay for Bangberg to violate the Second Amendment. Did he? Did Bloomberg? What was it? He had some weird gun control thing? I don't remember.
Bangberg.
I assume they're talking about Bloomberg.
Did he get in some kind of
I don't know.
sexy time controversy?
Oh yeah. Taker 610 for $2 says, did you catch Keith Olbermann's Nazi speech? No, I did not. I
did
try to
hear
ignore
about it
Keith
though.
Olbermann.
Yeah, Keith Olbermann is a psychopath. Like, he's
He he's totally fucking lost his mind. He decided, it's sad because he used to seem like a normal news dude, and then he decided to become like left wing. What's the guy's name? The Blaze guy.
Oh yeah, Mormon. The Mormon guy. His name is not important.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, the guy.
Yeah.
You know, the thing.
The guy. The guy. Yeah, the guy.
It's
the
complicated.
thing. The guy.
Glenn Beck. Finally.
Glenn
Woo!
Beck. Thank you.
How did I get it
said that.
before you?
I was typing in the Blaze, and it gave me like Blaze Pizza, and I'm like, I don't know what this is. Like, I don't want the Blaze.
Glenn Beck.
Glenn Beck. Yes.
He said Obama was racist. He said Obama doesn't like white people.
That's right. He did say that.
He started this ball rolling.
There you go. The Wooster for 99 says, this is the type of behavior that Chomsky incentivized, and he deserves every bit of the earful this lady is giving him. The left always eats their own. True.
Very true.
True.
And scary.
Oh, I sent you some more pictures
Oh, nice.
on Twitter.
I've got
Bob
no room
Jones,
for him next time.
For 499 says, Sitch, has your position on Ukraine Gate changed since the Hunter Biden hard drive has been slowly made public? A bit for Joe is a vote for China. Actually, no. It's so funny because in the supposed supposed Ukraine gate controversy. As I said on Twitter, and I got into an argument with Nuance Bro about this, is literally an email where Hunter Biden says he can't control what his father says or does. So to me, that's pretty indicative of the fact that obviously Hunter Biden was hired for shitty, corrupt reasons, which I don't think I've ever denied. Obviously, Hunter Biden sold himself as some sort of gateway to his father, but the question is, did Joe Biden actually, did he fire the prosecutor at the behest of Burisma or his son? Something which all the evidence points to as actually, no, he didn't do that. Everyone wanted that prosecutor fired. The UK did, the UN did, the US government's committee they created to investigate corruption that had nothing to do with Joe Biden also came to that same conclusion.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden's own son says that he can't control. He wanted to make it clear to the board of Burisma that he doesn't have control over his father. So this all seems like a big fucking nothing to me whatsoever. I mean, it's not good in terms of making Hunter look like a fucking piece of shit, but in terms of Joe Biden being corrupt, I'd say no evidence support that whatsoever.
It is odd that you used the word gateway, because normally that word is used in the context of drugs, not in access to politicians.
Right. There you go. Well,
Yeah.
well, I'm on the mind. We all know Hunter did the drugs, so it's on the mind. It's on the mind.
Yeah, totally.
It's interesting because there was people saying, dude, there's a text message where Hunter Biden says that he gives 50% of his income to Joe Biden. That's the smoking gun. And I'm like, oh my God. I hear them like, oh, that's fucking crazy. So then I go and look it up, and it's like this really dark text message of him. Like, it's so dark. It's him in an argument with his children, where he's talking about how he's yelling at his children for not respecting him as their father, which is like, oh, this is like really
You're
dark.
like, embarrassing. Why am
You're
I
like,
reading this?
I don't want to read a father with a drug addiction arguing with their children, that they don't get respect. Like, this is so dark.
Oh my God.
And then he starts talking about how he provided for the family for 30 years. And at the end of it, he's like, I provided for the family for 30 years and I don't make you pay me half your salary like my father did. So to me, it's like, this is very clear. Like, for people to interpret this literally as if like this, he's referring to Burisma or something. It's like, no, that's not obviously not the context of this text message. So.
Wow. So he could have totally been making it up just to fuck with his kids. Like, why would you even throw that in there?
It's not, obviously it's not a reference to Burisma. Obviously it's a reference to, I don't know what it's a reference to, but it's very weird and dark. And I wouldn't even publish that. I think it's kind of gross to publish that because obviously it's not.
Well, they are doing it as, like, I didn't know anything about it. I assumed that it might be complete fake news, and it sounds like it is. So, but I have seen all over the place about this paying half of his salary to.
Yeah.
Of course. Scott Adams, the guy who sees through fake news, supposedly, signal boosted this story as well, the 50% of his income. Yeah.
Well, I was disappointed because usually Nuance Bro is pretty good about seeing a lot of
Nuance
bullshit.
Bro got taken?
And he got taken for the 50% thing. And I'm like,
wow.
I'm like, dude, read that text message and tell me you think like this is what you're talking about. It's not. It's obviously some like weird interfamily dispute. And he's like throwing some weird like emotional manipulation in their face. So
it's so funny.
Matthew Nelson says LMAO Sitch gaslighting over here. Okay. I knew this was, I'm gonna have to go find the tweet or the text and I'll read it too. Okay. It's
so crazy. It's like we have like the centrist clan that police everyone on the fake news. Like Sitch is literally DM me like, don't fall for the Tim Pool trap. Like that one's not real.
I know, because I see it coming. I'm like, you don't want to make a public statement that you have to walk back.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. I'll walk back. I'm like, I don't care.
know you will.
I'm not too worried about it.
It's so annoying too, because it's like for some reason Tucker Carlson has this, and it's like a text. It's like a screen. Oh, it's because it's like Rudy Giuliani holds up a screenshot of a text message.
Oh, really?
That's what this thing is. Let me see if I can find it. Because where is it? Did you put up the other picture? New picture? Well, I'm looking for this.
I'm going to.
Okay.
Sorry. I guess I should be talking. I was.
Well, I'm trying to get to this stupid, because it's really annoying. They don't have a picture. It's like in the video, and I have to like find where the fucking
I got you.
screenshot is.
I believe this is Phalanx, right?
Yes.
He has a very distinctive style that I like.
Here it is. Yeah, so that's a picture. Felix drew this cool picture of me coming out of the ground. It says Night of the Living Sitch. And Adam is saying, finally, all my yard work has paid off.
Like I buried Sitch in the backyard.
No, like you're trying to unbury me.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because I said I'm just trying to get some sleep away from all the stupid people on the internet. And then Felix said, he said, well, you're stupid. Then why would you bury yourself in Adam's yard?
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. And I also, he retweeted, and I thought it'd be funny to show. There's an old picture Felix drew for us.
Yeah, I have that
of
one too.
the binds and blinds, and you want to compare Felix's artistic style change from then and now. And you can see, I just thought that'd be fun.
The evolution.
The evolution. Anyway, here is the. I thought it was longer than this. He says, "I love you all, but I don't receive any respect, and that's fine, I guess. Works for you, apparently." Okay, this is Hunter Biden talking to his children. "I hope you all can do what I did and pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. It's really hard, but don't worry. Unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary." So what does that sound like to you?
Yeah.
Does that sound like Hunter Biden admitting to his children that his father gets half of his Burisma salary? Or does it sound like Hunter Biden is in some very disgusting, emotionally driven, dark argument with his family, and he's throwing something in their face that we don't have a full context to?
The latter, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
it's not the smoking gun people are making it
Yeah,
out to be, definitely.
it's not.
It's not. It's just a throwaway, offhanded comment. This is people grabbing at straws, which is disheartening. But, I mean, we're so used to seeing people on the left doing this. It's disheartening to see people on the right doing it, but that's what people do.
Well, this is what everyone does.
Yeah. I got to admit, I want to see some swampiness from Biden, but he did solve his money problems. I mean, he did make like millions of dollars. So
Sure.
he turned it around,
Well,
guys.
It's annoying to me because it feels like I feel like people are gaslighting me, because so many people on Twitter were like, Sitch, that's not the argument. The argument is that like his son was obviously hired by Burisma for access to his father. And I'm like, fucking duh. No, who was arguing that? Like, obviously him being hired was like gross and corrupt and problematic.
True. Yes.
And people also bring up the fact that Biden lied about not knowing his son was on the board of Burisma, which I was like, yeah, but we knew that last month. Last month it came out that the State Department had briefed him about that. We already knew. This is old information. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's annoying. People trying to make too much of it.
But it sounds like he was having financial. It sounds like this text message occurred though before he hit the money train with Burisma, because why would he?
No. This text message I think is from. He's been working for Burisma for a long time.
Okay.
I thought.
So why is he talking about?
Because he said
he's swimming in the dough once he's at Burisma.
No, because that's not what he's saying. He's saying he's mad that his family doesn't respect him.
Right.
And he said, I paid for you guys for 30 years, unquestioned, where unlike my father made me pay him half my salary. Right.
Right.
So the way I interpret that is that he's saying, I paid for you guys growing up, and I get no respect as your parental figure. And yet my father, extracted some amount of money from me to pay for, raising me. That's how it reads to me. So anyways,
I want to know the truth. I want to know
too.
if money changed hands. This isn't the smoking gun, but this is definitely, we're on the scent a little bit. I think.
I don't care if they want to investigate this. Sure.
I'd investigate this
it. And I am actually,
this.
and I am curious. The thing that I am curious about is that apparently they're saying that the FBI had this laptop. And I would like to know is how long they had the laptop and what is their position on the laptop. Because if they had it for some very long period of time and just didn't do nothing, then yeah, I'd say, okay, that's evidence of corruption. But if they just had it and we're just looking at it and then Rudy Giuliani runs to the fucking New York Post, then that's a different story. Let's see. Whalers for $5 says, the radicals and critical racists, that's a nice way to put it, will keep agitating no matter who wins, but they will have more success with Biden in office, which Noam is saying. So I don't think they will. And I think that's where I disagree with Chomsky. I think it's the opposite.
Well, and me and James Lindsay.
The question to me isn't, it doesn't matter who's successful. That's not the issue. The issue, it's all public facing. How is this all going to play out publicity wise? And if you have the critical race theorists and the radicals and they're losing their fucking shit over Biden, is the media going to defend Biden, or are they going to side with the crazy people? And considering the media went out of their way to destroy Bernie, or to always cast Bernie in a bad light, which is part of what Joy Gray was complaining about, I don't see how they would possibly then turn around and support the people who were the Bernie bros against Biden. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, I think it's still going to worm its way through the system, though. On the DL.
I guess we shall find out.
Yeah, we will. Here's the compare and contrast photo of the style change.
There it is. Adam is trying to teach me about morality binding and blinding. And this is how I conceptualize.
And Sitch has a dirty mind.
Yes.
This is basically Sitch has a dirty mind.
Though we've learned that actually the opposite true. Adam is the dirty, degenerate pervert. So.
Well, what's my poll up to? Are we going to do Sitch with 20 naked girls on the variant cover?
Exactly. That proof, case in point, that you created that poll, case in point.
Why did I do that?
Toaster Enthusiast, thank you for the $5. Toaster Enthusiast. Flip It Solutions for $10 says two things. Number one, conservatism is not about security. It's the ideology of gratitude. And number two, progressivism is a bad term because it implies there's only one way for progress. A team plus two.
Sweet. I got two. Well, I can't really comment on the gratitude thing.
I was going to say, because I feel like you completely disagree with that. So I'm surprised by the A team at the end of that.
Well, I agree now.
There.
Gratitude, though, I don't know what moral foundation gratitude would fit into.
Well, I'm assuming they mean gratitude in terms of like respecting tradition, and they're conceptualizing it as gratitude.
Care, harm, liberty, oppression, fairness, cheating, loyalty, betrayal, authority, subversion, sanctity, degradation. Gratitude doesn't fit comfortably into any of those. But I would think gratitude has a moral component to it and is a useful emotion in binding people together. But I don't know if they had gratitude related questions on the moral foundation questionnaires. So it's
maybe
interesting.
It's some form of loyalty, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be under loyalty, betrayal, because like ingratitude is betrayal, right?
Though I guess it's are you talking about gratitude towards people or like your circumstances? Because those are different things.
Yeah, definitely. The moral foundations is really about social interactions.
Right. So I guess
it would be gratitude
people,
for people. Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, I'm grateful that we're Americans, and I am just grateful in general because the rest of the world can be a terrible place. I mean, I guess a lot of these jet setters have been to Europe and stuff, and they're like, oh, Europe's so much better than here. Oh, that's why. It's like, oh, well, good thing you didn't end up in Somalia. Take a vacation to Somalia sometime.
Yeah, I know, right?
Check it out, or Brazil or Venezuela. Here's Sitch as the bad guy here, I must be the Neo. Look, it's me.
I'm trying to find the tweet because it was very funny and I can't.
Neo's coming. Neo's getting attacked by the Sitches.
So this was a funny edit that Asof Artsy did, and it was from last week, I think, when I said that I'm always right about everything. And they're like, this is the conceptualization of Sitch being right about everything.
Oh yeah, it's
So
true.
I can't find the specific tweet at the moment, but I like the edit. So
I do too. I like
I
the
see
faces.
he's I'm on Asif's timeline. He's a lot of roaming millennial retweets. So
really likes Roman.
she's attractive. Look, I get it.
Roaming millennial.
Anyways.
Went after that one girl that they were sharing around. That was just, I felt so bad because like she was losing her shit and she's in front of an animal clinic, and I just imagined like, her dog probably just died. And she doesn't say anything political in the video. She just says like, my life sucks.
So yeah, okay. Imagine a perfect world, Adam, where everyone is like me. That was from last week.
That's a perfect world. That's my nightmare.
And there you go. And see, I'm changing Adam into me as Agent Smith. Perfect. I love it. He says, here's the suggestion for Adam's law. You have to cling to your fence-sitting centrist position at all cost, or the next thing you know, you'll realize you've cornered yourself into agreeing to be the camp council. There you go. That's his nomination for Adam's law.
So, say it again. I missed it.
Oh God, I just clicked off of it.
Damn it.
You have to cling to your fence-sitting centrist position at all cost, or the next thing you know, you'll realize you've cornered yourself into agreeing to be the camp counselor or camp council.
I don't know if I could include fence sitting in my law. We might have to reword it.
Taker610 for $5 says, guys, Trump beat COVID-19 in like 3 days. He's in the highest risk group. Have we not found the cure in remdesivir and Regeneron? Thoughts? Be gone! Thoughts? To answer that question, I have no. I saw it was interesting. Didn't the WHO just come out against?
Yeah, they had some study saying it didn't work.
Remdesivir didn't work.
Don't tell Trump that. Don't tell Trump that, because he's going to go, wow, if it wasn't that, it must have just been my tiger blood.
It says remdesivir fails to prevent COVID-19 deaths in huge. I don't fucking know. It's interesting that what's it called? Wasn't even hydrochloroquine not taken, not talked about. So I guess that's off the table of consideration. So yeah, who knows? I hope Regeneron works. Who knows? That'd be wonderful.
It's got a great name, so that's half the battle.
It's true. That's true.
Regeneron.
It's like regenerate. Perfect. Love it.
It belongs in the movie Idiocracy, like that title. Regeneron.
It's what cells crave, Adam.
I don't disagree. I can't disagree.
Stug for $5 says, if the main concern is that global temperature rises 7 degrees in 100 years, then I want to remind you that Trump will definitely be out in 4. True. But their contention is that there's some tipping point where you, like, if you don't enact some change by some date, then you're fucked.
Yeah.
So that's Chomsky's position.
Yeah. The asteroid.
Go
ahead.
Dig genes. Dig genes. We decided to call them dig genes, I thought. Dig genes. The big old dig genes for $5 says, not named after the public masturbator Big Brain, but I do like him nonetheless. Also, do y'all know what the socialists mean by capitalist realism? No. Did they say that?
Never heard the term capitalist
realism.
But I have heard the term state capitalist a lot.
Let's see. Capitalist realism has a Wikipedia page.
They go after that a lot.
Is a book by Mark Fisher, published by Zero Books. So big old commie stuff.
Oh, Ben Burgess said he'd come back and talk to us again. That could be cool. Fun. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm curious. What should we talk about?
Well, he's a big old grifter. Like, I showed him our numbers, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'll come back." He like unfollowed me right after the stream, and
oh my God,
was like,
"What should we talk about?"
Didn't really want to talk to me at all.
Is he in a critical race theory? I don't care about talking about socialist economic stuff whatsoever. I love talking about critical race theory or some socialist.
Sure, he'd probably do critical race
We'll see.
theory.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious where he's at this. Well, actually, no, because he just had a big debate. He just had a debate with Vosh, where I think he was taking the class reductionist side, and Vosh was taking
What?
the intersectional identity side.
Really?
Yes, I only listened to like 10 minutes of it because it got really boring. But that's the positions, and I was like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's the problem with.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that stuff's boring.
Yep. Capital realism, where he describes as the widespread sense that not only is capitalism the only viable political and economic system, but also that it is now impossible even to imagine a coherent alternative to it. I mean, I guess that's true. That's probably definitely what's happening. So, sure, whatever. JJ Cheer, $5 says it would make no sense for them not to vote Biden because he's more likely to be pulled left than Trumpy. Well, that's not what it should. That's not how they acted in the podcast. You talk about sense and logic. People are not operating under sense and logic. So.
Yeah, they don't seem to realize that Trump wants the votes, and that like Ice Cube went to him and he's like, "Let's talk now. I need the votes. Fucking, what do you want?
Right.
I'll make promises. I'll make promises."
It's funny because Trump is so much more. She had like her whole strategy is like, oh, we need to like not vote for Biden because we're going to pull him in this direction. When Trump is the one who signals that he's a lot more
flexible, yeah,
flexible, I guess is a nice way of saying it, to these sorts of tactics. So,
well, as a fellow pragmatist, you gotta give him props for that, right?
Right.
Reluctantly, you have to give him props for that. Let's just say.
Matt Magan for $5 says, no, I own a Yu-Gi-Oh card worth at least $55,000.
What?
Wow.
Is that possible? That's crazy.
How is a Yu-Gi-Oh card worth $55,000? That's insane.
I'll take it. What do we have to do to get the card? Just mail it to me. Here, I'll give you my PO box.
I typed this in. I'm seeing like apparently there's Pokemon cards that go for that much. You got to sell that card before that cost goes down. Okay, just immediately just be like, get it out there.
Yeah, turn that card into drugs.
Yeah.
Don't
do that.
Something you
don't
can
do
use.
Don't
something
do that
worthwhile.
Last part. Okay. Don't do that last part. Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm joking around. God, you guys take everything so seriously.
I hope you didn't spend $55,000 on it, and that's why your girlfriend broke up with you.
He's like, holy shit.
She's like, what are you doing?
That's what happened right there, huh?
I hope that's not what happened.
He's probably bought it for like $59,000.
So the picture you just posted is by our friend of the show, Enlightened Centrist.
Yeah.
Quick sketch.
I like it.
Enlightened Centrist. And
I got a little naked sitch on my shoulder there going.
There's Adam, and there's a little sitch going. Wow! And you can see Adam. It's so funny because Adam also looks like the the serial killer guy?
I don't know.
The one that they said like Ted Cruz's father looked like.
The Zodiac killer?
Yeah, Adam looking like the Zodiac killer. I'm making Adam. I like it. Here's my headcanon. By me saying well in Adam's ear for so long, it's turned him into a serial killer because he's so bothered by it.
You look like the baby from Eraserhead. What are you talking about? Like,
no, I look like a little voodoo doll that like lives in your imagination that no one else sees, that talks to you.
You look like that little sock puppet from Eraserhead.
I never seen Eraserhead, so
I'll look it up. It's great. You'll love it. We'll do a side by side.
Wolfsbane00 for $4.99 says, here's some freedom bucks. What do you think of Aiden Paladin? Have you all considered having her on the show? Yeah, we like her. She did that. We talked about her last week. She did that video on, was it gender dysphoria or something?
Yeah, I watch her videos all the time. I love Aiden Paladin.
Sure. Yeah, I like her. Totally down to have her on the show.
Well, I love her, so Sitch only likes her.
I didn't know it was a competition. Jesus Christ. Who's simping now?
Oh my God.
Adam, stop simping.
Oh
okay.
my God.
You're not allowed to profess anything more than like for a woman on the internet. Otherwise, you are a simp.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadians says Scott Adams tweeted he's looking to do an interview with a Trump-hating voter who has TDS, but is sure the problem is on his end. Have him on the show. So that's funny. He talked about that, and I thought, hey, I bet I could qualify. But then he wouldn't, because he says that he wants to speak to a non-public political pundit type of person. So
I caught that too.
Unfortunately, I would be out of the running there. Matt Manning for $5 says, yo, Sitch, check out Shu's Brainlet channel responding to Sargon. And then for another $5, Matt says she's really attacking him right now. And he sent us a link. Apparently, is she still going? No, she's not.
Who's attacking who? I missed it.
Shu streamed today responding to the Sargon drama.
Really? Oh, why aren't we EFAPing that?
So, unfortunately, I think this is my fault.
The drama?
I think this is sort of my fault.
Did you reach out to Shu or anything?
I might have accidentally started some problems.
Holy cow.
See, where's the tweet?
What happened?
Where's the tweet? Maybe not. Maybe not. Where's the fucking tweet?
This was an accidental tweet on your side?
Well, okay.
So it was a public tweet. It wasn't like a private conversation.
No, it was a public tweet. Yeah. So I have noticed that sometimes I will respond to something, and then I will see that sort of, because if you respond to something, it puts it on people who follows you's timeline.
Yes, totally.
And so Shu follows me. So sometimes I respond to something, and then I see that she responds to it after, even if she doesn't directly respond to me. So I'm guessing that by responding to something, I put it on her timeline, and then she sees it and then responds to it.
Right. I've done that too.
Okay. So, but maybe
I'm
wrong.
nice to Shu. What did you do?
So, but maybe I'm wrong, because I think she also follows Vernaculus. Okay. So who I follow. So Vernaculus and Sargon were getting into some argument about, here it is, about, it's too long to get into, but basically Sargon posts a picture of like a Biden. Oh, they're arguing about whether Biden is controlled by the leftist, right? Very apt for this conversation.
Yeah,
because the leftists
topic.
are saying that. Yeah, because the leftists are saying that they think Biden won't do shit for them, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the contention. And so Sargon's arguing this with Vernaculus, and then Vernaculus says, what are the radical left-wing policies that Joe Biden is pushing for? And Sargon posts a picture of a bunch of LGBTQ stuff from Joe Biden's website. But it's just like, protect LGBTQ people from discrimination, protect them from violence. It's like a lot of like, it's nothing.
The freebies.
This is
the freebies we were talking about.
It's literally the freebie. Yeah. Here's the freebies. Protect them from discrimination, protect LGBTQ plus from youth, protect LGBT plus Q,
shit everyone's already doing.
Yeah, it's all as you said. It's all the freebies. Okay. So then I responded to that by saying, you have it backwards. That's a bunch of empty virtue signaling to appease the woke crowd with nothing tangible. The Biden campaign isn't being played. They're the ones doing the playing. To which Sargon responded, I don't care. As long as the words the white race appear in Trump's manifesto, I won't support Trump.
Oh my God.
So which I said, I don't understand how you could compare the phrase LGBT to white nationalism. So which he said, the origin and purpose of it. So he's making the contention that the phrase LGBT is inherently some dog whistle to
communism
or whatever.
Right.
Or communists or whatever. Okay. So I saw after that exchange that Shu saw that exchange, and she saw she had her own response to, why are you attacking the LGBT platform stuff?
Right.
So either it's my fault or it's Vernaculus's fault for putting this on her
blame
timeline,
Vernaculus, obviously. Why are you taking blame?
I like to blame me. It makes me feel more important. But so I think that really upset Shu, his position on the LGBTQ stuff. So I'm assuming that is where the animus is, where she's responding. Though there's been the whole thing about the social stuff that's been going on for so long. So that is the drama.
The only problem I have with any of that is the T, because you're playing one group off another. which bugs the
Right.
shit out of me.
Sure.
But like, fucking, I'm pro LGBT. I'm pro LGB.
There you go. Adam's just a transphobe. The Rooster for $4.99 says a vote by mail is a vote for the Democrats. There's massive voter fraud scheme going on right now. It's better to do early voting in person. Okay. People say that. I don't believe it's actually true, but I don't see why there would be massive voter fraud in one direction and not the other. I think there's going to be fuckery on all sides. I don't think anyone has a monopoly on fuckery.
No, definitely. Yeah, both sides are going to be fucking.
I mean,
around.
I told you about the thing in Texas. I don't know. I'm sure there's some Democrat equivalent to that somewhere, but I don't know where.
The Democrats are going to say we need to cheat because he's a racist, and the Republicans are going to say we need to cheat because they're cheating.
No. I know. I'm talking about. I don't know what. I'm sure there's some tangible event happening that would be comparable to that. I just don't know what it is.
I brought up a picture of the baby in Eraserhead. The likeness is impeccable here. I think we need a meme of you as the.
I look nothing like that. You're crazy.
It looks just like your avatar.
No,
what are you talking
looks
about?
Nothing like that. You're a crazy person. He's jealous. It's okay. He's jealous. He wants to be the cool voodoo doll that's an imagination. That's not real.
Well.
Yeah. Yep. Anyways.
Hold on. I'm not done with artwork yet.
I know. I'm not done with super chats.
Oh,
yet.
okay, good. Don't say anyways like that then.
No. Anyways means I'm moving on.
That's a cue.
Your boy. Yeah. Let's see. P-Funk Malfunction for $4.99. Thank you. Appreciate it. King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus for $19.99 says, finally on the verge of a huge savings goal. Have to trim the budget for the next few months. Do you guys loan out free will just to make it through these next few months? I'll pay back with interest. King Dance Killer, you have given us lots of money.
Yes.
Lots of money in the past. So we will say, you don't have to pay us back in interest. You don't need a loan. You get a free card of free will for as long as you need it.
Yeah,
buddy.
exactly.
As long as you need it.
We have
You get your
loaner free will just in the back.
Yeah, free will. Yes. You've stamped your Subway's card enough. You get your free will sub indefinitely.
There you
Don't worry
go.
about it.
Use it a lot. Make sure that
Use it a lot.
Make sure that
Yes.
you use it on degeneracy.
So Super Deagle made this funny meme that looks like you, Adam. And it says, it's because of this. The brand summons them to find me. And it's Adam with an S-Class.
This is
brand
the
on his
worst
neck.
meme ever.
There it is. I love it. There it is. Adam with the S-Class.
Oh
tattoo
my
on the neck.
God.
Yep.
I like how I'm
Love
hiding it.
You're hiding.
Which is exactly what I do.
See, I'm like the vampire, and Adam is like my my ghoul or whatever they're called. He's my minion. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5. Thank you very much, Hummer. Derek Drummond for $15. I bet Noam Chomsky is S-Class. Tisk.
I saw that. I laughed my ass off when it went by. I was like, you can
Thank
have
you
him.
for the $15.
You can have him. I'm glad he's S-Class.
I bet he is neither S or A class or ATM.
Yeah. Probably not.
Anthony Lipshits for $2 says, buy my A-Team free will indulgence in this universe. There you go. There's his $2 of free will. You're welcome. There you go, Anthony. You get $2 free. Well, they weren't free. Get $2 paid for dollars of free will right there. Anonymous Cow for $5 says, Chomsky's entirely wrong. The leftists won't even have grandchildren.
I know. I laughed at that one too.
I guess
They're
I don't
not.
have to be
They're not
worried
going to have
then.
kids. They're not even going to have kids.
It's true. Gemini 79 for $2 says, I love you, Adam. Aw, with a sparkly heart.
Aw.
Booster for $1.99 says, Adam and Stitch are wrong. Only I have free will.
What? Wooster, come
Well,
on.
As long as you keep paying us, Wooster, it's okay that you believe that.
Yeah. It's always okay if you believe that.
Shinso Beam for $5. I gotta catch up on Tower of God. I haven't read it in like a month. Obama wasn't a centrist. He was a progressive in the structural sense, slow progressive change, not revolutionary, which was their issue. I
Yeah.
know, it was weird because he was the reason I doubt him being a progressive is because he did weird shit, like he did he reneged on the marijuana stuff, which was very strange. Which if he's a progressive, why would he do that?
Yeah, that's why I said he's somewhat of a centrist, because he did.
Yeah, he
take very
reneged on closing Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah,
and he increased a lot of drone strike. He did a lot of things that were very anti what he campaigned on.
Anti-progressive, yeah.
Would be considered anti-progressive. So
he
I don't
passed
know. I don't think it's super
Mitt
relevant,
Romney's healthcare plan.
That's true too.
I mean,
but they tried to pass a more progressive healthcare plan, and they couldn't because the Democrats wouldn't do it.
Yeah, because they
Blue
all
Dogs.
the healthcare providers had them over a barrel, man. These hospitals.
Well, no, it was because there
rich.
was a handful of
No.
There was a handful of Democrats in Republican
no.
states that didn't want to pass it because they thought they would get voted out of office. They did. They were called the Blue Dogs. We all remember.
I know, yeah.
We don't need revisionist history here.
Conservative Democrats. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
They were scared they were going to get voted out of office because,
Right.
you know, healthcare companies are getting rich. The business community is getting rich off healthcare.
Wolfsbane00 for $5 says, Adam, I need to know, in your opinion, what's the best song about cannabis? Personally, mine are either Mary Jane or Purple Haze.
Yeah. Afro Man, Until I Got High is probably my favorite.
There you go.
That song is so apt today. It really is. He has a line in there about, I wasn't going to resist arrest, and then I got high. It's so perfect. Very outside the Overton window now. Don't listen to it with your SJW friends around. Any wokies are not going to like it.
They're not going to like him. Lucifer 999 says, I cannot see how Biden could win this election. He has the most mismanaged campaign in American history since Hillary Clinton. Every suburban man and woman I know from the swing state is voting Trump. Well, remember what we said. Your personal experiences, Wooster, don't mean shit. I thought I've heard, this is the problem. I hear a bunch of shit and then I never look into it because I don't care enough. Because I'm really, to me, I'm super not interested in the polls. I don't care. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. I'm not going to put any emotional investment in the polls. But I just hear people saying like, oh, Trump is losing among suburban women, you know, overwhelmingly. So I think Scott Adams was saying that. So because he's saying the Democrats are the party of women now. So I don't know. Who knows? I don't follow it. We shall find out. Lucifer 199 says, plus Biden has lost the bulk of the urban left vote. We shall find out. Sarah Richards for $2 says, question, do communists lack empathy? It's just weird.
I know, that's a hard question.
Because they basically run on the idea that they're all about empathy for their fellow worker and whatnot. But at the same time, so much of their focus seems to be built around hating the rich more than the empathy of the worker.
Yeah. Hatred.
I don't know.
Well, I'd say it's
how do you
hatred.
think, Adam?
I'd say it's
how about
more
this?
hatred than empathy.
We don't like communists, but we like empathy. So we're going to say they do lack empathy. It's very simple.
Empathy. I love empathy.
Very simple.
It's
very simple. We're just going to be partisan hacks about it, okay? Or ideological hacks about it. So yeah, fuck communists. Communists are all lizard people who lack empathy and probably don't have souls either. So, you know.
Why do you think I talk about UBI? Sympathy.
Yeah. Because we have souls and free will.
I don't like to see people suffering.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I want them to quit bothering me. So I'm like, just pay them, get them out of here. Maybe that's no empathy.
Communists are like the Heartless from Kingdom Hearts. They're like the black voids, devoid of heart and soul, coming to consume your reality. And you have to fight them with Disney characters because Disney's a capitalist corporation that wants to hold on to copyrights for all time. Oh my God, guys, Kingdom Hearts is really subversive propaganda that's anti-communist this whole time, and we just didn't realize it.
I love it even more now.
Lucifer 199 says, you two are the only socialist I tolerate. Ouch, she just called us socialists.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Wow.
You can't talk about UBI without people
It hurts. It hurts so much. Lucifer499 says, seeing Sitch take the red pill and realize that the future of the Democratic Party is socialist is so satisfying. This is only the beginning of the journey. I hope not. I hope not. I hope that's not the case. If it is, I will 100% come out against them. That is the one issue I will not budge on. Your boy Big T for $5 says, journalists will not turn on the woke. Girlfriend just graduated from a major journalism college and it's completely corrupted by critical race theory and SJWs. I don't know. Here's the thing. That seems like it should be true, but why were they so against Biden? I mean, Bernie Sanders. They're so against Bernie Sanders. Overwhelmingly.
Mm-hmm. Moderates?
Why? No, journalists.
Oh, yeah.
Journalists hated Bernie Sanders, the most progressive, woke, far-left candidate that was running.
Well, they want to win because they want to hang out at the White House.
And here's the question. Say Joe Biden either dies or becomes incapacitated due to age, and Kamala Harris is president.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a black lady, first black female president. How is that? That's going to be an interesting dynamic. The woke SJW communists are going to be trying to insult a black female.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Enough.
It's kind of
this is going to be very interesting. Yeah, I'm very.
Well, this is
very
why
interesting.
This is why ADOS is becoming a thing now.
What's ADOS?
American black descendant of slaves.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. So we shall see. Oh, because she's not, right? She's half.
Yeah, exactly.
Jamaican
she's not
or
ADOS.
something,
So this is how they were able to say, oh,
isn't that hilarious?
She's not really a minority.
She's not really black.
Yeah, exactly.
Now they're trying to break up the category of black even further.
That's what's going to happen. Yeah. They're using that term a lot now. It's definitely coming. Get ready for it.
Yeah. Interesting. Where's she from? I've already forgot.
Who cares?
Whatever. Not important. That's true. King Dance Killer, aka Dang It's Mig Bingus for 499 says, Sitch trolley problem. 20 babies that will become poppers or one soda boy.
Oh my God.
Easy, King Dance Killer. Soda boy. Every single time.
You're
I've
evil.
Said it once.
You're evil.
I'll say it twice. I've said it 3 times. We must eliminate all the poppers. Destroy all the poppers. Soda. Master Supreme.
Evil incarnate. I can't believe this.
Get rid of poppers. That's the trolley problem. I'm totally on board. I'll draw that. Someone gonna draw that? I'm gonna draw that. Stitch. Run over 20 baby poppers to save one soda boy. 100%. I'm doing it. Someone do it or I'm doing it. It's happening.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris says, thanks for showing off my art. I'm Joy Boy. Oh, cool. I'm thinking of doing one of you guys fusing. We should do that, Act. I loved your art, Joy Boy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Is that
one of us fusing would be pretty funny.
What's a fusing?
From Dragon Ball Z, 2 characters can do a little dance and they fuse together to become like more powerful. So
that would be cool.
That would be cool.
We don't fuse in a uncomfortable way, do we?
I'm like, as long as it's not gay, I'm totally down. But it's gay now.
I don't want like Adam, a handshake type fuse. I could probably live with.
So the way that they do, okay, don't worry. We just touch our fingertips, okay? Just the fingertips.
Adam. It's just the tips, okay?
Just the tips, Adam. It's just the tips, okay? It's just the tips.
It's so wrong. It's so wrong.
You have to do it. You have to do it now. You have to do it. You have to do an uncomfortable Adam fusing with me. And I say, don't worry, Adam. It's just the tip.
Oh my God. Why do you encourage this?
Chris for $5. Speaking of Chris for $5. Thank you, Chris. Says, Peter Schiff explains why Wall Street wants Biden. You guys should check his podcast out. Cool.
I will. I was checking Michael Malice. Everyone recommends to me, but I don't even know this guy. But I started listening to some podcast.
America has never been less great. There you go.
Adam Schiff.
I
Isn't
don't know
that the
about this.
congressman?
No, that's a guy of the same name.
Adam Schiff podcast.
Adam Schiff. I'm sorry, that's Adam Schiff. This is Peter Schiff.
Oh, Peter Schiff.
I don't like his other title name. Almost everything the federal government does is unconstitutional. That's interesting.
Sure.
But yeah, I'll check it out. Interesting. Doubt for $5 says neither option will save America from its fatal issues. The psyche of the West has been degenerating for centuries, and no policy solution could fix it. Dun dun dun. Excuse me. That's the degeneration activating right there in my stomach. Jerry Richards for $5 says Adam is pegged as the dad on stream. I like that you use the word pegged. Does this make Sitch? Does this make Sitch the mom? No, I am. I'm the crazy uncle. Come on. I'm obviously the crazy uncle. Adam is dad, and I'm the crazy, free-spirited uncle. Hummer Eduardo
The gay
Rodriguez
uncle
Medrano.
that never married.
Oh, don't! How dare you? Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $2 says, Sitch, use DuckDuckGo. Google is cocked. I actually did to look up the Portland thing, and I actually got less results. Because at least on Google, there was some Reddit post where someone was talking about it. I don't know if it's true because it's fucking Reddit post. But DuckDuckGo gave me nothing, so I don't know. But I do obviously don't like how Google has been cooked. Hail Metal Forever for 5 Canadian says, could you guys do a show on the amazing atheist being a bread tuber now, essentially?
What?
Do that.
Really? Holy
I don't know.
shit.
If there's a specific video that he's done recently, because I know we were going to do, here it is, the Conservative Cringe Convention. This is last video. And before that, there's a video called Rich People Fuck 'Em. So I guess we'll check it out.
That's got to be a grift.
But no, because we were going to, he had a really shit take on was it the Floyd riots or something? He had a really bad take about some of the riots, and he was very pro rioting, destroying property. So we were gonna do that, and then we didn't for some reason. I don't remember why, but anyways, thank you, Momo, for the heart.
The mood passed.
Sarah Richard for $2 says, isn't she more controlled by her donkey? Are you calling?
That's good.
Oh, I see, because it's an elephant republic. I thought you were calling her Shrek. So, donkey. There you go. That's fine. She's more controlled by her donkey, not her elephant. Well, donkey doesn't make as much sense. The whole idea is the elephant is hard. It's an elephant. You can sort of tell the elephant where to go, but at the end of the day, it's an elephant.
Yeah.
So donkey, I don't think. You could beat up a donkey. You can't beat up an elephant.
Do you think it's a simulation winking at us that the Republicans are the elephant and they understand the elephant so much better?
No,
I mean, it seems like it is a little bit.
Whatsoever.
And the Democrats are the donkey, which is stubborn, and they don't understand it all. And we keep telling them, no, this is how it works. And they're like, fuck you.
I hate every time Scott Adams says the simulation winking at us. It triggers me a little bit.
Oh, really?
It triggers me. Yeah. Oh, I think simulation is fucking stupid. I think the whole concept of the simulation is really stupid.
It would trigger you because the simulation people are talking to me and not you, and you're like the big brain that they should talk.
It also doesn't even make sense. Why would this if this is a simulation? Why would the simulation have clues in it that we're in a simulation, unless they're simulating the idea that they think they might be in a simulated universe and they're trying to figure that out?
I think that might be the whole purpose of the simulation.
We're 3 simulations deep. We've inceptioned the simulation. So
I think that the simulation is to discover whether or not the simulation people are in a simulation. That's the whole purpose of our world.
So we're going to create a simulation to try to figure out if that simulation can figure out their simulation, and thus we will continue the cycle forever.
Yes. It's very interesting.
All reality is just simulations trying to figure out if they're simulations.
Well, and trying to figure out where base reality is up there somewhere.
Is it?
Maybe, hopefully.
Is it?
God damn, if I get out of this simulation, if the simulation people help me over to the other side and I find out I'm in another fucking simulation, you know how pissed off I'm going to be.
They're like, Adam, you finally woke up. Now we got to get out of this simulation.
Part of our process of getting you out of that simulation was we've discovered that we're actually in a simulation too.
Right. Zero Richard $2 says, delete it. I've been happier since I deleted mine. I was talking about Twitter.
Oh yeah, I do. I definitely need to delete mine.
Reverend for $5 says, Adam, you should read Expert Political Judgment by Philip Techlock. It puts a lot of issues with media coverage of politics in perspective.
Hyde is a big fan of Tetlock, and Tetlock is one of the books that is from The Righteous Mind that I actually haven't read. What was the name of the book?
Expert Political Judgment.
Oh, okay, yeah. Philip E. Tetlock.
Lieutenant Amazul for $5 says, time for a double shill. Yo, let's ditch this place. Felix is streaming right now, and he's drawing Reaper Sitch, and I'm there too drawing cats.
Sweet. I wish I was
you go.
drawing. I should be
I
drawing
want to see
right
Reaper
now.
Sitch. That sounds pretty cool.
Fuck yeah. Sounds amazing.
Yeah, Reaper Sitch.
Oh, it's on Audible.
I haven't played Overwatch in so long, I've forgotten any Reaper quotes. Sorry. Desert Runner for $3 says, well done, Sitch. I'm giving it to CCC, Corn Cob Cunt. Fat, what were we calling him? Fat corn? Corn fat? Yes.
Yeah.
Hearing you get angry got me as excited as Gemini Samurai does when Adam shows off his red shorts. Can I get a few samples from you and Adam? How dare you from you, and a come on now from Adam.
Come on
How
now.
dare you? Well, hold on, let me do.
Oh.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
And now I'm doing come
How
on.
dare you?
How dare you?
Okay, let's get some come on now.
How dare you? You didn't do
How
one.
dare you?
Come
Say,
on.
Come on now.
Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on, you little bitch.
Well, see what he's gonna do is he wants to cut it up because it's you saying come on.
Oh no.
He's like
No,
come
no.
now. It's gonna happen.
Okay, well it's too late now. I've already done it. So
Spookmaster
Can't
Skarma.
wait.
Hey Skarma. Skarma for $5 says, where do I trade in my free will points? You're gonna have to ask simulation people about that.
you do
Okay.
you trade them in just by doing free will. You just do something that you
There you go.
you
just
have
to
the
make
power
one-
to do.
That's true. When you make a decision that's based on free will, you'll see one of your free will points just goes,
Yeah.
just disappears.
It makes that sound like when Sonic gets a coin.
Bling. Did you? Okay, it's a ring. Sonic gets rings. Mario gets coins. Come on, Adam.
Okay.
Come on, old man.
Rings and coins are both the same shape.
Keith Rhymes for $20. Thank you, Keith. Says, hey guys, I'd love to write a rhyme for every stream, but as a Brit who works 9 to 5, I often can't catch you live. Last week and today being examples. Looking forward to watching the stream when I get time. Go A team, and S class is an equally good class.
I love it.
There you go.
Notice how he didn't have the fervor is in his voice. And S class is an equally good class.
Yeah, it's not as
S class is an equally good class.
it's not as exciting. Paradox for $2 says, oh boy, you're doing Chomsky vid. Great. Be warned, if you're using the link I gave you, the conversation abruptly cuts out at around 43 minutes. Just thank you, Paradox. Paradox originally sent me the link to this video. But yeah, I found the one that was fixed.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's supposed to be this way or what, but you'll have a field day anyway. Cheers. Thank you, Paradox. Nils One-Armed Biker for $5 says, minor correction from a few streams ago. Sitch used the term ghost in the shell to mean independent people acting like a collective without organization or planning. The phrase you want is standalone complex. The latter was a season of the former show film. That's right. That's funny. So I had conflated the term standalone complex with Ghost in the Shell because it was called Ghost in the Shell
Standalone complex,
So
yeah.
thank you for correcting me.
Big screw up.
I would have been saying that for a long time if you had not corrected me there. Chris Jones for $5 says, hey, if you guys are still looking for a topic to debate with Destiny, the intellectual dark web could be good. In his initial Twitch departnering video on YouTube, he says Brett Weinstein is a right-wing convert. Oh my God. You should just talk to Brett. I don't know why. I'm assuming he would totally Brett would totally talk to him. Also pretty sure he's right in line with the Jordan B. Peterson hate club. Yeah, he has a weird, he has this weird position where he says, I don't have a problem with anything Jordan B. Peterson says about psychology, but whenever he talks about not psychology, he says stupid shit. I thought that was his position on it.
Yeah, kind of.
Maybe I talk to him about critical race theory, try to get him to to be red pilled on critical race theory. Parrot, but I want to finish my video on it first. Paradox for $2 says Chomsky no TDS. The guy who said no, Chomsky has TDS. Yeah. Oh, because you said he. Yeah. The guy who said about Peterson, and I quote, "The only people who think academias are controlled by the left are so far right that they are out of the acceptable spectrum." So that shows you how crazy Chomsky is. Okay.
Yeah, he's out
he
of
says,
it.
Yeah, because he says the only people who think academia is controlled by the left are so far right they're out of the acceptable spectrum, when it's literally the opposite.
Yeah.
Chomsky's so far left that he doesn't understand that the left controls academia for the most part.
Yeah. It's like the fish water thing. He doesn't
Yes.
realize he's swimming in it.
He's swimming in it. His app 777 for $3 says doing some work for a university on online interactions. We have to read has a passage. The right seems uninterested in dialogue. Wait. I'm doing some work for a university on online interactions. What we have to read has this passage. The right seems uninterested in dialogue and responding to rational or factual challenges. The left may err in the continued pursuit of reason and civility. No bias there. Wow, that's
Oh my
crazy.
God. The bias is off the charts.
That's insane. Jesus Christ. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I'd complain about that. The Love Doctor 69 all day for 150 says the origins of the difference from liberals and leftists goes all the way back to the French Revolution. The liberals wanted monarchies to be more democratic. Leftists wanted monarchies completely gone. It wasn't made up by these people. Sorry, Sitch.
Yeah, I had my spectrum up. The origin of the left-right spectrum was from the French Revolution. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but that's not. I don't remember what the context of that was in relation to.
On my spectrum, it's radical change versus incremental change.
I don't think that's what they're referring to, because they're talking about the origin of the differences between liberals and leftists.
They asked them during the French Revolution. I
know that's not. They said stand on the left if you want the monarchy is gone, stand on the right if you want the monarchy to stay.
Yeah, if you want change, stand on the left. If you want tradition, stand on the right.
Right.
And it's been left and right ever since.
I know that generally, I think the same thing with the Russian Revolution. Liberals were more in favor of like moderate incremental changes as opposed to this crazy revolution shit.
Yeah. It's tough to come back from a crazy revolution.
Paradox Ronda says two-party system seems to exist exactly because we are hedging our bets, because we say instead of voting for what I want, I'm going to vote for what I don't want. Always vote to what is closer to your own values, and you'll escape the duopoly. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that's the same thing, but whatever. The Love Doctor 69 all day for 150 says, "Goddamn Sitch, I can tell you're tired because you're making no sense." This was 7 hours ago.
I know.
Republicans have been losing support from Hispanics despite passing pro-immigration legislation. Both Reagan and H.W. Bush passed amnesty, but it still fell. Why would it work this time? I'm not saying it would work. I said people claimed. First of all, I said people claimed it would work. Okay, in terms of social issues, and I don't think it is. I think this is what's confusing. I don't think most Hispanic people give a fuck about the immigration issue as much as the left likes to paint them as they do. They don't, because most Hispanic people don't view themselves as part of a joint collective with other South and Central Americans. They all view each other as very different. This would be like categorizing all Europeans as viewing themselves as a collective European, which they obviously don't, right? However, it's not true if you're anti-immigration in terms of, I think the right gets into trouble where too often their anti-immigration sentiment is at least portrayed by the left or comes off as anti-Hispanic. So I think that's what the issue is. Maybe that's not the issue. I have no clue.
I have one of those spectrums up.
So if that's not the answer, I don't know why they would keep voting left. So
that's the
Paradox Wonder says all of
Go ahead.
What?
No, go ahead.
All of IPCC is common ground, says Chomsky, as they agree on BS from IPCC uncritically, and not everyone was on board with them. This year, IPCC was supposed to publish the first report that included sun's electromagnetic in the model. Environmentalism is a religion, the equivalent. Oh, okay, it's religion. And then he also says, Paradox also says, the equivalent of Floyd's knee to climate change is the plastic straw in the nostril of one turtle. Now we all have to use the shitty paper straws. I guess that's true. That was the equivalent. Paradox also sent me the timestamp clip of Chomsky complaining about Peterson and university, so I will check.
Yeah, we got to check that out.
Paradox 1 says, incremental change equal healthy left, incremental progress. Now you have to ask where. And I think Chomsky is saying incremental progress towards drumroll socialism. Yeah, that is what I assume Chomsky's position is. Not all incrementalists are created equal. Yes. I don't want anyone to confuse this stream as supporting Chomsky's socialist positions. I obviously don't support it. I think it's more just, this is just showing how the suicidal death cult that is the current woke leftists. Utter Nonsense for $1 says, hashtag vote blue no matter who allows the DNC to be complacent. I mean, sure, that allows everyone. That allows every political party to be complacent by definition.
Yeah.
Utter Nonsense for $1 says, people who don't vote are not considered by politicians. Voting even null ballots or third party gets their attention. Does it? I mean, I agree.
So,
it gets their attention more. It gets their attention more than people that don't vote, because you're saying, well, this person at least took the effort to go vote.
Yeah, they know how.
Yeah, that's true. I guess that doesn't make sense.
They know where the polling place is. They're just fucking with us.
Alex for $1 says, did you see Mouthy Buddha get nuked off YouTube, especially right after his announcement of his next video on Twitter? Sad. Yeah, I did see that. It sucks. It really sucks. Mouthy Buddha got nuked off of YouTube, which I think is shitty. I like Mouthy Buddha, even if I don't agree with a lot of the things that he says. But I do like him. I love he's a fantastic style.
Mm-hmm.
I've always said I think he's the most talented YouTuber in terms of visual style. And it is sad that he got nuked, because YouTube's cracking down on anything that's remotely attached to anything that's a remote, well, yes, but attached to Pizzagate or
you think it's the
conspiracies.
Pizzagate stuff, huh?
It was because Mouthy Buddha was doing all these videos about like the pedo conspiracy stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that's why his channel got yeeted. Yeah. Unfortunately.
It's so funny. Eating that stuff totally plays into the conspiracy.
The conspiracy, I know.
It's so sad.
It's so funny. It is very sad. And I believe it's entirely cynical. If the pedo conspiracy people were leveraging the conspiracy at the right instead of the left, I don't think YouTube would give a fuck about reading it off of their platform.
Yeah.
Dotkins for $5 says, all previous predictions of disaster failed all the way back to Malthus. His math wasn't wrong, but he failed to predict the new technology and knowledge we would create. Also, the oil crisis, ozone, acid rain, etc. have not happened. That's all compelling arguments. That's probably why I'm not freaking out about climate change, because I've seen the pattern again and again. Again, that doesn't mean that climate change alarmists are wrong, but I understand that's the argument.
You don't think the climate change alarmists have a smoking gun, though? Obviously, you're skeptical.
No, I don't.
Of it. Yeah.
I am skeptical, but I'm saying,
isn't it infuriating though that they're running around acting like they have a smoking gun?
They are. It is infuriating.
It's fucking totally infuriating.
You have to be careful, because you say, oh, if something keeps coming up false, if other similar instances by other people have continually been proven to be true, that's not evidence that the future is true. Like, it's convincing to me because I'm an irrational, emotional human being, but it's not logically consistent.
I was arguing with dumbasses on Twitter about climate change. Like, you can't, like, if you even question the fact that we're all going to die in 10 minutes, it's like they come after you. It's totally stupid.
Do. It's true. Barbie Gag Toy for $1 says, you mentioned before about the girl who didn't like the movie and you were disappointed because you thought she was beautiful, and then you mentioned your current girlfriend liked the movie, but you didn't mention her looks. So be honest, was the first girl more attractive?
Oh, no way. Yeah.
The girl you dumped over Dark City.
Yeah. No way. No. My wife is way more attractive, so.
There you go. Adam got the best of both worlds.
Yeah. I'm glad I walked. Yeah. And she loves Dark City too. My wife does.
There
So
you go. Best of
we're
both worlds.
good.
Fadika Jix for $4 says these eco-communists are dreadful. Let's play Street Fighter.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Paradox continued his Rorschach Eternal. When the drains finally scab over and all the blacks drowned, the accumulated filth
Oh
of their
my
iPhones
God.
and Nike shoes will foam up around their waists, and all the chapos and feminists will look up and shout, "Save us!" And I will whisper, "No."
You're gonna get in so much trouble for that.
I know. Hey, I'm just reading what he says. Okay. Utter Nonsense for $3 says Briahna Joy Gray is proof that having a JD from Harvard does not equal intelligence.
What? No
Shots
way.
fired.
She's from Harvard. She has a Harvard degree.
Apparently,
My
that guy
God.
that was making that argument about
My
the Civil
God.
War being like a communist labor movement or whatever.
How can
He
you?
teaches at Princeton.
Yeah. How are you? How can you afford Harvard and not call yourself privileged?
Maybe
Like-
she got a scholarship. I don't know.
Maybe, I guess. I don't know. Like, she's got to have good grades if she got a scholarship, and I don't know. She didn't seem like an A
It's true,
student to
she
me,
she
but
did seem pretty stupid. Yeah, I don't know. Look into it. Where am I? Paradox for $1 says, I love how in this bit Chomsky lays out the inverse too. If you vote for Trump, there's a 0% chance woke will get power. If Biden wins, Chomsky Grays in Texas will work tirelessly to make Biden woke. 30% chance of his woke. See, but that's what I'm counting on. I'm counting on them working tirelessly to try to make Biden woke and it not working, and then you get your Greyjoys who are already like triggered as fuck to continue to be triggered as fuck. That's what I'm banking on happening.
I mean, it's a compelling argument, and it's something I'm excited to see if it happens.
That's true. It is something. Lemur Rent for $2 says, I agree with Peterson that if you don't act as if something is true, then you don't really believe it's true. Growing up as a Mormon, that's how the principle of faith was taught to me, and I still equate my beliefs that way despite lapsing in my religion. I would have thought you guys would recognize that our conscious mind could be oblivious to what we really believe on an unconscious level. The Peterson concept of belief basically affirms the writer-elephant dynamic. So my only contention with that was just I didn't like the way that Adam was using the word belief, and it's entirely Sitch's law. It's entirely an argument about what's the proper word to use to describe these concepts. So,
Which is just bogus, because you know what I mean, and
yeah,
we've
but you
had
know
this
what
conversation. I know what you mean.
I mean. Exactly. So we're both arguing about what's the best word to use to define or to describe an idea. So
Yeah. Word police. Let's not go there.
CT for $1 says, we're all capitalists here. What happens if I go on strike until Adam plays Among Us with us again? There you go. CT's going to go on strike, Adam, so you play Among Us.
Well, I guess I have to play.
There you go. Corey Roberts for $5 says, people shitting on Shu is the same energy as people hating Lacey Green the moment she talked to non-SJWs. She hasn't changed a single policy position. People are talking about her being radicalized the same way they said Lacey was going alt-right. We're going to try to talk to Shu. I'm curious to see what her take is on the current political climate. So
I don't see Shu as like a total political animal, though. I mean,
no, I don't either. Yeah. I don't think she is. So
yeah, I think she's interested in healthcare, and people are conflating that with socialism. I mean, I talk about UBI. I'm interested in UBI. I'm not sold on UBI, but I'm interested in it. So, but I'm not a socialist. So,
well, I'll listen to the stream she did about Sargon because I'm curious. She'll talk about these issues. I'm assuming she'll talk about the Discord leaks and all that stuff. So,
Discord leaks.
It's so funny because this guy, whatever you want to call them. I know just that makes them sound a lot more insidious than they actually are.
Leaks. Oh no, the leaks.
The Discord screen. It was so funny because there's this guy on Twitter. This okay. If you're listening to this, you need to chill the fuck out. There's this guy on Twitter who's been posting all the Discord screenshots. I don't know who. It's I don't know who this guy is. Some random guy. And since me and Adam haven't been like retweet, like we talked about it on a stream, but we haven't been like tweeting about it. He's like, is Shu on Head paying Sitch and Adam and Sargon not to talk about this? Is she paying them off? I'm just like, oh, it's like this guy's fucking like a fucking lunatic. I'm like, this guy's just literally fucking crazy.
I tweeted
Like,
that she paid me $1 million and it got a lot
Yeah,
of
I saw that.
laughs.
I saw. I'm like, you're not helping your case when you fucking act like fucking conspiracy psychopath.
She paid me $1 million.
There you go.
Sargon wanted his cut. God.
I said, fuck him. Utter Nonsense for $1 says the Virgin Texas versus the Chad Chomsky. Utter Nonsense for $1 says, Sitch, you made a better case to vote for Biden than any of his advertisements I've seen. I'll finally vote for him. There you
Really?
go.
Oh my God.
Nonsense to vote for Biden. There you go. There you go. I did it, guys.
Are you going to swing state? Because it could be
did it.
influential.
I did it. I had an impact, guys. I made a change. God, my eyes are so blurry I can barely read the super chat. We're almost done. Hail Metal Forever for 5 Canadians says the amazing atheist is talking about abolishing gender. Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Oh God, I can't wait to go digging here. It's got to be a grift. That guy's been around forever, and he's covered everything.
I know. Ivan Getterix for $2 says, Adam, are you going to read Gad Saad's new book?
I probably will. I'm not super fascinated with Gad Saad's work, and he's a little too far to the anti-theist end of the spectrum for me, but I'm sure I'll check it out. I did listen to him on Michael Shermer's podcast, which is where I get a lot of books from, so maybe.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Was this our longest stream yet?
Perhaps. I don't know.
Wow. I don't even know why it was
set
so
out
long.
to do that.
Why was this so long? We just need to shut up. We just gab on and on. I think I'm gonna blame Adam. Adam just gabs on.
You talk too much. It's all
Adam
you.
just
What are you
goes
talking
on.
about?
He just won't shut up. He just keeps going. It's ridiculous.
We didn't talk too much shit about anyone either. So
no.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your generous donations. Thank you all for staying with us all the way to the end. We have over 500 and we have 550 people all the way to the end. Stay with us all the way to the end. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you.
For your time.
You
your
crazy
love,
people. You
your donations.
Insane people.
Thank you for
insanity.
You insane, enlightened, free will centrists. Thank you for coming with us on this journey, exposing the suicidal death cult that is the woke leftists.
Bye-bye.
That's too low energy, Adam. I want it to be high energy. That's too low energy.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
There it is.